for themselves, we're not going to see no changes. We've seen it all. They've already started planting their wife, their children at the Supreme Courts and all the courts. I mean, it's all a set-up game. So what is there for me and you, for the common man? We must tell ourselves the gospel truth. Moving forward, when we call again for this protest, we must have to review how do we go. We have to match these people word for word. We cannot just go out there and play this peaceful protest anymore. These people don't understand that language. We've done 10 this. Till now, we still didn't hear the president addressing Nigerians. I don't know if any of you have seen him, besides for the recorded speech that they gave us. And then they recounted that back, that wasn't the president. This was the old speech. So what are we? They just told us that, go and fuck yourself. Excuse my language. And I will say, when we go back, we must be willing to fight with everything that we have. I yield the mic. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Appreciate it, all you ladies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, William. So we'll be calling the space, to a close shortly. We've been on since 9 a.m. And so we've been running for about 7 hours, going to 8. So we'll be calling it shortly. So I don't know, 1MMC, if you've got something to say before we wrap the space up. 1MMC, are you there?
God, it's 1MMC speaking. I can't hear nothing.
No. Sorry, nobody's speaking. I'm the one speaking. I'm saying before I wrap up the space, I'm going to play a video. So this video was made by the chaplain, which is like the pastor of the Nigerian police force. He and his daughter was abducted. I believe he was in Zamfara State. The chaplain of the Nigerian police force, not the chaplain or pastor of any church, of the Nigerian police force. Listen to what he has to say. Beside him, I'm watching this video, and beside him is his 13-year-old daughter. They're making a plea and begging Nigerians and the government to come to their aid. Listen. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Nigerians. My name is Isa Anton. I work with a student staff with the post education department. I also serve as chaplain. So I'm also the director of the Gymnasium and Interfaith Science Station, Nigeria. And with me here is my daughter, Grace. On the 14th day of July, we were kidnapped from our home and brought to this very place. During the process of negotiation, my family negotiated a ransom and 6 million naira was given. But on collection, it was discovered that 6 million naira is not enough. Another 6 million naira was demanded, and a buzzer, two buzzers, motorcycles, and a Honda was also demanded. I did all we could. We sold everything that we have. We sold our properties, sold our car, sold our items, and took loans. My brother took loans, my wife took loans. Men of goodwill also assisted us. All paid that 6 million naira that was charged. As it is now, fellow Nigerians, I want to beg of you, I want to beg of our First Lady, the mother of the nation, please come to our aid. Is the Esther of our time. Please come to our aid. Our daughter is being exposed to a lot of maltreatment, a lot of exposed to starvation. She don't even know what's supposed to do. My condition is increasing every day. I'm diabetic. Please, I want Nigeria to come to our aid. I want Nigeria to come to our aid. Assist us. What is needed now is 6 million naira and 2 brothers motorcycles and Honda motorcycle. Please come to our aid. Assist us. They have given us from now to Thursday next week. Otherwise, we are going to be executed. My wife is going to be, my daughter is going to be sent on marriage. It's just 13 years. It's just one. Please help us. Help us. Help us. I need.
So for those that didn't really catch it, I know there was a bird that was just annoying. I don't know, maybe it's a chicken just chipping away that was so annoying. But what he was saying is, aside the chaplain of the Nigerian police force, he's a senior member of the Nigerian, as I believe he said it is a director as well. He mentioned the division. So he's by no means a low-level ranking police officer. He is a high-level ranking police officer. And it was like part of the demands from the kidnappers, or should I say bandits, that he has already paid 6 million naira. He sold off his property. The wife has actually collected loans, and they've been able to come up with 6 million naira. And now the bandits are saying,
"Hey, you guys. Hey."
And then he's like, the bandits are now saying that 6 million naira is too small, that they have to bring another 6 million naira, I think 2 or 3 motorcycle, and then other demands as well. And now he's pleading for well-meaning Nigerians, and I think he was saying the first lady as well, to come to his aid, that he's diabetic, and they've told him that 1 week from now, he's going to be executed, and the daughter, who is 13 years old, would be married off. So that was my understanding from the video. So I still don't understand why the Nigerian police operatives would then shoot at peaceful protesters who have in their demands saying end insecurity. It still baffles me to this very day. And then showing you that if a high-level ranking police officer could be subjugated to this kind of treatments, I can't even imagine the treatment that a low-level ranking police officer, will be exposed to. But I hope this is just a lesson for all. And I keep saying it. A Nigeria that would work will benefit at least 90% or 95% of the population. So I still don't understand, why are the Nigerian police now still killing peaceful protesters after them asking for insecurity to be ended? Maybe somebody have the answers. But before we wrap up, I can see Jimmy wants to speak. So yeah, over to you, Jimmy.
Hi, greatest. Hi, everyone. Good day, guys. Good day. I picked up the mic because of the audio you just played now. And funny enough, the actual thing that was actually annoying you gave a clue to where that location is. The name of the bird is called indigo bird, and they are only primarily known to be located in Jos. I watch a lot of documentaries. They are the only birds that they actually beep 3 to 4 times in a row. Indigo birds. And I did a search on indigo birds, where they can be found in Africa. Nigeria came up, and in Nigeria, you can't find them anywhere, just anywhere in Nigeria. It's like they migrate around, and the first time they came to Africa was in 1968. And the only location where you can find them, simply because I think they prefer feasting on strawberries, and Jos are known to be a place where they plant strawberries. And that is how I had a clue of where that location might be. It's probably just because of the sound of the birds. I just came up to acknowledge that. It's shocking how annoying things or simple things like that can give away locations of where people are. But then again, we have all these people that they have all the equipment. When the people are about to protest concerning the poor condition of the country, they can deploy all sorts of tools, gadgets, but when it comes to rescuing citizens, when it comes to protecting the people they are sworn into office to look after, it's a nightmare entirely. It is a nightmare. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that location and get to work, but here we are. It is crazy. An ordinary citizen can easily figure this out. This is 2024, for crying out loud. I don't know why our country keeps going backward. And let me just say this. I was one of the people that championed the peaceful protest. I never regretted it, and I'll still stand on my words. We've passed the message to the people. We're peaceful, well-meaning Nigerians. We went out there, and they did what they did. The whole world saw it. It's not going to be like that the next time. We're now justified to do whatever we want to do now. We've done it. We clamored it. We even fought over it over the space. And people listened. They thought we were divided. They saw us arguing about going out peacefully or not. That shows how peaceful we are as a citizens, and we don't want chaos in our country. We had a lot of back and forth. But you see now, consider that Ariaza, in the Yoruba proverb. The next protest is not going to be announced. But guess what? It will be uncontrollable. It will be uncontrollable. And to the DSS, the immigration listening, I heard you've added my names to the names of watch list in Nigeria. That's good. I mean, it's a badge of honor. I take it with full chest. But guess what? You've drawn that line. May I not come across any single one of you in my own territory. I will embarrass you in public. I will call you names in public. I will disgrace you in public. I'm not coming to your territory, but you don't come to my territory. When you come to my territory, be ready to face a humiliation you've never faced in your life. It's not business as usual. You hold on to your territory. It's Nigeria. Hold the fuck on to that. No problem. But when you come to my territory, your name will be yelled at as a thief, as a fraudster, as a criminal. And any single property you have within Chicago, yes, I'm in Chicago, Illinois, stand your fucking ground. Any property you have, just let me know you're around. I will be at your house. The first banner you see to be me. It's a battle. Thank you, Goat. Are you?
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Goat, just let me say something
All right.
quickly.
Okay, quickly.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Please, gentlemen, I really appreciate everyone that has spoken. I can see that all our adrenaline are pouring. Just before Goat round up the whole thing, let's ask ourselves, what is the take home for this 10-hour deliberation? From my side, like Jimmy, I've just concluded, and which I also emphasized, the next campaign for our freedom will not be announced and will not be peaceful because Tinubu said it, that power is not served in a plate. You grab it, you snatch it, and you run with it. And that's exactly what he has been doing. And it might be me that's going to take the next bullet, but I'm fine. Without bloodshed, we must know this, there can't be peace. And it started in heaven. For those of us here that are Christian, we knew that they said they overcame him, Satan, with the blood of the Lamb. And it is the same blood that is shed It is the same blood that we use to share for our traditional deities when the gods are angry. So we must have this at the back of our mind. And the Greek proverb said, the elderly men that plant trees, they are not going to be the one to sit under the shade. I am doing this not because of myself, because if God give me another 30, 20 years, oh, well, I'm fine. But I have children, I have grandchildren, and I have friends among you here. I knew what I enjoyed as a student, university student, 4 of us to a chicken. My son did not even see a chicken in the university, not to talk of, say, 20 of them are sharing it. So now, I would want us to take away from here that October 1st is very strategic because the whole world will gather. We must not fail. Permit me use this military term. We must not fail to strike. We are not going to carry machine gun there, but we are going to be there in a mass and let them, in the presence of other dignitaries, let them order the police and the army to kill us with live bullets, if that is the image they want to portray. So that we must take this away, that as we live here, those of us that can link up, let's link up. Let's go to the drawing board. Let us plan and make sure we mobilize for that October 1st. Because the revolution, you just need a spark. And then let the Hammertown breeze carry the fire. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, voice of the Nigerian masses. So yeah, before we wrap up the space, I don't know, Mass Therapy, if you have anything to say.
Thanks, God. I'm just here to encourage everyone. We're out here. It's a marathon. We have to just keep going. We have to keep working at it. We just have to keep going. Oh, because it's only in heaven that my Bible told me that there is no sorrow, no fight, nothing to do. Just go and enjoy. But as we're here now in this life, we just have to keep working at it. That's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone, for joining this space, and thank you for all your wonderful submissions.
Thank you very much, Thomas Therapy. And yeah, that's my advice to everyone. Same advice, we should not, slow down, but to just keep fighting. And for one message coming from Ojota is that they will be coming out tomorrow as well to peacefully protest. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it's just a situation we just need to keep a close eye on. So already, I believe for the 10 for 10 demands, one of the very few demands I've seen. So I think there are short terms and long terms. So they were like, if the federal government uh, is not willing to handle those demands, protests will continue. So I don't know if that means protests will continue on Sunday, but they've had a World Press Conference, which that was confirmed that protests would continue until the demands are met. And I think there's also another announcement before you said, I can't remember the name again. One of the speakers said there's already that plan to have a protest from the 1st of October anyway, to give the government enough time to look at those long-term demands. So nothing I have to say in those demands are out of the extraordinary. Not one single one of them. The only one I would say, okay, maybe is extraordinary would possibly be bringing the floor price of PMS to 100 naira per liter. That's going to actually take a lot of thinking and input from them to be able to make that materialize. So that one is difficult for them. But I believe they can drastically reduce the price of PMS. But in terms of insecurity, if your security chiefs are not willing to actually ensure that insecurity is reduced in the country, fire them and get competent hands by all means, to steer the affairs of the country when it comes to insecurity. When we mention issues like, new constitution, if you can pass a new national anthem in 5 days, I believe you can draft up, speak to legislative, to actually bring room in for a referendum. And then when that two-third votes is in, let's all come together, get the brightest mind from every region to then start looking at how we can bring it to effect, a good constitution. And I believe that good constitution should be a constitution that takes a lot of power away from the central. Can I also mention one of the demands that I was talking about, reducing cost of governance? Of course, by 50%. That's very possible. Scrap many offices, implement the Rosaya reports, and then you see cost of governance, reduced drastically. What about the office of the First Lady? Is that a constitutional office? Scrap that as well. Scrap how many presidential jets you have? About 7. So there are many very practical steps that the president can actually do. Is it the one on NSAS? The president can easily do that as well in even 24 hours. But what we currently have is a government that does not believe that Nigerians even warrants a response in terms of what the issues they are crying on. This government does not believe that Nigerians warrants a response, and that is just the honest truth. And the president said, "We know you are hungry, but we can manage our hunger." Manage your hunger is the messaging he's saying. People telling the president, bring back fuel subsidy, he has said it as well. That fuel subsidy is gone and it is never coming back. Like it, take it that way, it is never coming back. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining the space. And in the words of the president, I would like to tell you once again this.
Enjoy your weekend.
So enjoy your weekend all, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Greetings, Kene, how now, everybody? Greetings, G Simon, how now? How's everything with you? Sorry, the other device. They on. I don't even know, sir. How's everybody doing? Oh, happy Sunday to you all. Happy Sunday, Abby? No, sorry, Saturday. Oh my God, happy Saturday to you all. Eh? Oh my God, this is crazy. Okay, I hope you guys are doing well. Oh.
Another video saying, "Oh, don't mind the official presidency handle." In fact, that video that was released is a very, very old video. So that gives you a sense of understanding as to what is going on and the confusion, that is ensuing between the president and his close aides. So we're also going to look at that. And then finally, we'll move into the conversation of how to mark the 10-day protest. So, what is your thoughts so far on the 10 days that people have been out there in the streets peacefully protesting? So, those would be our pressure points of discussion today. Reviewing the president's speech, and then if you by all means think he has, handled this whole protest in a very good manner, so please give your thoughts on it. And then also marking off the 10 days, day 10 of the protest. What are your thoughts and what are your reviews? So those should be our point of conversation this morning. So I would say to everyone, please share and then retweet the space, share and repost the space so we can have more people joining to the conversation this morning. So thank you once again to everyone. It was a very impromptu one, but I felt that we should have this conversation this morning to discuss on those issues that concerns Nigeria and Nigerians. So from the word on ground, is that I believe there are protests going on all over the country. So, be it Abuja, be it Lagos, people are still out there peacefully protesting. So, I hope that this would actually have a huge, huge impact at the end of the day. Because what are people protesting? People are protesting for the end of bad governance, of which I feel it's in my honest opinion is something that the government could sincerely look into when we're saying end bad governance. I'll also review the demand lists and then see how complicated those demand lists are, because when the president made his speech, he never found it fit to even look at those demands to even start off with. I watched that video, and that just gave me a sign to be like, look, I don't even believe that the president, in my own personal opinion, I don't even feel like he should have released a statement, live video or pre-recorded. It doesn't really matter. I just felt like he shouldn't have put anything out to even start off with. He should have just left it the way it was, because he did not even deem it fit to be like, okay, let's look into these demands and let's touch on the issues, that talks about the demand. So this is just a quick, sample of what I'm talking about for those that haven't listened to the video.
Some of our states. Notably, among the protesters were young Nigerians who desired a better and more progressive country where their dreams, hope, and personal aspirations will be fulfilled. I am especially pained by the loss of lives in Borno, Jigawa, Kano, Kaduna, and other states, the destruction of facilities in some states, and the wanton looting of supermarkets and shops, contrary to the promise of protest organizers that the protest will be peaceful across the country. The destruction of properties set us back as a nation, as scarce resources will be again used to restore them. I commiserate with the families and relations of those who have died in the protest. We must stop further bloodshed, violence, and destruction. As the president of this country, I must ensure public order in line with the constitutional oath to protect the lives and property of every citizen. Our government will not stand idly by and allow a few with a clear political agenda to tear this nation apart. Under the circumstances, I hereby enjoin protesters and the organizers to suspend any further protest and create room for dialogue, which I have always acceded to at the slightest opportunity. Nigeria requires all hands on deck and it all, regardless of age, party, tribe, religion, or other divides, to work together in shaping our destiny as a nation. For those who have taken undue advantage of this situation to threaten any section of this country, they won't. The law will catch up with you. There is no place for ethnic bigotry or such threats in the Nigeria we seek to build. Our democracy progresses when the constitutional rights of every Nigerian are respected and protected. Our law enforcement agencies should continue to ensure full protection of life and properties of innocent citizens in a responsible manner. My vision for our country is one of a just and prosperous nation where
in my honest opinion, video felt like more of what's the right word to use? More of blowing my own trumpet rather than addressing those issues which are at the forefront of why people are out there peacefully protesting. So I know there's been a couple of demands out there that people are saying, look, this couple of demands needs to actually be looked into. But deep down, I feel like those are actual issues that, in fact, well-meaning Nigerians, so to even use the right word, I believe Nigerians have endured. Nigerians are the most enduring set of people you can find anywhere in the world. Because I don't think any civilized country, especially in the West, would sit down, idle, and not react in a way if you get hundreds and hundreds of people being kidnapped in one single day, in one geographical location, in one state. I don't think if you go to America, you go to other Western world where you see people fold their hands, sit down quietly, and not react. If in one single day you get killings from kidnapping, so from banditry killing, from kidnapping killing, from violent crimes, and every other killings we experience in the country. Not saying there are not killings everywhere, there are killings everywhere, but senseless, violence. You won't actually get those citizens sitting down and not reacting in a way that would actually make the government, to respond and make sure things are better. We also look about hunger, and you're looking at the food inflation. No country in the world in which its citizens will just sit down looking at the way food inflation is going up, I think by 40%, and you won't get the people to react. Is it cost of living? Let's talk about cost of living for a minute. In which I always laugh and I always hear this argument, and I just laugh when people are like, oh, in Nigeria, you buy a liter of PMS of gas, or let's say fuel, for $6.50, and I laugh. And I say, what exactly is the minimum wage in the country? I don't think Nigeria has a living wage, because minimum wage and living wage are two different things. I don't think Nigeria has a living wage. So what the living wage is that minimum money that you can live a life comfortably in a country. That's what a living wage is. I don't think Nigeria has a living wage. I don't think so. So you're looking about 30,000 naira a month. That doesn't even go a long way. If you're doing a minimum wage of 30,000, wherever you live in the country, wherever you live, if you were to say 30,000 naira a day, I don't think anybody can live on 1,000 naira a day, including feeding, transportation. Maybe I might be wrong. Maybe some rural area, somewhere, far, far, far away, that somebody, because that's the breakdown of it. Let's say you have 30 days in a month. Let's take away those days that have 31. They are not so much. But that's the breakdown. 30,000 naira a month. That's equal to about 1,000 naira a day. I don't think anybody, any human being, whichever where you live or you reside in, you can actually survive on that amount. And Nigerians are saying, because I was looking at the demands, that work on the mechanism of pricing of goods and services. If that's not the case, then increase the minimum wage. And by all means, what the president did prior negotiation was to increase minimum wage from 30,000, I believe, to, was it 70,000 or 72,000? That still didn't go a long way as well. It still didn't go a long way. Because looking at the figures, I think somebody did an analysis breakdown to be like minimum wage from when 1999, convert the amounts in dollars, it feels like Nigerians are actually going backwards. I saw the figure recently somewhere. And that was a clear evidence that the country is actually going backwards in terms of minimum wage. Let me give you another example of minimum wage, how Nigerians are actually going backwards rather than going forward. A youth corper, their monthly allowance, we're looking at that, youth corper monthly allowance. I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, I knew it was about 70 something thousand. So I think 77,000 or so. That's what youth corpers would get. People fresh out of school, that's what they will get. Now imagine you now finish your service and you land a job. Minimum wage is 70,000. Yes, there's been arguments, and not everybody will get a government paid job, either at state or federal level. Not everybody will land a government job. Some people will still land a job in the private sector, and not all private sector jobs are well paying. As a graduate, not all. And there's that possibility that you're earning 77,000 as a youth corper, and then if you land a private job, there's that possibility that it might go below 70,000. Now, that's a clear example of a country, you understand what I'm saying, that Nigerians are actually going backwards. There are also many instances of the electoral reform. I don't see why any politician should actually stand in the way of electoral reform. I see no reason, unless you are one of those that rig elections. And from what we know, majority of our politicians, they are guilty of that, because that's how they roll to actually get, into office. So this is just to give you a brief breakdown to say even these demands could be looked into and then looked into properly. But for some reason, the president deliberately ignored all these concerns and rather focused on his achievements. He couldn't even finish the first paragraph of his statement to say he's saddened. I just played the video that he's saddened about the loss of lives and properties, and then he quickly switched into proper, I shouldn't say propaganda. I shouldn't call it propaganda. But he didn't even let that whole paragraph be complete before even switching out of the loss of lives and properties. The president also made a very, very interesting point. He was like, now just listen, like the president said that he's saddened about the loss of lives and properties. And then he went on to say that these were young Nigerians that had aspiration, that want a better country, that want a better life for themselves. He then went on to say in the third line that his administration, yeah. So, no, basically he said that the promise of the protest organizers was that this was going to be a peaceful protest. Yeah. And then he went on to say that security forces could not fold their hands and then let this protest, degenerate into what it has generated to. So those are two very important points. One, the protest organizers said that it was going to be peaceful, and then the security forces had to react the way they did, because they couldn't fold their hands and then watch it, go down that way. Now, the implication of this is Nigeria is a country, and I still say it again, Nigeria is a country that I don't even know the words to use in describing Nigeria as a country. I sincerely don't know how to describe this country. So first of all, you need to understand that it is the job of the police and the security architecture to protect the lives and properties of Nigerians. That is their fundamental job. Protect the life and properties of Nigerians. That's your job. And then ensure law and order. Basically, these are the job of the security architectures in the country. That's their fundamental role. And the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. All armed forces, I believe both armed and unarmed, the president controls everything, basically. Tells them what to do. Now, if their job is to protect the life and properties of Nigerians, and they cannot do so, then the blame solely lies at the foot of the president. Because security force chiefs or whoever in charge of those institutions do not know how to do their jobs. And to actually bring that into layman terms so you can understand, is like hiring a security guard to guide your house. And that security guard, thieves break into, let's say, into your warehouse. Maybe you have a warehouse, you're a trader where you store stuff in. And you hire a guard to guard that house. And thieves break in. And you turn around to now blame the thieves. That is the fault of the thieves. They came with guns, they came with this, they came with that. So you could not defend or protect that warehouse properly. That is exactly what they're saying in Nigeria. They are so incompetent. People are organizing a peaceful protest. All well and fine. Instead of you putting more energy and more efforts into ensuring that there's proper security arrangements on ground, you went from pillar to post on how to stop the protests from happening. We even saw pictures of bomb. I don't even know what that was. It even looks like, it looks like, I don't know, in Lagos. And we saw various antics from the states, various antics, just to stop peaceful protesters, from going out there to protest. If they've spent half of the energy they used in trying to bribe clerics, in trying to bribe SUGs, in trying to bribe many people to actually work diligently on the security of lives and properties on the day of the protests, I don't think it would have degenerated onto the level it has. And I keep asking myself this question. Why is it that when government actually does their own protests or counter protests, you never see this level of violence, never see this level of looting, you never see this level of, I don't know what to say. You don't see people tear gassing them, is all well and fine. But anybody that speaks against the government or they stand up and then say, look, enough is enough. You understand? We want better this, we want better that, we want to end bad governance. This is when you see thugs and the rest, you see the looting and you see the kind of violence and you see how the security forces respond to this kind of requests. Why does this not happen when pro-government groups, they engage in their own kind of protest? It's another good question that we need to ask ourselves. So who should we lay the blame at? It's another good question. Who is going to take the blame? So, to be honest with you, I don't know. And from what I understand, there's various protests going on across the country. And I'm hoping people request for the mic. So I'll say, please share the space, repost, and do requests for the mic. And this is my observation from what is going on after this protest. If for some reason this protest comes to an end at some point in time, this is what is going to happen. The presidency and people within his party will then actually strangle Nigerians and then make sure they have a solid, firm grip. Now, nothing like this again can ever happen in Nigeria, and I'm 100% certain. So, welcome, well-meaning Nigerians, to Day 10 review of the protests and bad governance that's currently going on. So, request the mic, let's have a conversation. Repost the space so we can have more people joining into this conversation. And then hopefully at some point in time, we'll get some live feeds from Nigerians on ground today, peacefully protesting. Welcome to Day 10 of the End Bad Governance protests. So wherever you are in the diaspora, wherever you are in Nigeria, you understand, let us make sure our voices are heard. And there's been some very iconic, moments. I would say, very iconic moments in this protest. We've seen the hardship that Nigerians are suffering all around the country. It's not been easy. And Nigerians have been very, very enduring. So could this be sustained further than today? I have no idea. Would Nigerians be more persevere to actually push? I really don't have the answers. And will the government respond, to the demands of well-meaning Nigerians? I still don't have the answers. But yeah, I hope their will. So what I will do now is play a quick video from Channels TV, which gave their insights on the demand and how people came on air to actually defend and then malign the president's response to those demands. So just listen.
The question of objectives. The protesters, which I am part of, are yet to achieve the objective of our protests, which are stated in our Charter of Demands. But one thing we have been able to do is to make a strong statement and to send a strong message to the people in power, to see the capacity of what the masses, what people can do by way of protest, to see what the people are capable of if they are about to, express their displeasure. That was kick-started and it's ongoing. And we are waiting on the government to respond to us and address our demands. And until then, the protest continues.
From your own point of view, it does look like there is only one thing that you have achieved in this protest, and which is the fact that you are awoken some kind of consciousness in the Nigerian people, and you have gotten the attention of government. Is that all that you have achieved?
Well, I think we've been able to, make people see that they have the power to hold government accountable. And we've also made the government to, come to the consciousness that governance or government is meant for the interest of the people. And once the people are unable to benefit from your governance, then there's no sense for the continuation of such a government.
Are you being sponsored by any politician?
Well, I think for me, I think that's a ridiculous way to denigrate the genuine agitation.
I'm asking a direct question. I'm not beating around the bush. I'm asking because there are direct allegations that the protests, in some ways, are being sponsored by politicians. So I'd like you to be able to open up to Nigerians to let them know that this is being sponsored in part or in whole by some politicians. Is it true?
For me, the sponsor of this protest, I've said and I'll say again, is hunger. Is economic inequality, economic deprivation of the larger percentage of the Nigerian people. Anything short of that should not be considered. What we should be considering is that do people have a genuine reason to take over the streets, to express their displeasure? Are people really hungry? I walked the town of the States today while protesting, and I saw the Mongols queues at the filling stations, and I was appalled. These are reasons why people are poured on the streets across the nation protesting. There's unavailability of PMS. Look at everywhere in the country, there's darkness. Look at everywhere in the country, there's high cost of living. Everywhere in the country, transportation costs are surged. People are not living a good life.
So, and you heard the FCT minister who says there is a senator, a lawmaker, who is behind all of these. Is anybody buying you water, logistic money from all of the? Are you getting any kind of support?
The people themselves, in their benevolence, the people protesting in their benevolence, those who have done, some are the ones who provide for the less privileged at the protest ground. I don't think you should expect more from the minister of the FCT, Mr. Wike, than his chief, because I think they've assessed the whole condition, and that's their only way to bail themselves out by beginning to make mischievous comments, trying to, rather than address the main issue, beating around the bush, finding all means to denigrate the genuine agitation of the Nigerian people, rather than sitting down, inviting the people, rather than coming on the streets to speak with the Nigerian people. If these people in power, if they are really interested in the social welfare of the people, and now the president ought to have come to the Abuja streets to address the young people who are genuinely agitating. And rather, what we have been seeing are reckless statements, flying up and down. We saw one this afternoon from the chief of army staff who was subtly threatening Nigerian youths. We've seen several states in the country imposing curfew. These falls are, insensitive approaches. So
I'll come to what you feel about the violence that have erupted and how some miscreants have now taken the opportunity of the protest to start looting government and private properties. But the question by Mr. Ebwade Boruwa, that he as the poser and the advisor is given, he's your lawyer, and he said the protest should be called off after today. Are you listening to him?
Ebwade Boruwa isn't our lawyer, and he doesn't speak for us.
But you wrote on behalf of Take It Back movement, yes, to the IGP.
Yes, he might have presented himself as a solicitor, but he's not hungry. Obviously,
have you sacked him?
He's a senior advocate.
Have you sacked him?
He's a senior advocate.
You might employ a lawyer.
Mr. Ebun, he's a senior advocate of Nigeria who, lives well. He's not as hungry as common people who are taking over.
So you don't yield to that plea that we should call it off today?
No.
Right, just give me a moment. Let me speak to. I'll come back to you, Mr. Efe Nyembe. Just in a moment. Son of MKO and Kudirat Abiola. It's good to have you. You advise the government. You work for the government from the office of the vice president on special duty. And in your books that you have written, try to flip through and get a sense of what your thoughts are about the presidency and what your father did and all whatnot. But when you see what is happening on the streets of Nigeria today and the agitation on the minds of many Nigerians, what do you think is going on in our country and the way to fix it?
Well, what is happening in Nigeria goes on to prove that sometimes, it's easy to forget the past. At the end of the day, a lot of Nigerians, are looking at this president as any other president because, a lot of them have actually experienced broken promises from one president to another. So as far as they're concerned, anything that seems difficult is another broken promise. It's like somebody that has been married like 5 times and always disappointed. Even if he marries a good person, he will think, any small thing he will be looking and trying to pick. But that's our job, is to let people know when we see that things are getting out of hand, we are going to come out. I will come out and let people know the truth from my own perspective. First of all, democracy was a very, very difficult fight. If you know what happened in Africa in the 80s, African leaders, those of them that actually even stepped down, they had ruled for 20 years and they were like 70-something years old. This was a time in which people were very rich, very powerful. So the people that came out to fight for democracy are people that are actually exceptional. And where I'm going with this is the president that we have now is a different kind of president.
What makes him different?
He's a different kind of president because he's a president that believes in democracy. He's a president that believes in the common man. He's a president that loves the common man. And when I see all this that is happening, it's my job to remind people about who they are talking about. About this man is Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a man who could have actually left the democratic struggle but stood to fight for it, risking his life, risking everything he had. So he's not like the other people that have come and have disappointed. That is why he needs to be given time. He has the credit. It's like you in the United States, you have a good credit rating, you can apply to get a loan because they will look at your credit record and they will give you, as opposed to somebody that doesn't have a good credit record. So this man has become the president in just 1 year and 2 months he has been serving. And a lot of things he has done has been unprecedented. So that is why when people are getting agitated,
I understand. Unprecedented in the sense that if it's unprecedented, why are people on the streets?
People are on the street because number one, it's like now, this is Channels. Do I work here? I don't. You work here, right? Let's assume that the owners of Channels say, I want Jamiu Abiola to become the managing director, and they put me to work here. And I come in here, and you tell me that this is how the books are, and this is how things are. And I come in here and I make promises to people based on what you've told me. And then I come, I find another thing entirely. And I'm trying to work it out. And it will take like almost 2 years for you to start seeing the results. Should I be blamed for what other management people did or not?
Especially when you promise that you asked for the job.
You asked for the job, but at the end of the day, the only person,
don't pity.
The only person,
I will get it.
The only person, yes, and that's why he has 4 years. The only person that knows everything is God. He is the president of Nigeria. Since he has gotten there now, what has he been doing? I'll tell you some of the things he's been doing. Because people that are protesting, some of them have not really sat down to really think about what he has been doing. First of
So
all,
those who are protesting are not being fair.
no,
Are they fair to the president?
No, they're emotional. But everybody can get emotional. And that's why I'm here, to also let them know some of the facts. And by the grace of God, when we now tell them some of the facts, a lot of them will say, oh, wow, how do you know, that's where I'm going. First of all, we have a president that actually fund to come and take care of people that are not, you have the NYC, you haven't gotten a job. You know, the federal government, for the first time, is going to be giving you an allowance every month. You get a job. Once you have your NYC, you know, that is something that the president is going to do. The other thing the president is going to do is that we have a program that we want to create 3 million jobs for people of high tech. With 200,000 people already benefited. This is not something that is a pipeline, something that is already happening. Rome wasn't built in a day. That one is already there. Then the president as well they have like a subsidy removal loan scheme, which they've been giving out to a lot of families. 600,000 people have benefited 50,000. Of course, it's not enough, but it's a start. We have student loans. Whenever anybody tells the president that, oh, it could be done better, he is not proud. He will step down and he always do it. So when people are protesting against somebody that is already doing what they're supposed to do, then it's like as if you are. It's like something you want to break something that you want to fix something that hasn't broken. It's already been broken before, but now he's working towards fixing it. The first book I wrote is called Realistic Hopes. I wrote that book 11 years ago, and the reason why I named it Realistic Hope is because I realized even back then that what actually makes people fail in life is that their hopes are never realistic. If you want to succeed, you have to have realistic hopes. This man came to a government that has been, so much has happened. Terrible things have happened in Nigeria.
Well, it's the same government of APC.
But when you say the same government of APC, government is government. You know, whether it's APC, whether it's PDP, Nigeria has been going. And you people remember what happened before the election. There was no petrol. You people remember the issue of the Naira design. All of these conspiracies, you know, so that he wouldn't become president. So let us take a step back. 1 year and 2 months is not a long period of time.
So when do you think people should have gone to protest if the president wasn't performing?
First of all, people have a right to protest. It's in the Constitution. But what I want people to do as well is to take a look at what the president has been doing.
Is it a fault of the people that they've not seen? Well, or is it that the government is not communicating enough? What do you think is the problem?
Well, whether it is the fault of the people or what has happened, and now we're here to let people know that this president that you're looking at has a lot of wonderful plans for Nigeria. Look at this new Ministry of Livestock. You know what it's going to do? Do you know what the Livestock Ministry has done in Brazil? Do you know how that enough?
I just have to even stop that there and just to actually even ponder, do we even have a continuation government? Like, we're not even speaking of a PDP APC government. We're basically speaking about how should I say it, an APC to APC transition government. And then you're talking about plans. Let's do the calculation. APC has now been in government for 8 years. No, 9 years, going to 10. And we still haven't seen these plans. And Nigerians are not even asking for too much. Don't get me wrong. Nigerians are not asking for too much. What Nigerians are asking for are the bare minimum, the very bare minimum to be able to get by. Nigerians provide themselves with water. And if you look at the Water Board Corporation, that is meant to be providing water to every homes in Nigeria, I don't think you can confidently say that clean, potable, drinkable water is provided to every homes in the country. I don't think that's the case. That you can open your tap and then you can say, okay, the Nigerian Water Board Corporation would supply you water. It doesn't happen anywhere. Let's talk about electricity. This is a government that has been placed going to 10 years. Cannot say that Nigerians can confidently enjoy 24 hours of electricity every day. Maybe 24 hours is a bit of a stretch. Let's say 12 hours constant electricity every day. Let's talk about the health sector. Even those in power do not even make use of our own health sector. Let's look at the various sectors in the country. I don't think you can actually say any sector in the country is working aside corruption and looting of public funds. Are the only sectors in the country that is working at the moment. How about education? Do you know in 2024, UNICEF did a report to say Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world. Infant mortality. The list will just keep going on and on. That the country is simply not working. And then you have somebody coming on national TV to then tell Nigerians, you understand, that they have to exercise a bit of patience. That things that were inherited was at a very bad state. That we as Nigerians should exercise a bit more of patience. So before I go to Kadiko FM, and I'll say to everyone, please repost, share the space so we can have more people joining the conversation. And if you're listening, by all means, please request for the mic, because as the day goes by, what we're going to try and do is give an update of day 10 of the protest, and then encourage those that are on ground, to actually come onto the space and then give their experience, so far. So yeah, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Kadiko FM, wherever you're calling or spacing from. So what are your views so far based on the president's speech, the demands, and your day 10 protest review? So welcome to the space. So that's you, Kadiko FM.
Here, good morning everyone on this platform. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. I just wanted to, right from the beginning, even before the protest, I did not expect Tinubu to give any speech that we solve the problems, at hand, or to give any speech that is actually the mind of the people, because that has been the way our politicians or our leaders, see Nigeria. Because once they get there, the Nigerian people are third-class citizens. But once they are, actually advocating for you to vote for them, you see them praising you and trying to coerce you to believe in what they believe. What I see in that speech is telling Nigerians that, look, or the youth that, look, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, I still stand on what I believe in. I still stand on my programs. Whether it's anti-people or not, he doesn't care about it. Because this protest was actually enough room or space or time was given to him to react to what people demand, the demand for the protest. And if he's actually a proactive person,
Sorry, Kadiko, we lost you there. Are you still there, Kadiko?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Kadiko. Go on.
To stop people from protesting, but in the end, there is no headway, in his address, in his speech. There is no headway. He did not address, the demands for fuel, to be to fuel price to be reduced, or the electricity tariff to be reduced, or even this excessive, expenditure on governance. Okay, these are maps that are supposed to blueprint that you're supposed to dish out that very day. Oh, you guys are very wonderful for bringing my mind, or for bringing me to this point where I begin to think of how to reduce the cost of governance in Nigeria. Okay, the current, the recurrent expenditures, in Nigeria. Okay, the judiciary, reform. Okay, the National Assembly, how to talk about, they do part-time job. Okay, so the Electoral Act. Okay, so these are the things, the issues that I was expecting him anyway. I was not expecting him to do that, but if I were him, that is exactly where he would have dwelled on. Okay, to talk about those things, tell Nigerians his plans. Okay, on those issues, human capital development, agriculture, because people are talking about hunger. If you talk about hunger, you ask yourself, what are the indices? What are the factors? Okay. He's supposed to talk about those. Agriculture. Oh, this is agricultural period season. These are what my plan. Irrigation. Okay, I mean your agricultural season is going out because they didn't even start planning it since last year. All they were planning is how to buy yachts, buy private jets, renovate vice president lodge, renovate all kind of nonsense, give first lady that's not even in the constitution, billions of naira to change vehicles. Someone that have been in a senator for how many years, that has a lot of money to take care of herself. Even him as a president, if you actually have the Nigeria people in mind, he's not even supposed to be spending the Nigerian money, taking care of himself, because he has the money already. He can take care of himself even without collecting salary. The one that he's getting from Lagos is even enough for him, to be able to take care of himself and his family, other than digging hand deep into Nigerian pockets and be spending money buying cars, fleet of cars for his wife, and renovating their houses and all whatnot. So it shows that he's not a patriotic Nigeria. That is exactly what I expect him to say, but I was disappointed. Really, really, I was disappointed. I saw Ogun State governor brandishing or broadcasting buying bikes, all these rechargeable bikes, for people, and then he was driving it. I started laughing at this people. I said, these people are they're actually analog set of people. You bought thousands, or how many numbers of bike, from another country, and you actually needed it. You cannot come together. We have engineers here. You can now come together and see how you can produce those things locally, just to make sure you don't, put more burden on Naira. Okay, you don't do that. All of them, instead of them we have local companies that they can contract all those things to produce, but they rather go abroad and buy, and because that is the way they loot money. And we all know that, you leave what you're supposed to do to ameliorate or the suffering of the people. You're building a white elephant project, and why people are dying of hunger. The youths are there's no job anywhere for them to do. Why not bring down something that will engage the youths? Because they are the futures of tomorrow. If you build skyscraper, reach the heavens, and in the end, all those require maintenance as well, and we don't have the capacity in the nearest future to maintain it, it's all going to crumble. Okay, you start building people. The most crucial and important development or investment is on the people. That is exactly what China did, and today they can manufacture anything. They don't just start building nonsense skyscrapers and all whatnot. You build people, and people will now develop and then build also skyscrapers and all these white elephant projects that they are looking at, because that is the way they loot money. That is exactly what Nigerian government and that is exactly what they focus on. In the end, if you build road today, before their 4-year tenure, the road we damage, okay, you begin to see potholes everywhere. And you ask yourself, or another government will come in and destroy the one that the previous government did and go back again. And you ask yourself, those monies that they spent, that in 4 years, they are gone. And it does not even impact anything on the people. Why not concentrate on building people that will now build the futures tomorrow? Giving them all the necessary support, that they needed. I heard the Minister of Sports and whatever talking about Olympic and how they gave the athletes, money 3 months before the Olympic. How do you expect them to get ready, prepare themselves? That is why no medal. They've not got any medal so far. 3 months. Fire brigade approach 3 months before the Olympic.
And don't,
so how did they
and don't forget that Olympic, Nigeria spent 12 billion.
12 billion. Yes, 12 billion. And you begin to ask yourself, 12 billion is gone down the drain. Gone down the drain. You just dash people money and loot the rest money, and then it's all well. And Nigeria is keep nosediving. Is that how a country supposed to, plow to succeed? No. So, it's actually as in his speech, Tinubu's speech, Mr. Tinubu's speech shows clearly that it's going to get worse. Either he's been deceived, or he doesn't know his left from his right, okay, or he's actually deliberately doing it to punish the Nigerian people. He doesn't care. He just wants to get his own money, and like Tinubu, like Buhari did, okay, get his own money and walk away. Nigeria has turned to be a marketplace where people come, trade, get their money, and abandon the market and go their way. That is what they're doing. Because I don't see in the entire, as in a human being, that your children are crying for hunger. Your children are crying for bad governance. All you did was to unleash the security agencies to go after them. You cannot come down from that your high horse, okay? Come to national what is it called, stadium, Abuja Stadium, National Stadium Abuja, okay, they call it Moshood Abiola Stadium Abuja. Come down to that place to address your people, or even go to NTA, or even go to NTA. Engage your people, engage the youth, your sons and daughters that came out on the street to call that, look, there is hunger, they don't have job to do. All you did was to do a record stuff and play for them because you don't care. You don't have any solution to their problem, and you did not even address their problems. All the things that he listed that he has been doing, it has not trickled down to, it has not affected. There is no effect at all in the Nigerian space. There is no effect. Okay, people are talking about, you're still paying subsidy. Okay, why you removed, and if even the fuel, you cannot even see it to buy. With your 700 and 800 naira per liter, you cannot even see it to buy. This is the worst since ever I've been knowing what politics and governance is in Nigeria. This is actually the other days. It's crazy, and it has slowed down the people, to transact businesses and to do what the means to, that the fuel to run your vehicles and all whatnot. It's crazy. You should come down from that high horse.
Can anyone hear Kadiko FM, or it's just me? Kadiko, I think we lost you.
Talk to people okay, talk about how you are going to work all the modalities that you've set, you've set on ground to work based on what their demands are. Okay, because you cannot keep spending money. Yeah, talking about. Talk about it. Tell them, okay, how can you guys come in? Let's do all these things together. Because you guys have already noted it. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing. You can't keep spending money. Okay, now the crude oil the only thing that Nigeria depend on has been sold in advance. And you keep borrowing money. You've removed fuel subsidy. You're still borrowing money. Okay, on top of it. How come? What? I can remember I read about the method that China used in getting themselves out of all those mess they were at those days. Why can't Nigeria think about how to have a model, okay, have a kind of, okay, this is exactly what we're going to do. If Nigerians can tighten their belts, if they actually see that yes, you're moving to the right direction. After the election and the inauguration, people started looking at him, what he's going to do. But he was busy buying yachts, spending money unnecessarily, borrowing money. That is why people are angered. And all you do was to unleash thugs and police and military on them to kill people up and down because they are protesting for their rights. It's high time the leaders know that power belongs to the people. They can be the leaders, but they should know that power belongs to the people. But to be honest with you, I'm disappointed with the protest. Because to me, it has not actually yielded fruits the way I thought it would. When I mean yielding fruit is this, making sure that you break what I mean by all this, because what happened in Kenya actually led them to a certain height in progress. Okay. But here, there is nothing that we can say, okay, this man have signed or the National Assembly signed as the law. Okay, going forward, this is exactly what is going to be done in Nigeria to be able to come closer, to the youth and their demands. Nothing. All they did was to call for recess. Just go and calm down. Let them just shout. At the end of the day, now we come back and do what we know how to do best. Or loot Nigerian resources. Go there and waste our time. Because this National Assembly, headed by Akpabio, is actually, I don't know. I've lost what to qualify it. So it's crazy. Nigerian youth.
Well, Kadiko, I will come back to you on you saying that you are very disappointed in the protests. Would it be that you're disappointed in Nigerians or you're disappointed in the protest itself? So why I asked that question is, even myself looking at making some very good comparison, especially in the north, the northerners, let's be fair and let's give them their flowers. The northerners came out en masse. They were being killed day in, day out. They were still coming out. I give them their flowers. And we saw that effect. The videos, pictures are everywhere on social media. Then you're looking at the southern fronts. I'm just looking at a broad picture, not just selecting. I'm looking at a broad picture of Nigeria itself as a whole. And then you have an instance in which in the southern side, you are not getting that amount of people coming out to peacefully protest and then say enough is enough. We're tired of this bad governance. So I believe the low turnout in the southern fronts was what killed, in my opinion, was what killed the morale of this whole protest. We've also had some arguments on the southern side saying when there was a northern president, the northerners did not come out to protest. But now when you have a southern president, you expect the southerners to come out and protest against that president. And let me just give you an instance. I've even heard some people say, "Oh, you're cowards, you're this, you're that." Let me give you an instance. It's like me and you, we are neighbors. Just clear instance, we're both neighbors. And whilst we have our cars parked on the driveway, when thieves came to actually rob me, I was screaming. I couldn't come out and then defend my property. And thieves vandalized my car. And then you, my next door neighbor, when thieves came to vandalize your car, you were calling and asking me for help. I didn't come out. You took charge, went out there to actually stop the thief from actually vandalizing your car. Between you and me, who is a hero? Is it me that just stood by the window screaming, shouting, "Ole, ole, 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 ole," and nobody came? And instead of me going out there to defend my own property, I stood back and said, because you didn't move, you didn't come out to support me. In your turn, in your time of peril, I won't come out and support you. And this is exactly what is going on. If we're in the South, whilst Buhari was there, we all felt this hunger and hardship. We came out and then protested. Maybe, I'm saying maybe Nigeria would have turned out differently. But then turning to the Northerners to say, oh, because the Southerner, that's why we shouldn't join you and then come out in oneness to actually speak against bad governance. For me personally, I'm just speaking for me personally, that argument does not actually weigh up. And I see the current hardship. Everybody's feeling, in fact, when I'm looking at the pictures and videos of Lagos, it is hard to imagine that Lagosians actually buy PMS the same price that everybody does. It's very hard to see. But I also saw a picture, I think somebody said it was Lagos. I don't know if that was Lagos, in which there was free bag of rice, not bag, mini bags of rice, packaged small portion bag of rice. People were willing to die and commit, like, let it be stampede, just to get one tiny portion of rice. This did not happen in the north.
People actually died.
This did not happen in the north.
People actually died.
This happened in the southern side of the country.
In Lagos.
Somebody, I don't have proof if it was, but somebody said to me, that is Lagos. That happened in Lagos.
In Lagos, this one is there. You don't need to have proof. It happened here in Lagos. It happened in Lagos.
So those that came out, my point is, those that came out to peacefully protest, I give them their flowers. The success of that protests and the morale of the protests died because majority of Nigerians were passive. The contract has already been signed. We die here with this bad governance. We will not speak against it. We will not wrestle against it. We will not resist against it. They can keep doing what they want to do. The ones that cannot bear it anymore will take the easy way out, commit suicide. And the ones that have a bit of change in their pockets can jackpot and escape this suffering. And the ones that cannot would suffer till their maker calls them. So that's just my own 2 cents. But I'll just let you round up in 1-2 minutes so we can go to a larger extension.
Yeah, thank you. Let me say I'm disappointed, the way Nigerians turned up. Or yes, even if I know the reason why I said the protest. Even if the Northerners that actually came out en masse, fine. Because one of my bosses those days once said that if you ask you to go and do something If you like, break your legs and your hands and everything. If you do not achieve that, that particular thing is not achieved. You did not achieve anything, but your legs and your bones were, shattered. Fine. We understand that. We put it aside. The Northerners came out fine, but what is the achievement? The achievement is just like what the Kenyans did, and the bill was what was thrown in the dust. That's exactly what I expect to happen. Let them keep this protest for 10 days supposed to keep going on until government come down from their high horses and begin to change things. The National Assembly will resume back to to their offices and begin to enact laws that are public friendly. That is the only way you can say yes. The one that happened that was 24th year now, and before another one can happen. And some, or which other country that is also happening, until they change things. Like the other.
So I think Kadiko, we're losing you there.
Singapore is happen. These people will regroup back. It's just like you're treating the disease with a substandard drug. You're causing more harm than good to yourself, because yes, those diseases group work, there won't be any some form of protest again in Nigeria. Because yes, we are doing it because yes, the law give people the right to go out on the street and protest, which they still deny it, by allowing people to do that.
Kadiko, can you hear me?
They'll just enact. It's doomed. So that is exactly what I'm looking at. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Kadiko. And just to say that before we go to a larger extension, just looking at the figures of people that came out in the Kenyan protests, Kenyan population is nowhere compared to Nigeria. Although 1 million people did not come out to protest during the End Finance Bill in Kenya, which started on July the 7th. No, not July the 7th. Sorry, I was just looking. So the whole struggle of the End Finance Bill has started since July the 7th for 2023. But Kenyans came out in their tens and tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, because the protest was going on in multiple cities, in Nairobi, in Kumusi, in Mombasa. So they were all out in numbers, in good numbers. And this is what you need to sustain a protest that would bring change. Not 50 people coming out or 100 people coming out. In some states, not even 1% of the population in states did come out. Not even 1%. And I can assure you, the only time this administration was a bit uncomfortable was on the first day, because that first day people came out en masse. So the difference between Nigeria and Kenya was in Nigeria when they had that first day, I think it was the second or third day when the first protester was killed. When people came out en masse, That helped to fuel more people to come out, in which protesters were gunned and tear gassed. Instead of them retreating to their shell, more and more people came, in solidarity to support what was going on. But in Nigeria, from the very first day, people came out en masse. A whole lot of steam and energy was lost. I can understand. I can clearly understand in some quarters why people didn't come out after then. Some people just felt the antics of the ruling party, which was APC. They played different antics, and then some Nigerians fell for it. But my respects and flowers to those, especially in the north, and then some states in the south that have been relatively unnoticed. And I could give you a clear example. Edo State is one. Port Harcourt is one. Those were people that were coming out day in, day out. But it's because they don't have that same recognition like Lagos. So people don't really look at them and give them their flowers. So those two states, maybe there are more. I'll definitely give my flowers to Port Harcourt and Edo states. In the southern fronts, they did come out in mass, I think for about 3, 4, 5 days. And then it was slowly dying away. But yeah, we'll go more into that details of our review of day 10 of the protest. But before we do that, let's quickly go on to Alaja Extension. Alaja Extension, welcome to the space, and it's been a very, very long
welcome. Time. No, Allah, it's very long time. Good. I hope you can hear me freely now. I'm audible, right? Okay. Actually, you see, I have a different opinion. So whenever I came to your space, I used to tell you that I no longer see Nigerians as a Nigerian problem as the problem of northern and southern Nigeria. I just see it as one unanimous problem. You see, when it comes to the protest, to weigh in its benefits, its tangible and intangible benefits, I can see, yeah, we have a lot of shockers. We wasn't expecting the kind of, outcome, the kind of, whatever follows after the first day. That wasn't the expectation. But wallahi, I will be a hypocrite if I told you that I did not enjoy what has happened and what has followed. Because to me, I know I'm not sounding condescending or not appreciative of the people that gave up their life. No. May their souls continue to rest in peace. But one thing, when you look at it from our own perspective in the northern Nigeria, let's say this for example, when you look at the level of docility the protest led that to break, and the level of awareness it created, and how it reorients the political school of thoughts of our people down here, I'm telling you, it is going to materialize in the 27 election or in the nearest future to come. Because you can see to it, I know we are all expecting tangible benefits. We are all expecting the pressure to continue. We are all expecting our institutions to back down, to call down, to say, what do you want, Nigerians? Let's have a sit, let's discuss. And that wasn't happen. And we can all see where the presidential speech was coming from, with a lot of loopholes and shenanigans and brouhaha. It doesn't make any sense in its all entirety. You can say, are we living in Saudi Arabia, whereby monarchy is practiced? What is a democratic Nigeria, especially with regards of the demands on bringing back fuel subsidy and all other interventions, And even if you listen to the recent 8 minutes, clip of the Vice President of the Nigeria, just good intention and vibes, and inshallah, this is something that you're expecting from maybe a large extension or any other compatriot that is trying to say, let's wait and relax, everything is going to change. But if you came out and all those kind of rhetorics, you see, it fuels, it fuels our frustrations, it fuels our anger. But now let's look into the intangible benefits that the protests, created. You can see, I know maybe you have seen a lot of people now summoning, initiating a petition to call back their legislators, their respective legislators, especially when you look at, I have two examples now, one in Kanu Central, the Kanu Central Senatorial District, Sadahanga. The people have already petitioned to the EFCC to recall him and the State Assembly, and Federal Assembly. And when you come down to the street and continue to discuss, and people are now seeing that yes, there is more to the democracy than what we know. We have the right to call these people back. We have the right to shoulder with these people. We have the right that these people are going to work for us. And I'm telling you this, God, and inshallah, God willing, even if we went to 27 for election or any other way, the rate at which people sold their boats, collecting one spaghetti down here in the northern Nigeria and other places, it's going to reduce drastically. Because in our previous space we had and discussed with contemporary political analyst and an Islamic scholar Malam Ibrahim Khalil of Kanu, we discussed this in extent. He paints the whole picture, and he comes from the same ideology I and the majority of our brothers, Nigerian brothers here, having. Because if you look at it, the level of intangible benefits that are already manifesting, the level at which our people are rising, are saying enough is enough, the level at which people are getting ready, getting prepared to demand for governance, the level at which we are all saying to these all people that enough is enough. This is a democratic system. We are not blind followers. There is nothing like blind loyalty. There isn't anything of such. There isn't going to be that. We are demanding our right. We are going to fight for our own right, and we are going to make sure that our democratic given right must be imposed. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that you can see as the previous election 23, a lot of people. Let me just say it. Hypothetically, to me, by 80% of our people sold their votes by having one spaghetti and chicken change almost of 1,000 naira. But I'm telling you, when it comes to 27, there isn't going to be that. I think the only people that will be able to access one spaghetti and cast their votes are the people that are living in down remote locations whereby radio frequency is not available, and they have never, the kind of location whereby a single battery, to recharge, to put inside a radio station, to power a radio station, is not available. I think that's the only places that we can say they are totally cut off from the system to know what was going on, and yeah, they might collect the one spaghetti and boot. But I'm telling you, even all the people now, whoever discuss, whoever coming from the rural location carrying cassava on their heads, our girls that are working, all our boys, all our people that are coming to the city to cook, whoever you discuss with is telling you that I'm not going to collect anything. I'm going to vote for confidence, and I'm not going to vote along the party line, and this must work for all of us. Look, I used to say this, God, I used to say, I said, hunger doesn't know anything. It doesn't know any language. There is one thing that I couldn't remember the English name, but the local name is Tapasa. Japar recently made a tweet about it. He said it is no longer available. It's a common weed, that is predominantly found, in the northern Nigeria. Now it isn't there. People have already eaten it all. People have consumed all of it. People are bringing it down from other places to sold it. I'm telling you, and even 100 naira on there isn't. You just have to come with 200 naira. And then again, when you look at how our people now, I don't know, majority of us know masa or don't know masa, but it's pancake look alike of a tin that was made from rice. But nowadays, if you come to northern Nigeria, people are making it from plow. Yeah, plow, and then you can have a masa of salmon bitter again. So you can see the reason why I said this protest to me have an intangible benefit that will materialize in the coming years. And that is the only way we are going to say, yes, we have done a little compared to what we are expected to do. But I'm telling you, and I will continue to say this, in the subsequent days or time to come, if these things haven't changed, and in the same Nigerian news take to the street, may God bless us all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alaji Extension. Yeah, you've spoken really well. And then whilst you're speaking, yeah, I understand. Hopefully this end bad governance protest, I like what the Northerners are actually doing, trying to recall some of these senators, which I believe we should start testing our democracy and then seeing if we're truly in a democratic setting. Whilst you were speaking, I was then going through there was an article that was just released this morning, in fact, a few minutes ago. So it was an expose by Sarah Reporters that was saying that the National Assembly under the leadership of Godswill Akpabio has now given the go-ahead and allocated 40 Prado Jeep SUV to outgoing commissioners of the Public Complaints Commission, PCC. Now, this is this is an organization I don't even know if they even function, because looking at that girl Chioma and Erisco, I would have expected PCC to actually step in a lot of public complaints. But you got 40 Prado SUV Jeeps that, based on the research that was done, each of those 2022 model goes for nothing between 70 to 100 million naira for one. So doing that 40 would have cost Nigeria, as at 2022, nothing less than 2.8 billion naira to be able to procure them. Now, this is where it really gets interesting. These 40 outgoing commissioners of the PCC, they were actually sworn in by former President Muhammadu Buhari in July 2021 for a single term of 3 years. So what they've now done, they've done a deal is, as they're going out, they've signed a deal that those SUV that would cost between 70 to 100 million are to be sold to them for a paltry 5 million naira. And then guess what? They are now looking to procure another new set of Prado Jeeps for the incoming ones that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is actually going to appoint. This is a country where its citizens are dying of hunger. And I say it, Nigerians, our politicians and leadership, they are not slowing down anytime soon. And I still stand on that. They are not slowing down anytime soon. But I agree with you, a larger extension. We can start little by little, step by step. But when it comes to loosening of public funds and embezzling the treasury, our politicians are running even faster than Usain Bolt in looting the public treasury. But yeah, thank you very much. I'll come back to a larger extension. But let's quickly go through.
Okay. I want 2 minutes. I just want to say something on that note.
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
All right. Yeah, you see, good. I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. But you see, when it comes to breaking this mind transformation of a thing and holding leaders accountable and for them to slow down, let me just say one thing. Like you see, when I think the report of this recent Sahara Reporters publication is verified, then we just left it to the one-man opposition. Because what Mbele is doing, it's something that has even made the world a lot of easy for us, for a lot of activists and all other people. So I think when he verified that news and he made that, I'm telling you, just keep being optimistic, God. Everything is, I'm telling you, inshallah, we are going there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Chacha vehicles that have been used for 2 years going for 5 million naira. And then the incoming ones, how dare you give them old Jeeps that were bought in 2020? Like, how dare you? That's an insult. They have to have brand new ones as well. So what are you going to do with those old ones? Onboard it to the outgoing commissioner. Welcome to Nigeria, unfortunately. While we're taking baby steps. We are taking baby steps. Our politicians are running faster than Usain Bolt when it comes to Then welcome to Nigeria again. The incoming ones that deserve new Prado Jeeps. That's if they're gonna get Prado Jeeps. Well, I believe that's what they're gonna get. They'll get Prado Jeeps too as well, like the last one. At a cost between 70 to 100 million naira. Guess who's going to pay for it? Taxpayers like you and me. The future of our unborn children. And the resources yet, in fact, Nigeria right now is selling crude oil that has not been lifted from the ground. So we're even selling the birthrights of the generation unborn. So yeah, I'm just saying. But let's go over to Otumba Dike. Otumba, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're spacing from. The mic is yours. What's your take so far?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Let me start from where you stopped. What these guys are doing. You see, Nigerians as a whole, we Nigerians, we actually know these things. But the problem is that we do not understand the consequences of these things. So an average Nigerian, when the person hears Tinubu or Babio budgeted so amount of SUVs for so people. They were like, oh, now thief they thief, now our money they thief. They do not understand the consequences of those actions. For example, once in a while, there's something I used to tweet. I'll just tweet, what happens when Nigerian can no longer meet his debt obligation? That thing is a very deep question, but no one has even answered me well. We are sitting on a time bomb, and I think the politicians actually know this more than Nigerians in a whole, because what happens when Nigeria can no longer run anymore? They are just borrowing money left, right, and center. And these monies, you have to service the debt. Not pay the debt, you have to service the debt. So the consequences is what Nigerians do not know. Both Nigerians home and both Nigerians abroad, we do not understand. We feel we actually do know these consequences, but we do not know the consequences. How grave? Because, let me give you an example. If someone's daughter or son were to be kidnapped, so someone's child were to be kidnapped, that person would not rest till the person liberates or bring out his daughter or son from the kidnappers' den, right? But here in Nigeria, we have this half and half way of fighting for the country. We just have this lackadaisical balcony kind of attitude of like, oh, it doesn't cost. That bothers in the fact that we do not understand the consequences of most of the things. Even people that are very loud on Twitter, they do not understand consequences of most of the things that they actually speak about. So it's just the consequences. And I think slowly, poco a poco, when the consequences, or when people start becoming business literate and political literate, because it's not about having a PhD in one field or whatever. I think Nigerians mostly are not politically literate enough. That's the first thing you notice, even here on Twitter. You don't even need to go to the grassroots to find out. You see people take on business issues, economical issues, political issues is always off. It's always off. You will see maybe David Hunde will tweet something. You will see someone who just come out, with all boldness, tweeting something that the person actually is bold enough to tweet, but the person doesn't know the person is actually saying nonsense in the grand scheme of things. But now let me, drive back to the protest stuff, which was what I heard before I came up. And I also tie it down to Nigerians not understanding consequences. Number one, what happened, or what was called for? Was it a protest or a revolution? Can you just answer me so it doesn't be as if I'm the one talking? Was it actually a protest or a revolution? I just want to know.
Okay, I think this, okay, if you want to go into the, going down to the legality of what's being used. So, so a protest, okay, let's define this. So a peaceful protest is where people will all come together, and then we are in unison coming together to then voice out, our discontents with some kind of government policies or end bad governance. So that is what a protest is. Now, when you're talking about a revolution, how you can link both side by side. A revolution simply means you are coming out. So a revolution just means a movement, basically. You're trying to turn around, the system. So is a French word, revolve, like you're trying to turn around. That's what revolution is. So if people are coming out, so I'm saying end bad governance. People are coming out to say, look, we're tired, of bad governance. We want good governance. If people are coming out to say we want a revolution, you want to turn around the current system, which is end bad governance, and then give us good governance. So you can put both side by side, if you get what I mean. If you really want to go into the real modalities and real explanation of those two terms. But for me personally, I don't think trying to define revolution and protests is even a topic to be discussed. All we're just saying is give us good governance, you understand? Rather than looking at the intricate details of what a revolution is and what a protest. Everybody wants good governance. And I believe if you speak to 9 out of 10 Nigerians who say yes, we want good governance. The only one that will tell you they still want the same status quo are those that are benefiting from this current system. I don't know if you get what I mean, Otumba.
Yeah, I get that what we called for was actually a protest, because protest is more like you are telling the government to fix it. But when you want to revolt, you are actually taking things in your hand and saying, we do not trust you to fix it. So I believe that what we were calling for, what people came out for, was actually a protest, and it was a success. Because I don't like the tone most of us a couple of days are using, saying, oh, that people wasted their time. You guys are wasting your time there. I'm not saying it's not you that is saying it. I've been reading people's comments and I'm very disappointed. There are a lot of high points from what happened for 10 days. There are a lot of points we can take out from it. And I think what is causing disappointment is that people actually had the hidden feeling that probably it would spark a revolution. But I actually knew it was never going to do that, because Nigerians yet do not understand the consequences of every day of Tinubu being there. Even we on Twitter here, most of us do not understand 1 second of Tinubu still being there, the type of damage, the amount of money that man is packing from the subsidy things. The 900 people are paying for fuel, the 1,300 people are paying for fuel in the north and other places. People don't understand the consequences of these things, and not even to, even to them themselves, to their daily life, because the money that if a government that was selling fuel at 200 naira or 300 naira a liter was in place, it means that any day you go to buy fuel to fuel your car, you are losing in that time, in that moment, about, for 300 minus 130, you're losing 1,000 naira per liter. That is the personal consequences of Tinubu being there and his mortar refinery running. So I think that's that for that. So back to what I was saying on the protest and revolution thing, it was a success. First of all, the fear of NSAS is gone. Not totally gone, but partially gone. Let me remind us that this is the first serious protest that's happened in this country for the past 4 years. 4 goddamn years. 4 years. Another high point from what's happened, the protest that happened, is that the North has woken up. If you could remember that the present government packed imams and religious leaders from the North and splashed a whole lot of cash on them. Yet the North that we in the South used to, let's say abuse, or I don't know the perfect word to use, but we always say that they cannot think past religion, etc. But they were able to do that.
Otumba, sorry, don't insult our Southern brothers. Our pastors collected as well. So
pastors collected, and
our Southern counterparts collected as well.
Thank you. So it was even those pastors that collected that were even successful. So a lot of meat was actually broken with this move and this protest. And I really feel, and I would love to remember those who actually lost their life to get all these things done. And I think it would be a disservice for us to sit down and just say it was wasted. It was not wasted. One of the key things I found out is that it's even the South that actually religiously blinded than the North. So let's also remove that. Northern people cannot think past Muslim, they cannot think past religion. That one has been broken. That's one side. Another myth that was broken, another thing that was broken in these protests is this Oro rubbish. That every time during the election, I'm having a feedback from somebody, Samuel or so. During this, what are they calling it? During elections and co, Tinubu invented a structure, the Oro structure. That Oro structure was actually broken. Another thing that was more clarified in this protest is that Tinubu has little or no Southwest support, because you could see people that were speaking, the actors that were speaking, this Damilola guy that was speaking, they were all Yorubas. So he broke the myth that this guy actually won, though even the forged results, he lost Osun State, he lost Lagos State, even in the forged results. So everything still borders on that these protests and people who lost their life, they lost their life, it was not wasted actually. They brought out a whole lot of things to the glaring view, but I think that is why we have failed to highlight these issues and make them big and bold enough to strengthen more Nigerians who were having doubt or who were having fears to actually understand that the country can be theirs and it is theirs for the taking. Another thing that we found out is that, Abuja and Lagos is important in what we are doing. Yes, you can shut down several places, but if you cannot shut down Lagos and Abuja, so, then it's almost as if you are doing lethal. So these are the key points that we brought out because people were bold enough. A few of us, because the church before protest was so much. But when the protest happened, most of the people that were church-in could not even stand. They went off, they locked off. They could not stand the pressure. So we need to understand that what happened in Nigeria is unprecedented. And it is one of many protests. This protest emboldens us as Nigerians. You understand? It breaks that mental barrier of you cannot stand up against the government. And everything is poco a poco, little by little. You come out, you protest, you go back. You come out at a point. By the time someone, because Nigerians, sometimes we are so selfish that it has to happen to us. My brother was killed. That is why I'm in the protest ground. Calm down. Tinubu is going to make sure that this thing gets round. I give you that assurance. That man is not slowing down. He's not going to slow down in looking for ways to enrich himself. That man, I do not know if he's trying to beat Elon Musk or something, or he has even beaten Elon Musk and he's trying to make monies that. But just in short, Tinubu is going to make every Nigerian ready for protest. And by the time you are coming out steadily, and the government knows this, but we do not know this, or we have failed to see it this way. The more you call for protest, the more you are testing, not only testing, the more you are defying the system. Because they felt that after the election, Wike was trying to break our resolve, to break our spirits. He will come, he will say certain things, he will flex or something, they'll be dancing, they'll show their video, trying to make Nigerians psychologically down. But the protest showed that it did not work. So we have a whole lot of things to take out from these sacrifices that our brothers and sisters made. We have seen that the diaspora, in as much as they were shouting, "Go out there, go out protest!" When the protest started, most people just locked off. They couldn't stand the heat. So we all need to go back, ask ourselves questions, question ourselves why, this government was able to make certain people not to protest and start breaking those structures. I don't want to mention names. There are a lot of structures that the government has right now that worked for them in certain places. We need to start breaking those structures. So to me, were they protesting or were they revolting? No one can plan a revolution. It is through protest that a revolution can metamorphose. And that's why they wanted people out of the streets as quick as possible. Because there will be a momentum where the first day that's 10,000, the next day that's 30,000, the third day that's 40,000. And let me end with this. Do you understand that these their supporters who come online and defend their government? Do you know that they told them not to come online because they did not want to provoke people? Because as their provocation and gaslighting they be. Guess as person go gaslight you for social media, you will just open your door, enter flight, go Abuja, go protest. So they had to drag those idiots back out. You are not seeing them anymore on spaces. Even on our obedient spaces that sort of claim to be sort of neutral, which are not even obedient spaces to start with, you found out that those guys took a back step. So what happened in the country is unprecedented. I can keep on naming several successes the protests had, but in this country, we are so used to bad things that good things don't sell. We are so good at fighting each other that we would always look at places to fight or, take a jab or uppercut on the other person or, below the belt punch on other people. But we broke a whole lot of structures. we learned a whole lot of things. And we are, in fact, our dignity was restored as Nigerians, because no one will say that we did not protest. It got to a point where other African countries were heavily on us, calling us cowards. But at least this protest is the first of many. And I believe as other protests happen, even if there will be a 2027, this government would understand that they fucked around and they found out. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Otumba DK. Very powerful submission there. And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the protest has not recorded some successes. It has. And for me, these are my own personal opinion. I think one of the successes, that this protest has been able to debunk some lies. That look, the North is the problem, and the North is what is holding back the progress of the country. I believe that has been debunked, fully been debunked. Also, it has now given like you said, Nigerians, that fear of not wanting to protest. That has been broken, because since EndSARS, that fear has always been in play. And we've seen people being killed day in, day out, still coming out, to protest. Day in, day out, they're still coming out there to protest. And in my own personal view, I think Lagos has been unmasked to be a toothless bulldog. That is my own personal view. And I have to use those harsh language. Now, heroes that have emerged, in my personal opinion, these are the ones I know, and I give them their flowers. Port Harcourt and then Edo States. Possibly, I think, Oyo or Ondo State. There are other few states that hasn't garnered a lot of attention. I think the whole focus has been on Lagos, but you've seen what has happened in Lagos. So maybe people in Lagos states, they buy things cheaper than anywhere else in the country. So maybe I don't know the reason why Lagos has not lived up to its expectation. Abuja has tried in their own little way, but I can say Abuja has not lived up to its expectation as well, because I'm not seeing 1% of the population of those states coming out to actually peacefully protest. I've not seen it. So for those that would say, 1%, if Lagos is a population of 10 million, 10% of that is 1 million. 1% of that is 100,000. So I don't think 100,000 people actually came out to protest in Lagos. I don't even think 100,000 people came out, or 1% came out to protest in any states of the Federation. But before we move the mic on quickly to Samuel, so whilst the protest was ongoing, I'll just read you some quick facts so Nigerians can actually digest on a lot of stuff that has been going on since the protest that commenced on August the 1st. So firstly, I'll take you to Ondo States. So from recent budget findings that have been done in Ondo States, it has been reviewed that in the first quarter in the Ondo State budgets, that the Ondo State governor actually Ondo State budgeted 245 million naira to buy 2 SUV for the state assembly speaker and for the deputy speaker. So I repeat again, for Ondo State budgeted 245 million naira to buy 2 SUVs. And who were receiving that SUV? It was the state assembly speaker and the deputy speaker. They bagged 2 SUV worth 245 million naira. And that same Ondo State government also budgeted 107 million for primary health care for the people of Ondo State. So for primary health care, you take 107 million, whereas for the state assembly speaker and deputy speaker, there you go 245 million naira. Also, let's take it to Adamawa State. So the Adamawa State governor budgeted 2.3 billion naira to actually build deputy governor's lodge in Abuja. 2.3 billion, Adamawa State, to build the deputy governor's lodge in Abuja. And then let me take you to Yola State. In Yola State gives 472 million to primary health care. So that's primary health care for everybody in that state, in Yola State. Also, another thing coming up since this was ongoing was on the 8th of August, 2024, Ayaksi village in Ukum local government of Benue State, there was a bloodbath in which bandits and, I don't know, unknown gunmen unleashed violence in which 60 lives were lost in Benue. And this happened on the 8th of August, 2024, which was a mere 2 days ago. But because of the whole protest and a lot of things going on, this didn't actually make mainstream media. But on the 8th of August, which was on Thursday, there was a bloodbath in Ayaksi village in Ukum local government of Benue State, in which over 60 lives were lost. And then finally, to round up the whole segment since the protest started, I've never seen this in my life. Bandits actually did a giveaway on TikTok in which Nigerians now started sending their account number to bandits so their accounts could be credited. And I asked the question again, Nigeria, which way? If we cannot stand up and ask for good governance, is this how we are going to keep living? But yeah, let me not bore you too much. Let's quickly go over to Famzi. And just to say to everybody listening, please reshare, repost the space, and request the mic so we can have a very interesting conversation moving on. And then hopefully we'll start getting word on the ground from people protesting this morning all over the country, and then see one way or the other how we can actually give them the needed support, asking for change in the country. And I believe if there's good governance in Nigeria, even us in the diaspora would also enjoy the benefits of good governance. So please do not be passive. Nigeria can always happen to you, even though you live in the diaspora or you live in Nigeria. At some point in time, bad governance, will catch up with you. So let's quickly go to Famzi. Famzi, welcome to the space. What's your take?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. I need to make some contribution towards the protest. First of all, any protest that has a date is doomed to fail, because protest is just a reason for getting angry over a cause, and it is a spontaneous thing. Now, first of all, one of the failures is announcing a date for 1st of August to 10th of August. The question I always ask is, after 10th of August, if nothing happens, what next? And
Sorry for interjecting. Do you mean date or timeline? Because they're two different things.
Date and timeline. Date and timeline. Date and timeline. If you go and check the protest of the Arab Spring, it started in Sid Bouzid in Tunis, in a village where a small tomato seller, they seized his tomatoes, and he said, I'm a graduate, I don't have job, and I'm doing tomatoes, I'm selling tomatoes to feed my family. And the next thing, the police seized his tomatoes and burnt it. And he went in front of the station, poured petrol on his body, burnt himself, and immediately the full village caught fire, and there was a massive protest. And that protest started from that village till it got to Tunis, the capital, and made Ben Ali, the president, the debatable president I've said for more than 20 years, to run away from power. And that protest swept to Egypt and brought Hosni Mubarak down. Now, that's number one. Then number two, if you check the protest grounds, when I knew that the protest was doomed to fail, sorry for saying it, it's doomed to fail, was when the government started saying they were trying to do a meeting with Adegboruwa and some other protest leaders, and they said they went on space. Now, a protest that is bound to succeed does not actually have a leader, does not have people that are giving them direction. It's a directionless protest. Everybody goes. That is why it is very difficult to stop, because who are you going to negotiate with? That is the problem. So when the likes of, because if you look at this protest,
What I see are the likes of Deja Jeonju, Showore, Indibet Byong-Fyong, Adeburua. These are the people that the government were even trying to negotiate with. And they were even telling, Adeburua came out and said, I don't think we should protest again today. So it to me, I just look at it as this protest is bound to fail. Then thirdly, for every protest to have a weight, you must occupy the seat of power. Go and check every protest, even the one that's happening now in Venezuela, in Caracas. Caracas is on fire. Bangladesh, Dhaka is on fire. The president has run away. Hashim has run away. She has run away. And now the protesters are demanding, even though the army said they want to take over, the protesters are demanding for a professor who will take over, a neutral person, that this is what they want, not what the armies want. Now, if you check the protests in Egypt, the protests in Tunisia, the capital city was harnessed by the protesters. So now that's number 3. Then the fourth one, look, the protest in the north was directionless. It was directionless. It was not focused on, because later I saw them carrying a Russian flag.
Oh, all right, okay, fine. Let me just sorry for cutting you. Let me just show you that you're not the inconsistency. So one, you're saying that the protests had leaders. By all means, from what I've seen, there are no leaders. These are just people coming out in their own capacity to actually come out and then give their own statements. So I don't think those names you mentioned, the government would, one second, Famsi, the government would always give that excuse that they want to actually negotiate with X, Y, and Z people. Once there's that vacuum, there'll be people that will fill that vacuum. But by no means, from my research, looking closely at social media, would I say Deji Adeyanju, was speaking, or Showore. There was just solely that vacancy there. And if somebody like Peter Obi would fill it, he would. An article in his own little way, try to fill some kind of vacancy. That vacancy by his tweets actually did. In fact, I can tell you one of article tweets that actually made a huge impact that a lot of people were not aware was when Atiku said, look, that the armed forces killing people should just be reminded that they are not going to go scot-free. So if I'm a security chief and I know there's a possibility, looking at the last elections, and then people are saying that the president doesn't enjoy support in the Southwest, and then looking at how the relationship between the Southwest and the North has gone sour because of this protest, there's that high possibility that Tinubu may lose the 2027 elections. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm just saying there's that high possibility. So if I'm a security chief and then I'm looking at the opposition saying that, knowing that there's that possibility that opposition will be in power, I'll by all means simmer down. And we saw how the military, since that speech was made, I'm not saying factually this is what happened, but I saw them now calm down a lot. Now, also going to your second claim that you made, that the protests in the North, had no direction. The same way you said that the protest shouldn't have a timeline, shouldn't have a date. That means there's no direction. So you can't say in terms of the time and the dates, there's no direction, and how it should be conducted, there should be... No, I'll round up quickly that there should be some kind of direction. Yes, I get what you're saying, that there should be some kind of direction on what needed to be achieved. I agree, but I don't see that as enough reason to knock down what the Northerners have been able to achieve for this past 9-10 days. Yes, it didn't go perfectly as explained, but I don't see that as enough, because you keep saying why the protest was not successful. That's where I'm coming from. I don't see that as enough reason to just knock down what they've done in the past 9 days.
Now let me say something so you understand. You see the NSAS protest. Why the NSAS protest became this? It was because when they were protesting in Abuja, Showore had a case. Showore came to Abuja to come and identify. And the protesters said, "You are not our leader. Go and check. You are not our leader." He was even virtually chased out. Just go and check the NSAS protest. He was virtually chased out. When Aisha Yusufu came, Aisha Yusufu did not speak. But when he raised his hands up, he became a symbol of the NSAS protest. But she was not speaking. Because the protesters, as at that time, said they don't want to have anybody that will speak for them. Because when you speak for them, the protest is defeated. Now look at the first day of the protest. It was the day or two that was all over in Abuja. In short, even in the what do you call it? In National Stadium. Now,
yeah, but 1 second, Famzi, you yourself in your own capacity can do so.
now
You can set up a ring light and speak. Nobody is stopping you. You understand? Nobody is stopping anybody from not doing that. You can go back to Nigeria and then collect a megaphone.
No, you said something about Benin. You said something about Benin, the protest in Edo State. Do you know why the protest in Edo State is always that brutal? Because nobody believes that anybody is a leader. Just go to Edo State when they are protesting. Even when the Obedient Movement came out and said, when Labour Party came out to Edo State, they chased them out and said, we are not this thing. We are Obedient Movement. See, if you go to Edo State, and that is why Edo State protests are always like that. Because every community gathers themselves and say, fine, let's fall in. We don't have any leader, nobody to talk to. We are just protesting. And that is their focus. Nobody to say, come and speak to. When you allow people come on this thing to come and take the shine.
All right, okay, Famzi, sorry, Famzi, because I'm having a bit of feedback.
Yes.
So, yeah, Famzi, if you just wrap up in 1-2 minutes, I'll engage you, and other people want to engage.
I know. So then,
wrap up in
when I said the protest in the north was directionless, yes, they came out in force. But what they came out to do was different. So we're busy destroying things. So we're busy looting. And so we're
no.
I'm telling you.
Come on, no.
If you go and check.
Famzi.
I'm telling you.
See, Famzi, you're someone, that I respect. You come on my platform, yes. But to then say, look, people were out there, I think it was Kano State, peacefully protesting. That was the mantra.
Yes.
Peaceful protests. Yeah.
Yes.
Now the police, you see what I'm saying, a date and a timeline. They have put out those dates and timeline out there. It is now down to the government to ensure that lives and properties are protected. Do you know that is the job of the security agencies?
Of course, yes.
If the security agencies actually spend 50% of the energy they used in trying to stir up or stoke up the flame or amber of fear, and then doing their due diligence and then gathering intelligence to ensure that lives and properties were secured. And you have to lay it at the doorstep of the president. The president is the commander-in-chief. You won't see that looting and then killings and whatever happened in northern parts. It's like you hire a security man to guide your property, and then your property gets looted, and then he's saying you should blame the thieves. The thieves came at night time. That was why they were successful. Would you still employ that security guard, or you fire him?
See, go there. You need to understand something.
No, it's a question.
Yes.
Would you still employ that security man?
You fire the person.
Fire him.
Exactly. Now,
so don't buy into that narrative.
See, go there. You have to understand something. Look, you have to understand something. I need to drop something so you understand. Number one, any protest that is happening, if you are a president and they are protesting against you, one of the greatest things you pray for is for looting to take place. because that is the only way you can clamp down on the protesters. When they are looting and destroying things,
So
that is only when
Famsi again,
look
they don't
now.
plan. They are the instigators, like the
So
main culprits.
let me tell
The
you. But
see, wait, Famsi, I have to stop you here. The
yes,
president and whatever, they do protest as well. I have not seen the military firing tear gas or the police firing tear gas when there's a pro-government protest. I've not seen looting. They do
yes.
thousands and thousands of people turn out to their protests. I don't see Agberos or touts intimidating their people when they come out. They take due diligence. They even block the road if you're worried. Like people are saying, no disruption of roads. People should move. They even block the roads, and you don't see that level of violence, looting, and killing. Now, ask yourself the question: why?
Yeah.
Ask
Good.
yourself
You are
why.
trying to. You are trying to. I'm trying to pass a narrative, and you're not waiting. You're not trying to. You listen to what I'm trying to say. Are you getting me? Now go and check the NSAS protest.
Famsi, please, 1 second. 1 second. I want to
Yes.
ask you this question
Wait,
truthfully and genuinely.
sorry, Joe Biden.
I'm
Farms,
trying to.
just wrap up one.
I need to pass a message so I
Just
understand.
wrap
Look,
up 1 minute.
if you check the NSAS protest, the government sent people out to loot, but because the people were direction, they had the direction, the purpose, they blocked off everything. They blocked off everything. It was during after the shooting at Lekki's this toll gate that the looting became obvious. But during the protest, you never saw. Don't think that people don't go out to say they want to go and rob, but they made sure they blocked everything because it's going to spell doom for every protest. So if they are protesting and people are destroying properties on the first day and looting, definitely that protest is failed. Go and check every protest all over the world. The moment you start looting, whether it's the government that sponsored it or the protesters they cannot guide it, that is the end of that protest. I'm telling you, check every protest in the world. And if a protest is directionless, is focused and all that, any looting will be stopped very immediately by the people. You don't wait for the government to come and stop it for you. You don't wait for the government. If you are focused, go and check in Benin. They don't rob when they are protesting. They don't break anybody's shop. Everybody is focused. They can block a whole road for 2 days and no vehicle will pass. But you will not hear them breaking into people's shop. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Famsi. I don't know where you get your information from, but I can tell you, whilst NSAS was going on at Lekki toll gates, it didn't even happen in Lagos State. There were crimes that was going on all over the 36 states in the Federation. See, there were crimes going on. And like I still say, I solely lay it at the feet of the government. It is your job to protect the lives and properties of citizens. Yes, the citizens can try their very best in ensuring, that properties are not looted. And I came on Spaces and I kept saying it time and time again that, look, citizens arrest, make sure anybody looting is not on our side. We say that so many times on Spaces, but the primary functions of protecting lives and properties lies solely with the governments. But I'll just leave it there. Let's quickly go over to Joe Biden and then Otumba DK. And just say, so everybody listening on the space, please reshare, repost the space, and then request the mic so we can have more people joining into the conversation. Later on today, we'll try and see if we can tap into those on ground, and so we can give our voices and our support to those Nigerians that have actually taken time out to go out there to physically protest and say, end bad governance. So see 1 or 2 ways we can support their efforts moving forward. And just to actually debunk that claim, so there is a World Press Conference was held yesterday. I'll try and post that up on the Jumbotron. A World Press Conference was done yesterday, of which one of the organizers, I think Office of the Citizens, I believe, they came out to do a World Press Conference. Well-meaning Nigerians did a World Press Conference, and they said, look, that the government has not, adhered to their demands, and hence the protests would continue. So there's no end dates. The only end dates, as far as I'm aware, based on that video that I've seen from well-meaning Nigerians, is the protest can only end when the government start looking into the demands. So just put that disclaimer out there. So let's quickly go on to Joe Biden and then Otumba DK.
Good afternoon, guys. For me, I'm just going to first of all discuss Famzi. Famzi, you dropped a lot of what we usually call lamba, and I have to correct a lot of them. One of them, you said for any protest to be successful, they should not be a date, it should not be announced. Most organized protests have dates. The idea of dates is to let whoever you are, it's just like giving, like NLC does, gives the government time to solve the problem, to prevent the protests. If you go on Google, just go or go to Wikipedia and search for timeline of Kenyan protests. From the 13th of May, the 18th of June was tagged online mobilization. That is where the Reject Finance Bill mobilization started. And they were mobilizing online from TikTok to Twitter to Facebook, which was reasonable enough time for government to take charge and fix whatever the people were asking for. People started protesting in hundreds on the 18th of June, 18th and 19th of June. The protest picked up some days later, picked up momentum some days later. So it is not true. Secondly, protests across the world happen as it is happening from the Arab Spring to what is currently happening in the UK and what happened in Kenya. Criminal elements and some stooges of government usually go and start looting. Criminal elements just look for anything that would overpower the police so they can commit crime. What's happening in the UK is already happening. The UK protests have not even gone up to a week, as far as I know, and people are already trying to loot and destroy things. That does not count on what makes a protest successful. Government, as usual, will mobilize their people to have an excuse to stop the protest. If they try it and it doesn't work, that's when they now move to dialogue. An example in this protest, Bola Tinubu waited till on the 9th day to tell police not to use live ammunition on protesters. Growing up, I know when protests happen, what you hear when police uses gun is rubber bullets. I have not heard one mention of rubber bullets in the last 10 days of this protest. So if you are saying that it's because they announced, you are wrong. If you are saying it's because looting was happening somewhere, you are wrong. Finally, you mentioned several times that when you realize this protest will fail. Me and you know from your tone that you want this protest to succeed. Me and you know that from your tone that you want an end to bad governance and with everything you said. But I now went through your timeline. Maybe my Twitter is not working and I don't know how, I cannot search again. I have not seen anywhere where you suggested or complained about these things. Or while the protest was going on, giving it a chance of you posting videos of it happening. I did not even come across any of the demands on your timeline. I did not come across any point. I'm coming from Z, please don't unmute. I did not come across any point where you said, oh, this is what should be done. And across different social media platforms, TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, I have seen so many requests, I've joined so many groups, I've seen so many engagements, and I don't think I have seen you, maybe with another name, but I've not even seen your input in it. So it's as if you are one of the people that, because I know one of the first things you mentioned was cho-cho-cho. You are now doing the cho-cho-cho, even as the protest is going on. I'm not saying this to deride you or to insult you. I'm just saying that one of the biggest reasons why these things fail, while this protest seems to have failed, because for me, as far as I'm concerned, it has not failed, it's going on. President has spoken to Nigerians as regards, even if he said nonsense. President is talking, politicians are on their guard, the security is on their guard, so it means it's working. But one of the reasons why it is not going at the rate we want it to go is primarily because a lot of us see the protest as a dead thing. They should do this, they should do that. When we can do this, we can do that. For a lot of Nigerians that I know, have been doing a lot of things. A lot of Nigerians in diaspora, they are not in Nigeria, but you will see their input in different ways. You see them input by hosting spaces. You see them input by bringing ideas. You see them doing inputs by raising funds, up to the extent that they are even attacking them for raising funds, and they have frozen some of their accounts. If you are in Nigeria, if you are not in Nigeria, mobilize for your family members to join the protest. If you are in Nigeria, please come. If you can afford to fly, I know 2 Nigerians are flew into Nigeria and are handling this protest. They are part of the protest. So we have to find a way to do and not talk. It's good to talk. Talking is very important. But try to do what you can do. Don't conclude that you have failed just because you saw that, oh, there's too much water in the pot of rice. There are different options. You can drain it. You can change it to tuwo. You can make it soft rice. There are many ways to make it work. But condemning it or jumping to say, I told you so on day 10 of the protest, when you could actually mobilize people to come outside to protest, is what I feel bad about. Finally, Nigerians, thank God it was announced in the World Press Conference yesterday that the protests have not ended. It has not ended. The National Assembly went on recess sharp because they heard there was protest, or they went on break because of the protest. The National Assembly will come back. The president came and did not address our demands. The protest cannot end. It has to continue. If you have any ideas that would work, that will make the protest continue, please bring it. If you say you want to start your own protest, please start it. But if we go back and sit down and assume that because we said 10 days, we go back, and between these 10 days, the government has not come to say, oh, this is the easiest list I saw. I saw 10 lists, but I picked the easiest one, and MC will have done number 1, number 2, number 3. See, Bola Tinubu would finish Nigerians after tomorrow. So this protest cannot end. If you have to go and meet your mother that is a market woman to tell her to mobilize fellow market women, please do. If it's pensioners, please do. If it's military men, please do. If it is children, please do. Because this is, as in, if we allow this to happen, the protest ends like this. My brothers and sisters, we are going inside hellfire with Bola Tinubu. And it is not something we want to experience. Bola Tinubu will do to Nigeria what he did to Lagos, but in tenfolds. I'll use the mic here, greatest.
Yeah, thank you very much, Obiden, and I agree with you 100%. So
some things I said.
But let's Famzi, I'll come back to you, but let's go to Otumba DK quickly. So yeah, Otumba DK, the mic is yours.
Okay. All right. So I think I'll toe the line of Joe Biden, but I'll be very quick so that Famzi can, explain some of the things here. So it's good I speak so that he can answer both of us, together. Number one, Famzi. See, the easiest job in the world is to stay at the sideline and criticize, or say this one won't have worked, this one won't have worked. And if you can remember when I started speaking, I don't know if you were here, I said the problem lies in anybody that's saying it is a failure. Is to ask yourself, were you asking for a revolution or a protest? Most of what you described was a revolution, even the one that happened, the Arab Spring and other things. So those were revolutionaries, not actually protesters. They were trying to change the government by themselves. Now, if you look at what you said the protest doesn't need organization, doesn't need announcements, this and that. Then you turned out and said that in the north, the protest was not organized, it was not this and that and that. But Famzi, honestly, if you cannot see that, I don't want to talk about the Russian flag on. That one you might say is 50-50. Might say someone that's mischievous. You might say, but I don't. But if you talk about those that are looting, thugs, hoodlums, and you do not understand that it's APC that did those things, then it means that you do not even, as much as you would like not want to agree, you do not have a full grasp of the Nigerian state. If you talk about hoodlums attacking people, and it seems you are not on social media when you heard, was it incoming viral, and he was explaining how when the hoodlums in Ojota were coming in, the police, they were reducing in number before the hoodlums attacked. So if you cannot connect these things, you do not have a full grasp like you think you do on the Nigerian state. And this is where the problem is. When people who do not have full grasp of what they are saying speak. So the agenda you're trying to push, like you said, I'm trying to push, how you call it, is a false agenda. Is a false, sorry, you said narrative was what you used. It's a false narrative. And that's why Goat was asking you questions, but you've not answered the question. You cannot, okay, you answered the question, but in another breath, you went back to what you are saying. And this is the problem. We do not take information. It's good that spaces are balanced, like you can talk, the person talk, you listen, you talk, the person listens. But when we cannot come to a point where we listen and understand, live, on that space, then that becomes a problem, because you're now stuck with the narrative that you want to stick. You're not listening, you're not learning, and that defeats the purpose of being on space and having a conversation, a balanced conversation. Because if it was the job of the police to stop looting, to stop what are they calling it, people that hoodlums, and you're now saying that it behests on the protesters, Nigerians who have bequeathed their rights in the constitution, the right to bear arms, to the security agency and to the government to protect them and to protect, and the same constitution says that it is behest on the government to protect, its primary purpose is to protect the property and lives of citizens. So, and you're now coming to say the protesters, it is the government. Let's learn to apportion blame and direction to where it's supposed to be. It has nothing to do with the protest. It has nothing to do with anything. The government failed, and that is what the protest is about. Because if the amount of guns and tanks and things we are seeing in this, I never knew Nigerian police had this amount of equipment. I thought it was actually the Nigerian military that usually has this type of equipment that I saw. You will see police PRO with a machine gun and big bullets, chunky bullets. So if you guys have all these things, the one in Akwa Ibom was flying drone, saying that about 10 drones that went to the Commissioner of Police in Akwa Ibom, that about 10 drones, I don't think you guys follow the news, that about 10 drones in Akwa Ibom, which means that you will have like 100 in Lagos, then you will have like 200 in Abuja. So why are those apparatus not being utilized, effectively to curb these crimes? It has nothing to do with protesters. So you cannot approbate and reprobate in the same issue. You cannot in one hand say that a protest needs organization, a protest needs a direction, a protest needs sort of, in what you are quoting, quote in quotes, but you did not say it explicitly, leadership in the north. Then you now come and say a protest is not supposed to have leadership in the south. You are contradicting yourself. So please do, explain properly, what you're actually saying. So probably maybe is that we misunderstood what you're saying, but you are saying the same thing, and you are saying you are speaking for yourself and against yourself. You are probating and reprobating on the same issue, protest issue. You are saying leadership is needed, organization, and like Joe Biden said, every protest is being announced. Your demand is being stated. Your mission is being stated. Your defense, which is like we are coming out peacefully, has to be stated. Your stance on issues, has to be stated. That any looter should be, arrested. Those have to be stated in a protest. But I think what you are saying is revolution, and we are not there yet, honestly, because we do not have the amount of people in Nigeria that's educated enough to understand the consequences of what is going on. Are they suffering? Yes. Do you know that they're suffering? Yes. But the consequences is what they do not know. They think they're eating the money, that the money is surplus. The money is never going to finish. They do not understand that every fuel that you are buying, 900 naira is going to, every liter of fuel you're buying, 900 naira is going to, those that are in charge of multi-refinery. They do not understand these things. They don't understand that these debts that these people are eating, that you have to repay the service debt or repay the loan eventually. So I'll yield here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Famsi. So before I even, Otumba, so before I even go to Famsi, I've been making that point of how incompetent, and let me break it in layman terms so Nigerians can actually understand what is going on. So this was day 5 of the protests. Yeah, day 5. because the protest kicked off on Thursday. They didn't anticipate the wave that people will actually come out en masse. Now, this was on Monday, day 5, leading up to the protest. Now, seeing people are now coming out in various zones to protest. I'll play a video for you, and this is the Commissioner of Police, Ado Jota, basically giving an interview to the press. Now, ask yourself the question, under what constitutional powers does he have to actually tell people when to come out to protest and when not to? Just listen.
At about 11 a.m., the police also
11 a.m.
to speak to the small group of protesters. The police say it's time to go home.
What happened in some other states, we don't want it to happen in Lagos. If you know you love Lagos and you love Nigeria.
See, do you know what this man is saying? He's telling you, I am incapable of protecting lives and property. I'm useless when it comes to my job. I cannot protect you. That is literally what he's saying to Nigerians and to the press. My job, which is to protect lives and properties, I cannot carry out my function. So there's nowhere in the Constitution that gives me the power to say you can't protest. But I'm telling you, irrespective, to hell with the Constitution. It is 11 a.m., 5 days going into the protest. Please go home. So that is in layman terms what he's saying. And then listen to what happens after I make the statements.
Thank you all.
Shortly after the police intervention, a group the protesters believe are state-sponsored came from the other side of the road to drive the protesters away.
If you see the big, huge 4x4 that these thugs were carrying, and then Famzi, you come on this platform and then you are saying to us that looting is going on, when I'm still telling you that these rogues and these thugs are working hand in hand with the security forces. I wish you could see the video that I'm actually watching, like right now. It's on Channels TV. If you have YouTube, just type it in, hoodlums dispersed protesters in Ojota, Lagos State. And the policemen were not far away from this happening. The policemen were not far away watching this happening. Thugs with huge 4x4 dispersing peaceful protesters.
Wait, have you finished? You want me to respond or not?
1 second. You hear the video.
And why you guys are watching? Why are you here? The soldiers are here also. Why are you here? You cannot protect us. You're being bothered by taxpayers' money.
Some of the protesters' demands include.
And that was what the young man said. Police are watching thugs intimidate and brutalize peaceful protesters. And he's asking, why are you there watching? Are you not being paid with taxpayers' money? And then somebody wants me to believe that the thugs are, I don't know, from where did they come from again? From the peaceful protesters? Or are they not government-sponsored thugs? But anyway, I'll let you respond, Famzi. I think we've even trashed this too much, but I'll let you respond. Yeah, over to you, Famzi.
Now let me try to boil down this in the notes. Let me just come out openly in the notes. Now, go and check the notes very well. Can you hear me? Now, hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Continue. We can
now,
hear you.
Go and check the notes. The governor of Kano State is Abba Yusuf. When he removed Ado Bayero and brought in Sanusi, a lot of people, mostly from Ganduje's Christian, came outside to protest. They almost attacked the Emir's palace until the police came and stopped them. Now, Abba Yusuf is from NNPP. He's not an APC member. Now, if you go and check Kanu's protest, go and check Kanu's protest from day one. When the talks came out, they were destroying things, destroying, looting, destroying everything. Look, that protest in Kanu is APC-sponsored protest. It's not a protest from the north. And let me come out openly and tell you people, it's an APC-sponsored protest and not a protest for people saying end bad governance. I just want to come out openly now and tell you people, it's an APC-sponsored protest saying end bad governance protest. The protest
Famzi, do you have proof, or you're meant to say that APC sponsored thugs to infiltrate the protest? So I think
I'm telling you now
need to pick your words.
In Kanu is an APC sponsored protest from the whole scenario that go and check it. They almost attacked the government house. They almost attacked the government house.
I'm saying peaceful protest that was sponsored and to allow APC thugs infiltrate. So wait, are you telling me that everybody we saw in Kanu were actually vandalizing, or just a tiny small fraction?
Goats. In every protest, we always look for ways to go and steal, because that's their trading stock. They will always look for ways to go and steal, even in Benin. But you see, if a protest is going on and all that, it is you don't expect the government to go and start arresting this thing. It is the right of the protesters to block those things so that it does not spread out. If it does, it has destroyed the protest. And that is what every government will pray for. That is what every government will pray for. Let there be massive looting, because that is the only way, the only justification they will come out with force and say,
that's what every government will pay for, or what every government will pray for.
That is what every government will pray for. Pray. P-R-O-A-Y. Whether they sponsor it by themselves or not, it's not their, whether they sponsor it for them to do robbery or not. Every government that once they are protesting against a government, what every government will pray for is let the people do stealing, looting, so that they can use that as an avenue to quell the protesters. That is what they pray for. Now that is number one. I want to respond.
Just wrap up.
Just a quick question. Please.
No, let him
like you when you're talking.
No, just a question.
Just let him wrap up. So it's
I like you when you're talking.
So Famzi, if you can just wrap up.
That is number one. Are you getting me? That's number one. Look, the protest in Abuja was a little bit, yes, the Nigerian wanted to take the shine. But if you go to Karo and Maraba, and when the people were coming, you will see that those people were more focused. And that is why, despite the fact that they said they want to guide them to the national stadium, they refuse and say they are going to 3 Arms Way. And that is what every protest, and that's what brought that the tear gassing in the 3 Arms Way and all that. Now, somebody said he went to my timeline and he never saw any protest. Now, can the person tell me how many times have he seen me post? Has he asked me if I'm a social media person? Forget the fact that I come here all the way to talk. Have you ever asked me whether I'm a social media person that you see me post? That you just conclude that this person is not doesn't want to end bad governance. Does he know me person? You think I come to social media to do all the talk and post and all that?
Famzi, since I've seen you change your DP, I would expect that you would at least one or two posts towards the protest.
I changed my DP as a sign of support.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have people that I speak to in Benin. I based all my life in Edo State before I relocated. I based all my life and I talk with people. You don't expect me to come online and be posting things. To me, I don't fancy that. I have a lot of things to do. Yes, I talk. When I talk, if I shut down this system, definitely say I'm going to work or I'm doing something else. So you don't know whether I'm a social media person or not. So you don't just wake up one morning, you start going to my timeline. Are you a DSS official that was sent to go and monitor me? Then to conclude about this, you see, when you talk, please, you should have a sense of decorum. And I know what I'm saying. Now, you talk about a protest, a revolution. What is the difference? What is the revolution? To revolt. What is the protest? To revolt. Are they not the same thing? And that is what Sowore told them in the court, that he defeated the federal government. What is a revolution? What is a protest? They are the same thing. They are the same thing. It's to revolt against government policy. Whether you call it revolution or not, or protest, they are the same. And when I said it does not really have a timeline, what I mean is because if you put a timeline, you give the government time to mobilize, to quell your protests. You do your mobilization and come out and say, okay, fine. You can decide to say, okay, fine, tomorrow we are protesting. But not to say, oh, we are going to protest on the, like today is what? Today is 10th of August. You say, I'm protesting on the 1st of October. That's no longer a protest. I don't want to talk too much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Famzi. And to say, look, for those that want to counter, please request the mic and then, give your views on what Famzi has said. So, Tumba Dike, I know you're going to go, but I feel if I let you respond, there'll be a back and forth between you and Famzi. So, Tumba Dike, just bear with me. Let's take the new speakers and then I can allow that back and forth to happen so I don't, restrict your time here. So let's quickly go to, we're going to take it in this fashion. So it's going to be Lamin. After Lamin, it's going to be Don Dave, Dwayne, and then Jacob. So, and just to say, let's employ a bit of decorum to our response or rebuttal so it doesn't become a free-for-all. So yeah, over to you, Lamin.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Goat. It's sad that this guy just came here and just spat on people that died in the course of this protest, people who were murdered by Nigerian police, and he came here and just spat on them, unfortunately. And yes, before I dive into the issue of the protest, yes, when you come here to talk down on people's hard work, people that are still in jail, people that are still in the hospital, people that are still running from these lunatics that call themselves police and army and DSS, and you just talk down on them, and you think that nobody will go to your TL and see what work did you do. If you can talk here, then you should post. If you think you have the right to come here and condemn the work that has been done and talk down on it, then somebody should be able to go to your post and say, what have you done? What did you do? If you're in Nigeria, did you protest? If you're not in Nigeria, did you mobilize people to protest? Did you share this protest on your field, on your Twitter timeline? Is it there? No. So if you think that nobody has the right to check your TL and talk about it, then you don't have the right to condemn the work that people have done, the effort that people are still doing, people that have lost their life, people that are in the hospital, people that are running away from this police force and DSS. So you don't have the right to do that. And again, in case you do not know, it is not a protester's responsibility to ensure that thuggery does not happen. It is not a protester's responsibility to ensure that looting does not happen. It is the police, in case you don't know, please go and check. It is the police responsibility to ensure that protest goes well, nobody is looting. The protests that happened in Bangladesh, did you see even biscuits they were taken from the Prime Minister's house? They took our sofas, they took our clothing, our refrigerator, AC, made away with so many things. The protests happening in UK, people were looting in stores and neighborhoods. Did police shoot anybody? No. The protests that happened in America, Black Lives That Matters that happened in America, people were looting. The protests that happened in Kenya, looting happened. If you create monsters as a government, be ready to face the monsters. It is not my responsibility to ensure looting doesn't happen. It is not my responsibility to ensure that thugs do not infiltrate the protest. It is the government and the police responsibility. I have notified them that there's going to be protests. As a matter of fact, the notification was for almost a month. So they should have put their house in order to ensure that this protest goes well. And if it does not go well, you cannot, I repeat, you do not have the right to hold the protesters' responsibility. You were giving enough notice. If you don't know, please go and check your constitution. Police is the one that will ensure that protest goes well. People looted. People broke people's car, burnt people's shops in the UK. Nobody was shot. People are being arrested, and they will be prosecuted for what they have done. That is what a society does. Not shoot people, tear gas people who are saying that enough is enough. We're hungry. There's insecurity in the country.
Can I ask you a very quick question? Why is it that when we have pro-government protests, we don't get shops being looted and then burning of I don't know?
This question should be directed to Famzi.
I asked him the question, but he didn't respond.
Exactly. And again, this guy said that it was APC that sponsored Kano's protest. I disagree with you 1000%. Protesters in Kano protested, went to the Kano state government's house, submitted that demand, and walked and passed. Then thugs came back and looted. Even the governor said it. The governor said it, Sarah Reporter said it, that these people that sponsored the thugs were APC stooges. So please, don't come here and spat on people's grave, thinking that people that died was for nothing. People that are still running from this government is for nothing. People that are still lying there in the hospital don't know their fate is for nothing. People in jail for doing nothing but protesting. Their freedom is that they're in the jail and they don't have the right to freedom because they're protesting. You come here and you just say things and you haven't even done anything, as a matter of fact, because so as long as on your TL I don't see anything related to this protest, I haven't seen you in any space telling people this is what should be done, this is what shouldn't be done, then you cannot come here and tell us that this protest was not organized, this protest is the people did that, people did this. No, please don't do that. If you think that you can come here to talk, then we have the right to also scrutinize you. Please, don't come here and insult us. Like the people that are risking their life to do this, please don't insult us. I'm begging you, don't insult us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Lamin. Yeah, I agree with some of the points that you made. People have actually died during this protest. People have actually died. People have actually lost their lives. And I asked you that question, Famzi, that why is it during pro-government protests you don't actually see this level of looting violence? People conducting civil arrests and then stopping.
Good. Can I respond to what you just said?
1 second, Famzi. Remember, I said you don't like being interjected. You have your go to respond, and Otumba DK as well would ask you a question. So you can just start writing the questions down so you can respond to everyone. So I still asked you that question. You did not give me a response. That is all well and fine. So I'm saying citizen arrests and then people ensuring that there's no looting, that is a bonus. That is an add-on. It's not your responsibility, but that is an add-on and a bonus if you can. And then the governor of Kano, who is the chief security officer of his state, who has intelligence and has resources at his own disposal, is coming out to tell you that these people who were engaged in this looting, arson, burning, thuggery, and whatever was going on in his states were APC-sponsored thugs. And you have no credible intelligence. You have no credible proof to actually say that it was, what did you say, that these people were not organically out there, they were sponsored. So I would also question you, where did you get your own intelligence from that the protest in Kano was not organic? People were not tired of bad governance. I could still ask you that question. Where did you get your evidence from? So we should be very guarded, especially on a public space with what we say. And the evidences are clear out there. And if Jonathan, who was present as at when Occupy Nigeria happened, was to actually use this same measure on the APC as an opposition, it would have been a total disaster, I can guarantee you. But Jonathan allowed peaceful protests to happen, and it happened. So you need to factor all these things in. You need to critically factor this in. And I put it to you, if I saw the pictures in Kano, thousands of people were out there in Kano. Majority were peacefully protesting. If based on your reasoning that these were sponsored to come out there and cause chaos, see, if 5,000 or 6,000 people were paid and then sponsored to just totally come out there and cause chaos in Kano, it would take less than a few hours to be able to quell that kind of tension. 5,000 people out there to cause chaos is not going to take a few hours. It will stretch the security for, and you have more damage than what you've seen in Kano. Far more damage. So that logic is flawed. It's flawed. That's why I tried to correct you to say, did you mean to say that it was APC-sponsored thugs who infiltrated peaceful protesters to cause the damage, but you refused to back down, and you are still going on your point that everybody out there in Kano was sponsored by APC to go out there and peacefully protest? And bad governance does not exist in Kano. People in Kano are not tired and asking for good governance, because that's the implication of what you were saying. But anyway, we'll come back to you, Famzi, but let's quickly go on to Don Dave, and then Waiting, and then go to Jacob, and then Otumba DK, and then I'll let you respond. So over to you, Don Dave.
Let me start by thanking all of you, especially most of you that organized this protest. I want to say specifically that as far as I'm concerned, and many people are concerned, this protest has
Sorry, Don Dave. Let me put a disclaimer out there. I'm not organizing any protest. I'm just a well-meaning Nigerian like you. I just use my voice on platforms to encourage people, to exercise their constitutional rights, which is to peacefully protest. I just need to put out that clarity.
Okay, your platform is a good place to thank those who organized it and had the success on it. And for those of us that supported in any little way we could. I would not say anything again, having listened to you and Lamin spoken after some things that this other person is saying. I've forgotten his name, that we keep arguing and going back and forth. The reason is because I'm in Kano. I live and work here in Kano. And I've been here for a while, and I understand the way the people here behave. For anybody, first of all, to claim that those who organized the protest, people didn't come out, that one is completely not true. And I believe you people have said a lot about it. Ordinary, I was saying, if I had not requested for the mic, I would just keep quiet. Why? Because I always want to learn. When I listen to people, I'm one of these people. One of the things I've learned from Joe Biden and Otumba on this space, and that is one of the reasons why I always go up to spaces, is that I had to understand the difference between a protest and a revolution. Before now, I also had the opinion that a good protest is going to come up without any announcement. That's the one that will have maybe the success everybody will agree to. But by the time they spoke, I learned. Now my frustration with this person that keep coming up to repeat the same thing is that my point is, are we really progressing in that conversation, or somebody will just hold an opinion, bring it to space, want to drop it, whether there is no place to keep that opinion, you just keep it there. Because I live and work in Kano. Even if I work in a construction company, even if you go out there and you try to do a particular, even if it is a party, like a party where people share food, who knows to come there? I don't know how the person who organized the party, who invited police to come and help me guide, because I know people here are always hungry, they only want to do something wrong. I don't know how that person will now begin to hold the responsibility of stopping people who are always waiting for a wrong thing to do things. During the 2023 election, when we used to go, if we want to go for even a street walk, we will invite the police, we will pay them, because we know how people in Kano behave. One any little thing happen, they want to loot, they want to get this one. And also for the governor of Kano self, for him to come out and begin to talk about APC sponsoring, you know they are sponsoring protest, or sorry, they sponsor some hoodlums to take advantage of the protest. You, who is the chief security officer of the state, what did you do about it? You did nothing. So people always want to shift blame from here to here when they are not able, like I think it was Otumba would say, when people are not able to do their jobs, they are not able, okay, we're the one that did that analysis from a protest in Lagos. Somebody, a policeman will come out and tell you, I can no longer protest, but you are collecting our money. So please, can we be a little more progressive for those of us who want to come to spaces to learn? Can this guy allow us to learn from those who have some experiences of things that happen here, so that we can listen and try to tell people around us the right way to do, how to do the next protest, how to get more success from it, rather than coming to repeat the same thing over and over. How many times do somebody need to tell us that it is not the duty of the person who is crying to provide solutions? Because if the person is crying, it means the person is done with everything he needs to do. I'm hungry. That's the only reason why I'm crying of hunger, is because I can't feed myself again. And so the person who is supposed to feed me should do the job. That's why I'm crying. So why not we all of us learn to come together and tell these people to do the right thing, instead of talking so much about, oh, we are supposed to do this, when people have done everything, in my own opinion, that they are supposed to do. And you still talk about these things not supposed, they did not do this one, they didn't do that one, they didn't do this one. I don't understand. I just wanted to point it out there that if we know clearly that this person is not progressive in conversation, there's no need for us to keep giving the person the chance to keep talking, because the more you talk, in every conversation, there are two ways to it. We don't know how many people are in this space. We don't know how many people are listening. Some people are confused. When we allow people who have a very wide saying, I'm sorry, I don't know this person, but if some people, the way they talk, it seems they have a particular motive they want to push. No, if you allow those people push it too long, it will begin to make sense to a lot of people. So for me, this back and forth with this particular brother should no longer go on. If we don't want to learn, we can't just, if he's not ready to say, okay, we've agreed on this one, can we now handle this one? We've agreed on this one, because the time I requested for the mic, what happened was that after Joe Biden spoke, Otumba spoke, I was expecting him to come up and begin to pick most of the things they were talking and address them one after another. And the very first thing that came on was that the protest in Kano was organized by APC, for crying out loud. I'm in Kano. I'm in spaces. When the protesters were looking for people to do some organization, I was involved. So it will be a slap on the face of those who struggle to organize the people, educate them on how to come out and protest peacefully in Kano. For you to come and tell them APC, the same demonic organization that is killing us, are the one that now organize protests in Kano. It seems to, but I don't know where this brother is, but I think that's not fair. I will stop my contribution here, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. And yeah, I agree with you. And that's also saying that they died for APC and then died for, absolutely nothing. Like I said, people have actually lost their lives protesting for good governance to be ushered in Nigeria. And also just to say, so for those joining, please retweet, repost the space, and request the mic so this can be an interesting conversation moving on. So aside talking, just to remind you that some well-meaning Nigerians, kudos to the likes of Durotimi and the rest other well-meaning Nigerians, I believe Prince Savior, Incoming Virus, so many of them, they've been out there some days, some every day, peacefully protesting in Lagos State, against all odds. So if you're listening to me on this space and you're based in Lagos, or you're based in Abuja, or you're based in any states in the Federation, 36 states, anywhere, if protest is going on where you live, please go out there and then join these guys in peacefully protesting. You are exercising your God-given and constitutional rights. Join them. If you are in the diaspora and you can't join them, by all means, help, encourage them is the least that we can do, or amplify their voices, because we are fighting, for the generation yet unborn and for this generation. Because I always say, I'm not saying it's all doom and gloom. If Tinubu and this current administration and this APC-led administration would see the end of these protests, they will choke their hand, or should I say their 10 fingers, in the eyes of Nigerians. Because in their mindsets and in their mind frame, the worst has come and gone. I don't know how much I can stress that point, because that is how they will see it. Would another protest like this ever happen? I don't know. But you can clearly see the strategy and the footprints is already there. Go and get a court order, confine protesters to one location. If they currently become too big, or the crowd is starting to gather, you tear gas them, you fire live bullets, or use thugs to intimidate them. And we saw thugs harassing media personnel whilst the camera was rolling. And I think somebody also filmed as well. If this administration can do that to the media and them the consequences, now imagine what they will do to just ordinary Nigerians like you and me going out there to peacefully protest. So we should make use and take advantage of this window. And if you're listening, please go out there, support in one way or the other and make their voices known. So without much ado, let's go to Dwayne. So Dwayne, the mic is yours. Dwayne, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just, I wanted to respond to what Pharmacies said about the protests being paid off by APC in the North. I just don't think that's logistically possible, because the protests are the most intense in the North, as we have seen so far. I hope that changes soon, and like the southern states also can reach that same level of intensity, but and there are simply a higher amount of fatalities in the North and deaths. So that's just false. I don't know where you got that from, but it's incorrect. I yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dwayne. And I agree with you. A lot of people have been able, to dispel that, should I say lies. But obviously, maybe Farmsies would have the opportunity, to correct what is being said. So yes, let's quickly go to Jacob. After Jacob, we'll go to Hani, and then Otsumba, and then Farmsy again before I go to Yusuf. So yeah, over to you, Jacob.
Yeah, good afternoon from Nigeria. Good. I appreciate you, Otumba. And the rest that I've spoken here, I personally felt, very pained, and I had to request for the mic. Number one, for the fact that, people died in this protest, and we must be sensitive, concerning that. We must really, feel empathy for those people and their families. And I appreciate you for what you're doing. You are adding your voice. I must say, and that is my opinion, that there will be no person who is educated, I know he's in support of ending bad governance in Nigeria, that will not have a platform like the social media, like this, the social media in any form, that will not tweet, at least tweet or make a post, whether on Facebook, Instagram, or on any other social media, that will not post something about end governance hashtag or any post even relating to that fact. So for someone to say that, I'm busy and all that, it's not busy. We're all busy, but we want things to happen. And I personally requested for the mic because there is a difference, Famzis, between a protest and a revolution. I am with my Longman's Dictionary of Contemporary English, Advanced Dictionary, and it defined protest to mean a strong complaint that shows you disagree with or are angry about something. So you disagree with something, you are angry about something, like the anger in these protests. This protest is because we are angry and we disagree with what the government is doing about their policies. People are suffering. Hunger is in the land. That's a protest. But when you talk of a revolution, which you are saying that they are the same, they are not the same. A revolution is simply a time of great, usually sudden, special, and political change, which is especially the changing of a ruler or political system. A ruler, a political authority, and all that. If the protest has started with that, tag of revolution, in fact, what they are doing now will be a child's play. This one that they send tear gas and even use live, ammunitions, shooting peaceful protesters, it would have been more terrible. So there is a difference between a revolution and a protest. This one is a protest. And we carefully, when this, the mobilization was going on, we carefully said that we should not use the word revolution, which will give them opportunity to, stop us from coming out. Sir, if truly you support end to bad governance, you would have made a post concerning it, like Lamin said the other time, and some others have rightly said. So it was a protest against the policies of this government. Hunger is in the land, and they are living wasteful lives. No true protester. Come and see. It is anything you see, looting and all those things are being orchestrated by APC government. That is its DNA. And rightly good, you said it. Why is it that when pro-government protesters are going on, there will be no looting? And it is when the real protesters will be protesting, which is anti-government, so to say. But who are really the people who want the best for this nation are protesting. That is when looters will come in. So let's not, try to just bring a narrative. At my age, I came out in Ogun State here. And so go here about 1 or 2 days, and I couldn't because they have already paid them. And you can imagine that in Ogun State, who also joined in bringing out a kangaroo, I call it a kangaroo order. And I pray that God will help us to organize on how to, challenge this order, because it's trying to suppress our rights. Bats and co, when they were protesting, they were there. Nobody stopped them. Like we said, give them freedom. And they were protesting all over the places with his coffin and all of those stuff. They were not dealt with the way he's dealing with us. Nigerians, you have tried. I give kudos to us. Those who have come out, especially the youths. The little bit I can do, I post it because why? Now, I have 3 graduates. I am in my 60s. I'm 62, July 18 this year. But then, my children, I make those posts and I do come out to speak on spaces because it is not for me. Listen, the little life I have left at 60, God give me 30 years, 20-something years, I'll be gone. Those who are younger will suffer most. But that is someone who is not Sheffield will not say I should just sit down at home. But the threat is too much. In a state that you have 2 local governments, Ado-Odata and Ifo local government, they are the 2 largest, first and second, Ado-Odata and Ifo. The 2 largest local government, both in population and land mass, have no good roads. And they will pay people 5,000, 10,000 to come against those who are protesting, who want to kill us, bring out all of the equipment. So please, protesters, we succeeded. we must not stop. Like someone said, if we stop doing something, I mean, it can be after the 10 days, we may go back to begin to reorganize, but we must still come out after some time to really stand against this government. Otherwise, I mean, so my simple submission is that, Famzi, we should not be having back and forth with you on this. You have spent enough time to speak. Let others speak. Let us not, begin to downplay what the Nigerians have done. And Northerners, in fact, I appreciate them. I appreciate them. Southerners too. The women who were there, youth, people were there protesting. But then North have shown that religion can no longer cage them. The imams and clerics and traditional rulers who collected money and thought they would stop. Did they stop? And somebody want to say, he's a Southern president. What is the benefit of a Southern president? Or my father, who is a leader and is making people to suffer. Will I still support that father? If I'm not wicked, if I'm not devilish. There is no Southern agenda. If Tinubu is not doing well, next year, 2027, we are going to stand on the fact that BVAS, IREP must be made compulsory to electronic transmission, and transfer, whatever the grammar. It must be compulsory, mandatory. Little South Africa was doing elections and the board was playing there. Real time, they vote and you see the result appearing in their collation center. And why is our nation like this? God will help us. Thank you for this privilege given to me. Nigerians, it's not a failure. This protest is not a failure. We've shown to them that we can stand our ground and we'll continue. And God will give us the victory at the end. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Jacob. That was a brilliant submission. And I agree with you in which you said that, look, irrespective of whoever is president, you have to come out there and, peacefully protest. And I think the biggest gain from this protest, for me personally, that it has helped to debunk a lot of lies. That is a North that is swayed mostly by religion and then ethnic sentiment. That's why I put up a tweet up there. So it's from somebody called Tunde Kingsley, saying to peaceful protesters, you people will cry for many more years. Protest is over. Go home and prepare for 2027. I will follow you to vote Peter Obi. So I can tell you from these tweets, I can clearly tell where he's from. And I can tell you the only reason why, he's against peaceful protesters saying end bad governance, it is clearly because the president is from the same geopolitical region or geopolitical zone. That's basically his only reason of why he's saying this. But what we're all coming out to do, peacefully protesting, is to say end bad governance. And like you said, Jacob, that a lot of lies has been debunked. A lot of money paid to clerics has just gone down the drain. A lot of intimidation did not work, both in the North and both in the South. I would say specifically Port Harcourt and Edo states, and then some other states. People did come out, although not the required numbers, but people did come out. Even in the Southeast, I saw a video, I think it was Enugu State, about 5 people or thereabout came out with a placard to say, look, end bad governance. That is, protest in their own little way. They came out to peacefully protest, and heaven did not fall. So maybe we can build on these strengths, moving forward. Enough is enough with what is going on in the country, and what we're all saying is usher in good governance, because that's the bare minimum that you can do. So thank you very much for that very good submission, Jacob. So let's quickly go on to Hani. After Hani, I'll then come to Tumba Tumba DK, and then Famzis. So over to you, Hani. Hani, are you there? Okay, I don't think Hani is there. So let's go to Otumba. Otumba DK, the mic is yours.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I wanted to actually speak. Thank you, good anyway. I've done the all protocol duly observed. This second time I'm speaking. I wanted to ask Famzi, but I think most people have actually put it to him. A protest and a revolution are different things, and a protest has to be planned. In fact, I think one of the things the government are angry over is the fact that the protest was even planned properly. Demands were being stated. People came up and the people were ahead of them. People were coming up with their stands on issues. If you see any person that is looting, arrest the person. You understand? But unfortunately, there's something that Famsi doesn't take to account. And it was like a question I wanted to ask him. If we are protesting in, I don't know, okay, many people know Lagos, so let me use Lagos as an example. Okay, if you are protesting in Oshodi, for example, and people are looting in Badagry, why? How do you expect the protesters to go and start guiding people's property? A whole lot of things Famsi said are not, honestly, it doesn't sit well with someone who is listening well. And I think, and I believe that except that he's probably a bad faith actor, I believe that he's someone who is genuine. I want to believe that he's someone who is genuine in whatever he's saying. So I think he needs to go back and listen to what other people, everybody has said here, what everybody has spoken about, and check his own stance. For example, Famsi, you're saying, oh, you do not have time, but you have a whole lot of time to come and piss on people's grave, because that's what you're doing, honestly. People died for this, and they did not die for themselves because they cannot enjoy a new Nigeria if that Nigeria has been formed. They died for you, Famsi. They died for me, Otumba Dike. They died for Goat. They died for everyone on this space. And I think when we start understanding and appreciating the sacrifices people make, we won't just come out and start saying everybody's. I don't understand why Nigerians are so zombified. Everyone always comes out as if they have the ultimate solution. And that's the problem. We fail to realize that the only solution is our numbers and the people. So what happened is a protest, and that protest signifies that a revolution is coming if the government does not take into account what the protester says. And we know that the type of person who is in power who is not going to take to account what the protesters are demanding. So a revolution is coming. This thing starts little by little. A protest is planned. A protest is organized. A protest agenda is set. We gave them ample amount of time for them to do useful things, but their solution to everything is rice. And even the rice did not get to where they said the rice were going to go. So please, we have to stop siding with our oppressors. At a point, as Nigerian youth, we have to understand that it's our future that is at stake. It doesn't matter anywhere in the country or in the world. It's your future that is at stake. You wouldn't want to raise your kids in a place where after they grow up, they'll just carry it to one old people's home and you stay there. As an African man, there are consequences to this. You cannot afford to keep quiet. You cannot afford to be a bad faith actor. You cannot afford to disguise and someone's giving feedback. You cannot afford to just, play dumb. We need to understand. We need to, as youth, to band together to understand that our future is at stake. And I believe that probably you've listened to what people are saying. The last agenda, probably, if you are an agenda pusher, you will come and tell us now is that Tinubu is from southern Nigeria. We need to band with a southern Nigerian. Are the people in the south of Nigeria buying fuel cheaper? Are they buying bread cheaper? Are they buying egg? Egg is now 7,000 naira a crate. Are they buying it cheaper? They are not. We need to actually develop our mindset in the society that we want to create. We need to grow up, honestly. The 100,000 naira some people were paid to support this government, 50,000 they were paid to support this government. What is the value of that money? This is the consequences of bad leadership. If you had 1 million naira when Tinubu got into power, the conversion to dollars right now is not the same thing. So whether you like it or not, whether you feel that it's affecting you or it's not affecting you, your 10 million naira in the account, in your bank account, your 1 million naira in the bank account, your 100,000 naira in the bank account is not of the same value. And the more that man keeps on staying there, the more Nigeria keeps losing its value. You are losing the value of whatever you have. So we need to understand that a whole lot is at stake. Our lives are at stake, and we should not piss on those who felt that we are worthy as Nigerians to die for. Please. So all this your talk of Kano protest, that it was APC sponsored. APC don't even have that amount of money to sponsor the amount of crowd we saw in Kano. So please, as youths, we need to band together and understand what's at stake. There are huge consequences of what is happening in the country every second that a kleptomania is in power. There are huge consequences that we might never recover from as a nation. The hatred, the disunity. There are huge consequences. Things are going wrong in this country. And instead of us to focus on those who are doing something, at least they are doing something. You are busy, but you have time to come and piss on people's grave. I don't think that's right. Go down here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Otumba DK. So before I hand over to Famze and then AO Yusuf, just also say again that people are out there. I've posted one coming from Lagos. Hopefully we're going to be getting some live feeds from people on ground protesting. So if you're in any states, especially the Nigerians in Nigeria, I've also had feed coming in from Plateau State. Please go out there and let us make good use of this opportunity and this window. For those that are in the diaspora, please let's see how we can amplify their voices, encourage, and then support them. So yeah, long live Nigeria and hashtag end bad governance. Please repost, reshare the space, request the mic so it can be an interesting conversation moving forward. So yeah, let's go to Famze. So Famze, I'll allow you to respond and then go to AO Yusuf. So over to you, Famze.
Hello, Goat. There are a lot of things I would want to respond, but I don't think I need to keep. I don't think I will have to respond to some of them, because most of the time people are bringing emotions into it, because I don't see any reason why people will come out and say I'm spitting on people's grave that died on a protest ground. Because it looks somehow, as in, I don't understand, I don't know how to put it, that I'm spitting on people's grave that came out to protest and they died. That I'm spitting on people's grave. So if people come out to protest and maybe the protest goes wrong, and I'm trying to say, okay, this is some of the reasons why they are going, it went wrong, does it mean I'm spitting on people's grave? You know how many times I've been shot at? So if I have died during protests, when I was protesting and all that, and somebody comes and says, the way people did it this way, that is why it happened this way, does it mean that they are spitting on my grave? So it's somehow, it's being crude. It's like people don't want to hear the other side and trying to decipher, because I see all the comments, people just come out to criticize it. These are my observations, and this is what I'm saying. These are my personal observations. So if you like, you go to my timeline and go and check whether I post or I don't post and all that. I'm not a social media person that is. Go and check how many people on my Twitter friends. They're not even more than 100. To tell you, I'm not. It's just this period that is even coming up. I'm not a social media person. That's number one. They're talking about protests and protests and yes, a protest and a revolution. Yes, quite well. I quite agree. The only difference between a protest and a revolution is when a protest is like a rebellion against maybe you are disagreeing over anything. When a rebellion succeeds, that is when it is called a revolution. That means you have succeeded in changing a government. That is when it comes, because everything is either you are rebellious, or because a protest is like a rebellious thing, saying I know agree for this thing, what they do. It's a protest. But when the protest becomes successful, it becomes a revolution. So let me just correct that issue. Then lastly, I will still insist. I will still talk about it. Look, if you are protesting and you expect you said, I want to respond to what you said, Goat. You said, why is it that when governments do their own protests, that people don't rob? Why? Because the government is the one protesting. If you are protesting against the government is looking for a way to stop your protest. And the only way to stop
I think the right word you should use is the governments are indeed the thugs carrying
Yes.
out.
No. Listen, God, let me land.
I can help
A
you. I will
government
say
can
that.
sponsor
Yeah,
thugs
I will say
to
it
go
for
to a
you.
protest ground. A government can sponsor thugs to go to a protest ground to go and steal, so that to create a bad impression that they are stealing, they are looting. Now the question is, if you are protesting against a government and the government wants to stop your protest, you think the government will go and start arresting people that are looting and stealing? That means they are even trying to make you protest more. So the government will do as if they did not see you looting, so that they can use that to quell the protest. So if a protest wants to be successful, you should know that every stealing and every looting, you need to stop it. You don't expect the government to stop it, because the government are at the edge. They are the ones you are protesting against. So if the government is protesting for themselves to give themselves a good name, they'll make sure that the police will come out and make sure that every protest that there's anybody looting, they will arrest the person. In the UK, yeah, people are shouting UK, they are protesting. Oh, they are not protesting, they are just looting people's things. And that's why the government came hard on them. When they started protesting in Southport, the government just looked. But when they turned the protest to looting in Sunderland, in Darlington, and in Middlesbrough, the government came hard on them. And that's when Starmer came and said he's going to deal with all of them. Because everybody has the legitimate right to protest. But when you start looting and all that, now the government don't see the protest now as, even in the UK here, they don't see the protest as a protest again. They look at it as stealing. So if you come outside and shout you want to protest, they will arrest you now. Presently, they will arrest you. Why? Because you have already started looting and burning of government properties. That is it. So don't expect a government to say, okay, they will come and arrest the protesters that are protesting against them. They will not do that. And that is what I want people to learn. They will not do that. The fact that I pointed out that these are some of the things that I don't like about the protest, they don't mean I don't support the protest. You don't know me, so you cannot just come and start discrediting me in public. So these are my own views about it. You may disagree with your own, but I don't come and start casting aspersion on your own person, and which some of you people are doing. And if they ask you, what have you done? You think it's just to go online to tweet that we bring protesters out? How many protesters came to Lagos? How many of them? Or don't you think when Obi was campaigning in Lagos, don't you think talks were there? Why didn't they overpower the protesters? Because they were much. When the protesters are much, if they surround everywhere, there's no way. But if you have a group of 10 people protesting and all that, the thugs can come and disperse everybody. But if you have much crowd, how will they come and disperse the crowd? So these are some of the things I'm saying. So, but I don't think I'm going to respond to anybody again and all that, because I think it's coming to being an insult. And I still insist, I still repeat, the protest in Kanu, let me not say it's I have a credible source, but the protest in Kanu, to me, by all this thing, looks like an APC protest, and I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
See, Famzi, okay, anyway, you've because I don't even want these conversations to be around what you're saying, because there's nothing wrong in life when you get something wrong and then okay, you admit, okay, I didn't really get the narrative well, but you're still doubling down on this claim that people in Kanu were sponsored by APC. So you could just come and then say, look, I think because people on ground in Kanu have come on this space to tell you what is going on, but you still insist. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but you still
I said it looks like an escape. I said it looks like it has the tonation of a. I'm not saying it's from credible source. I said from what I watched. I'm not in Kanu. I'm not in Kanu. This is what I see. I see online. I see from channels. I watch Arise. I watch other things. I make calls. What I'm seeing, it looks like an APC
Yeah,
protest
but what? Okay,
in
but
Kanu.
I don't even. So,
I never
what
said of.
do you
I
see?
never said of
The
George.
chief
I
security
never said George.
officer. Yeah. So
I
even
never said
no, you
George.
said
I never said
it
Kaduna.
looks
I
like
said in
Kanu.
Kanu.
Yeah. The governor, which is the chief security officer, has come on to tell you the same thing. We've had more than 2 people from Kanu. Or should I even bring Oge God and then bring more people from Kanu? Northerners have come out to tell you this is exactly what is going on in Kanu. Whereas you're thousands and thousands of miles away, you see from UK, you're seeing what is going on in Kanu when the governor is telling you. So I would expected you to back down on that statement and then say, yes, I agree. The same way somebody in Kanu will not be telling you what is going on in the UK. To say this is exactly what you get what I'm saying. You could have just backtracked from that statement, of which I know for a fact it is APC sponsored thugs who infiltrated that protest in Kanu, and for it to succeed was because the security apparatus were docile. If they spent half of the energy they used in trying to intimidate peaceful protesters and then stoke the amber of fear and channel that towards credible intelligence and then making sure that the protest was peaceful and successful, I don't believe we will have that same problem. Now, you saying that it should fall solely on peaceful protesters, come on, my brother. To them, police, people that are being paid by taxpayer. And I played a video of the commissioner in Lagos saying that he's incompetent, that peaceful protesters should go home. And whilst that was happening, thugs were attacking peaceful protesters right there in front of the police. And you want me to explain this more than I've already explained. But anyway, I don't want this conversation, to just keep going back and forth, because I think we've just expended a lot of energy. I want this conversation today should be progressive before we call the space to a close. And there are more videos coming out from ongoing, protests happening. I'll put on for Plateau States, and then hopefully there's going to be more videos. And then people from Lagos State, I know it's still very early. It's just about 12:30, just coming up to 12:30 in Nigeria. So hopefully they'll come on these platforms to just give their 1 and 2 in terms of their experience right now ongoing in Lagos State. So without much ado, I would say again, please reshare the space. Let's try and get much people as possible involved in this conversation. And do request the mic to not even just speak about the protest. What is your take so far from Tinubu's speech, which was 6 days ago, making it almost 1 week? What do you feel from that speech? I feel it was very, very cold. The way he just made that speech, it was more about bragging about his accomplishment, and he didn't even address the demands. So he was just, in my opinion, he was very cold. And I believe somebody in the villa had a bit of conscience. I know why I use that word, a bit of conscience. There was somebody human in the villa, especially who deals with the comms. There was a human being in Aso Villa who felt, okay, this was cold. Let us try and then control the narrative. So by all means, what they did was a cut and join clip. So I've seen that video. The president has been dressed in that same outfit before, the same outfits. So what they did was they released the video. I think it was on Wednesday. This Wednesday just gone, Wednesday or Tuesday, something around Wednesday or so. Then do the cut and join quick video of a previous recording, which then looks like, okay, the president is addressing Nigerians and say, just calm down. Things are currently hard at the moment. So he just tried to, do a very quick job so people can, calm down a little bit and then give a human face to the presidency. And then guess what? Another faction of humanless humans in the villa now came in, which that statement came from Bayo Nanuga's handle, to then say, oh, this video came from the presidency's handle, to try and then calm the tension down of Nigerians, to actually even give the president a human face. And then Bayo Nanuga then responded and then said that video is an old video. The president at no point in time, just to give you the impression the president is not weak. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn about your demands. The worst that will happen, you will come out there just like we've seen in Lagos and other places. The police would use tear gas at you, live ammunition, and lives have been lost. The president does not care. Don't look at that video that's come out from the official presidency handle. The president is not soft. He's not backing down anytime soon. That was an old court and join video. So basically, that was what played out in the early part of this week. The president doesn't give a damn about your demands. You can go out there, you chop tear gas and live bullets. That's what will happen. And then when it's all done, Nigerians will go back home and enjoy the suffering. So just to give you a bit of idea what's going on, and you can also still speak about, the president's speech and then the double message coming from the presidency official handle and from Bayo Nanuga. And then also, what is your take so far? What is your review on the 10-day protests? Some people are saying let it continue, which I agree. What other strategies? If it's not too much of a strategy, what are your observations, so far, and what have you learned from the day 10 ongoing protests that's happening currently now in Nigeria under the banner End Bad Governance? So yeah, there's so different angles that we can have this conversation from. So apologies for the long wait. So let's quickly go on to New Generation. New Generation, I know you came up and then you dropped. So I'll hand over to you, and then we'll go to Ivan, and then Kelvin, and then CIN, so Tina. So over to you, New Generation.
Oh yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Everyone has spoken well so far. My position in all of this is, and I agree with some of the things you've said, not that I disagree with any, but that's the speech that the president gave is really dismissive of the cries that Nigerians came out. Thousands of Nigerians came out. A lot of youth have been clamoring for change. The president pretty much just came out and, more like, well, you guys want me to say something? Well, look at the things that I've done. If you're not happy with that, well, I'm sorry, I can't help you. So that's really what the speech is about. It's a total disrespect of the tenets of democracy. And this is where I have a huge problem with Nigeria, the Nigerian media, the so-called Nigerian elite, which is that they don't understand the concept of democracy. They don't understand the concept of a presidential system, which is, and I listened to the interview that one of the leaders of the group, of the protest group, I think his name is Abiodun, if I get it right. And what he was pretty much saying is like, the president is not different from any other Nigerian. It's the same as us. And I think that's the message we have to take to the so-called elites, to the media, that the president is nobody's dad. The president is not my dad. He's not the father of anything. He hasn't done anything to warrant such a position. The president is an employee of Nigeria. Is the chief operating officer of the Nigerian state. What happens with a CEO that doesn't perform properly? It goes to the board and they will review his performance and perhaps give him time to improve. But there are times that the CEO goes, you know what? The expectation is too high. I'm unable to deliver the goals, the targets that you guys have set. So as a result, I'm stepping down. I'm not saying the president should, and I'm not calling for the overthrow of the government or anything like that. I'm just saying the president is the CEO. So as the CEO, he owes the board, which is Nigerians, a responsibility to deliver. If 1 million people, I'm just using 1 million now, there's over 100 million people that are below the poverty line in Nigeria. But if 1 million people come out and say, we don't like the direction that you, Tinubu, is taking us, the president has a responsibility to go, hey, cabinet, what's going on? What's all this clamor? My belief, my personal belief is that President Tinubu, a geriatric, really doesn't know what's going on in Nigeria. How many times has the president engaged anyone in Nigeria? The only time we see President Tinubu engage people outside the Nigerian space, if you remember very clearly, it was during the climate conference. You remember how he performed there? He couldn't put together a coherent sentence. So my personal belief is that the president really is incapable, but no one would say it. There's a difference between, oh, this guy owns the business, so he makes the decisions. And that's what's going on. The president makes the decisions, so he would say, hey, is this what you guys want to do? Is this a great decision for the business? Go ahead and do it. And so that's what Tinubu really is doing. So all of these so-called policies that he's putting in place, he doesn't understand the impact. So his speech really is a disrespect to the people of Nigeria. The so-called elite should be saying, you know, like, you disrespect us with your response. We're saying, cut down cost of governance in Nigeria, fight corruption, reverse the so-called subsidy removal, go back to the original. It took you less than an hour to make that decision, reverse that decision. That's all we're asking. So a reasonable president will come out and say, I've heard you guys. I've heard your cries for help. I've heard your cries about my government. I want to assure you that I made the decision based on what I felt was the right decision for our nation. But now that you guys have come out in the millions, I will go back and sit with my people and review some of the decisions, and then I'll come back to you. That's what someone who respects people does. But this guy has no respect for anyone. All right. So he doesn't respect Nigerians. So, like everyone else, I'm going to end this real quickly. We can't, unfortunately, I have to be honest, I can't be out there protesting because I'm not in Nigeria. Unfortunately, if I was in Nigeria, I will be out there. The young people who've sacrificed their lives to see a change, they've killed over 40 based on the information that we're receiving. Those people, their lives, their sacrifice should not be in vain. It should not go to waste. We have to put the pressure on. Those of us that are outside the country, I know they're threatening us not to say anything, not to put out anything, not to support. We have to continue to support the people who are protesting, the families of the people who have died. We have to find a way to compensate them one way or the other. So I'm going to put together a GoFundMe page to continue to support people who are fighting, but we can't give up. We cannot. Nigeria is too brilliant to have imbeciles manage the affairs of that nation. Some of us, we've left the country to go look for better pasture overseas. We're treated like dogs when we should be living like kings. Look at what's happening in Saudi Arabia, in Doha, Qatar, and the rest of them. They're using their resources properly. Gaddafi tried to do the same thing, although the white people killed him. So we can't give up. We can't respect that man's position. I'm sorry. The president has no respect for us. We can't respect him. The reason the man has not been able to speak to anyone is because the man cannot speak to anyone. President Tinubu cannot have a proper conversation with anyone. That's why they want to go and dialogue behind closed doors, because you go there and talk and they say, oh, I've heard you. This is what the president say. How can we have that? It can't happen. So the speech itself, direct response, the speech itself it's a disrespect to the young people of Nigeria, the brilliant, industrious people of Nigeria. But the president will have to put our foot in the president's neck. We can't give up. We have to continue. We have to ask for support. Any one of us involved in this fight, we have to ask for support of Nigerians in the diaspora, and forget about whatever they say, whatever threat. The military is getting involved, which is ridiculous. They should go fight Boko Haram. The police should be able to deal with this. The president, we have to put our foot in the president's neck now. Like someone said earlier, we don't know if this will ever happen again. Nigeria is declining to a state where we don't know whether in the next 5-10 years this so-called democracy that we have right now, if we will ever see it again, because these guys are consolidating power to the point that they're operating a form of military dictatorship in Nigeria. That's my point. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much, New Generation. That was a great speech there, and I do agree with you. But let me also tell you that the president, and let me assure you, the president is fully aware of what is going on currently in the country. He's just simply, he doesn't rate Nigerians. Even leading up to the presidential elections, he didn't even speak to Nigerians. So why should he now that is in the villa? So I saw his speech. I don't know if that was a live speech or a recorded speech that was then broadcasted, but let me assume it was a live speech. He knows what is going on. He knows Nigerians. Let's see. Let's forget that narrative that he doesn't know. He knows what's going on. The president, by all means, I can assure you, knows what's going on. But I think there's that ego. Should you want to address peaceful protesters and then look weak? And I believe that was what you saw, what happened with what Bayo Onanuga did. And that video that came up from the official presidency handle. So I don't even know what happened. Like, how can the presidency put out one video and then the president's spokesperson is now putting out another another statement to undermine? I don't know if you get what I mean. Like, it's just two opposite messaging. So before I go on to the next speaker, just to say, so there are just news filtering that in the FCT, they are planning a 1 million man march in the FCT, and it is now gathering some level of momentum. So I think Ruben Abati reported that, and a couple of other people have reported that the ongoing protests in Abuja is now gathering some level of momentum. But I only believe, I have seen videos and I've seen picture evidence, but what I'm just hearing now is now gathering some level of momentum from the last pictures and videos that we have received. So as soon as, if anybody in Abuja that's part of that protest that's ongoing now, please request for the mic and then give us some live feed. But the news we're getting in is that the 1 million march that's currently going on in Abuja now is starting to gather some kind of a sizable momentum. So hopefully anybody in Abuja reach out and then give us some kind of live update. So let's quickly go on to Ivan. So Ivan, the mic is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thank you for this. But I think there is this notion that we all still live by. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ivan.
there's this notion that we all still live by, that the president of a country doesn't know what is going on. The same thing they said during Buhari time. And the same thing when Buhari was there, the first 1 year, they said, give him time, give him time, give him time. That man spent 8 years, wasted 8 years of our life. Our lives were wasted for 8 years. The same set of people migrated to these Tinubu issues also. They have started the same narration that he doesn't know anything. And we should also give him time. The man will still spend 8 years, another 16 years gone. Now, the question is this. The thing is this. You see, the Nigeria political oligarchy is so strong that they are not more than 700. These old fools, they are not more than 700 in numbers. They are not. If they are even up to 500, I don't know. But they are so strong that they see the people as nothing. Because they believe the next man, the next door man, that a father who asks his kids to go to school, like, Johnson, you have to go to school and acquire education, get your certificate, so you can be somebody in future. That was the narration. Now we all went to school, graduated, have a nice skills. Now the same father who gave birth to us will still be the delegate during elections, and the same man who doesn't acquire education, we go to him. I say, you know what? Take 2,000 naira. Just choose me as your political aspirant. And that same father will forget their own kids who have struggled all their life, keep sleepless nights in the universities. They will forget that. Those children, just because of a peanut. That is why our political delegates who choose all these political aspirants are not educated. Now, if you go to the Korean system, the Chinese system, those people that select those that represent them as scholars. They are not just anybody, not just one man in the village that will come and say, okay, I'm a delegate, put a delegate tag on his neck and choose who will lead. If you check them, if you are familiar with these Korean movies, they have laid the foundation from the beginning. You see them, there are scholars that are in the king's palace. They will tell you these are the people that will select those who is going to be the leader, the king. And these people are well educated. But Nigeria system is different. In the case of Nigeria, it's like the case of the blind leading the seeing. That is what Nigeria system is all about. So the political oligarchy of Nigeria are so strong that even a protest can't stop them, except revolution. The Arab Spring is it's an example. We are all still saying until this protest turns to a revolution, it will stop these people. These people are not ready to back down. Imagine what Tinubu said. If that speech was real, imagine he literally told Nigerians that, you know what, I don't give a fuck whatsoever. In short, if you check for the security system, it makes them make sure that they relegate the people to a particular setting, like go to Ojota Park alone, don't obstruct the roads. Go to the stadium, don't come to the road. Because they know so well that protest that can affect the government is when everything becomes standstill. When no business is going, because that's where they're getting the money from. When everything is grounded, that is the only protest that can affect the government directly. But when the protest is secluded to a particular region, like, you know what, let us just protest in a park. And some people will say, you don't obstruct others because they have the right to do their business. That is foolishness. Not like what that useless general did in Benin, telling them you don't block road. Who the fuck then is going to protest? Are we protesting for ourselves, or we're protesting for the nation? No Nigerian politician is patriotic. None of them. No Nigerian politician, no single one of Nigerian politicians is patriotic. They are all just there for their pocket. Tinubu made it clear during his campaign. He said he's going to reduce the purchasing power. And some fools were clapping for him. Purchasing powers of the people. He said he's going to reduce it. He's going to widen the tax gap. And he did all that. He fulfilled it. And we are all outside here crying. I keep telling people, I say, you know what? Many of us don't really know the pains because we have not been in business. I'm a person who have been in business in this country. I've established business. I've suffered the pain. I know what it takes. It doesn't cost Nigeria anything to kill a man's dream. The system will kill a man's dream with a glance. Like, it doesn't take them anything. Now, if we not keep saying that's okay, and we should protest, we should not go. Now, the major protest was supposed to happen in Abuja. You see, those backstabbers, those fools in Lagos that keep saying that you can't protest in Lagos, you can't do this in Lagos. Those ones, a time will come that when the revolution starts, when somebody come out like that, we gather and beat them up. Imagine what that guy was saying, that the Kano, this thing was that is the protester that started the meeting. No, that was government sponsored. Those looters were government sponsored. And you don't expect the police, it was the police job to police those ones, protect the protester, then go arrest whosoever is in charge of the looting. It was supposed to be a seamless thing that they were supposed to do, but instead they ignored. The same thing happened in Ojota. When the talks came, police were there. That useless, what did they call it? Police PRO in Lagos, Udeyi, they was lying to himself, thinking he was lying to the whole Nigerians, saying that they did beckon on the police people to come when they were there. Say it doesn't, it's not up to 5 seconds. Lying on a public TV. So now the real show should be a revolution. Nobody is praying for war in this country, but there has to be a force that will force these people to their knees. They need to force them to their knees because these people doesn't fucking care. But I tell you that one thing that can touch a system, a corrupt system, all of us are saying that Tinubu should look inward. Look inward how? You want a president who is corrupt too, who elected corrupt officials. It's more like a king whose kinsmen and chiefs were corrupt. You expect to go and meet a chief that, you know what, let me talk to the king who is also corrupt. That's okay, you know what, let us do it this way. It can't work. He can't talk to any one of them. There's nothing they can, there's nothing, as it is, Nigeria is grounded, there's nothing we can do except that revolution. If that revolution doesn't happen, if we keep saying that they want to relegate us to a particular setting, that, you know what, let us just stay here and be protesting, it won't work because you can't force these people until it hits them. If we don't hit them hard, the only thing that is, that can hit these people is to ground, is to put them in an enclosed system where they can't breathe. And when you hit them in that way, you grant the country. When you grant the country economy, if you hit them, that's where the money is coming from. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ivan. You've really spoken well to debunk many of these lies that, see, the president knows what is going on 100%. The government even knows that there are demands out there, but the crux of the story is they don't actually see Nigerians as citizens. We are just mere subjects. And how dare you come and then give them, some demands. And if you actually question the president doesn't know what is going on, see, when it comes to looting and embezzling public funds, trust me, they know what they're doing. But when it comes to giving you good governance and they do the right thing, you think they don't know what they're doing or they are not aware. So I think you've been able to actually puncture holes in that story. They fully know what is going on. But unfortunately, they don't see Nigerians as important enough to even consider or listen to our cries. We are all in this together. And I would say the way it's looking, I don't even think an electoral process or an election in 2027 would even help to solve the problems that we have currently in the country. I'm not really struggling to see anything of such happen in 2027. It's like we're in a forced and arranged marriage. We just have to enjoy it. And unless Nigerians wants to come out, and now the North has shown that willingness, we all have to come out en masse and then peacefully protest. In my head, I think That's what we should be doing on. So going back to Abuja, Abuja is quickly picking up steam. For those that are in Lagos, please go out there, especially in Lagos, encourage those guys on ground, those that are in the diaspora, lend your voices, make their voices louder, encourage them. Those that are in Nigeria, in Lagos, step out and then join the peaceful protesters saying #end bad governance now in Nigeria. We can all play our little roles in ensuring that end bad governance comes to fruition in Nigeria. So let's move the conversation on. So let's quickly go on to Kelvin. So Kelvin, apologies for the long wait. The mic is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks for the people that made this space possible for us to ventilate our anger and make some opinions. Before I go for what is on the Jumbotron, I would just want to react a little bit of one of the speakers, Farms, spoke. There's a man of 62 years old, Jacob, that came here and used a dictionary to define what revolution is and what a protest is, and ended up the other one is that you protest for anger, and the other one, revolution, is when you want to topple the government. Everybody understood that. But for the fact that we are not good listeners, the young man still came and said when a protest succeeds, it becomes a revolution. I don't know where he got that from. So we need to be listening those who are better off in educating us, when we enter into these spaces. Having said that, you see the position, this protest, I thank every Nigerian who, one way or the other, supported it, even by speaking or writing or doing anything. I give it to them because it has ended up debunking some of these myths. Like Asari Dokubo will tell you, if you come to Port Harcourt, he will give you water. But youth really protested there, and the Asari Dokubo is nowhere to be found. In Lagos, the Oro system, or whatever they call it, traditionalists came out and threatened people. But in their face, people protested there. So if not for another thing, I think they have succeeded in telling them that what they are saying, they are not loading their intention or whatever over us. You see, having said that, what I wanted to put here is nobody is expecting Tinubu to say otherwise, because the president didn't win the election, and he told you that Omiloko, that is his son. And we can also understand some days somebody told us that he told them in the villa that he bought the presidency. So somebody who say it's his son and then go ahead to tell you that he bought the presidency, it means that nobody elected him, and which is true. The data are there. He didn't win Lagos, he didn't win Abuja, he didn't win River State. It is only very few rascals, the wrong rascals, because to be frank with you, Yoruba people didn't vote for Tinubu. Look at the statistics there. How many states did he win in Southwest? So averagely, nobody voted for Tinubu to be their president. He just bought himself to be there. It's unfortunate. Some of the runners are buying this, and I want to also be in a respect to tell that farmers that in UK where we are, protests have been happening for some days. How many people have been killed? No casualty. Upon all the looting, as he put it, people are brandishing weapons here and there. But can he tell me that somebody, had been killed or, maimed? What the police can do is just form a demarcation between those who are, protesting against and whatever. And if you cross their line, they put you in the van and maybe, charge you to court. That is how it works. But in Nigeria, we allow, people are using life ammunition to shoot down people who are protesting. Like what happened in Kano. I am surprised that some people are still buying this idea. How can somebody who is hungry go and loot signposts, police signposts, Bob, just to tell you that that thing was instigated by people who just wanted to carry the image of the good protester? Because you can't tell me that those who are hungry, they could have looked for where the rice and beans are and loot. But they didn't do that. They just, bulb, electricity, even I saw some of them carrying police, posts. How does that got to do with, hungry? So what I'm trying to put here is, yeah, we will continue until we will continue to protest until we achieve what we intended to do. We will not be deterred. We have tried our best, and the only thing now is that we need to strategize and find a way to still put our demands to be met by the government. I think by so doing, the hunger, I think, have united us once more. And I still thank my fellow Nigerians who, one way or the other, try to make life easy for, try to, even though those who are ending up their life are still putting up their energy to see that the future or the young generation, coming up, benefit the dividend of democracy. So I don't want to waste much of the time, but I think we need to, understand whatever we want to put on this space. You have to try to understand what you are trying to put on this space, not just for the sake of speaking, but putting facts and figures down. Thank you very much. And this is a little contribution I want to make here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kelvin. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And like I've been saying, people in Abuja are posted up on the Jumbotron against all odds, against tear gas, against bullets. People in Abuja are still coming out against all odds to still peacefully protest. Somebody brought to my attention, even the Kenyans in their own little way, they're still, coming out there to protest, in their own little way. I think these are my own personal opinion. Aside like what we've seen, the Northerners coming out en masse to peacefully protest. Yes, there's been a level of violence, here and there, and I still put the blame solely at the feet of the security forces for not doing the very needful to ensure that there's protection for lives and properties. Aside that happening, I'm now trying to understand, like, why are we not getting at least 1% of the population of each state coming out there to say enough of this hunger, enough of the corruption, enough of the looting, enough of the bad policies, enough of making full 650 naira, bring a direct subsidy in that ensures that the subsidy can only be paid to local refineries. I'm understanding, why are we not getting at least 1% of Nigerians that are truly well tired from each state coming out there to peacefully protest and say enough of what is going on? Or what we've been hearing on Spaces, are there lies that Nigerians are suffering? Because sometimes I try to actually feel like maybe people blow stuff out of proportion when we come on Spaces. Is that the case? Why Nigerians are not coming out there to protest? But maybe somebody, has an answer to that. But against all odds, still, I give my the flowers to those that have been out there. Abuja is trying. Lagos currently, they are trying to hold it down. And I'm hearing that Kano as well, and then some other northern states are coming out there, against all odds to peacefully protest and say end bad governance. So yeah, without much ado, let's quickly go to Chidera. So Chidera, the mic is yours. After you go to Sean and then God of the Serengeti. So yeah, over to you, Chidera.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Please, I want to say something. Today is actually the last day of these protests. But for me, I don't think that today is the last day of this protest. It's also a day to even rekindle the light of this protest, because the issue we are having is not something that can be solved in 10 days. And all the demands presented before the president and the other members of the parliament has not yet been attended to. And it will be a thing of shame if after all these things, nothing is being done about it. And I still believe that it will be times 100 of what we are experiencing today. Like you all know, before the protests, they started making some announcements of removal of tariff, tax, import duty tax, reducing bag of rice to 40,000 naira. And from the recent news, you understand that they have even stopped the 40,000 naira rice, because they changed it from selling the thing, sending it to different states to civil servants, public servants, registering in a website. From there, they said it's only for public servants. From there, they also say they are no longer selling it again. You understand? And if you check very well, this protest, it might seem like we did not achieve anything, but we really achieved something. It shows that if we can actually add more pressure, we will achieve something better. Because even before the protest, they have already implementing some changes.
Sorry, Kelvin, we're getting a bit of feedback from you. Please mute. Okay, I've just muted. So sorry about that, Chidera. Please continue. Chidera, are you there? Please unmute and continue. Chidera, if you're there, please unmute and continue. Can anyone hear Chidera, or is just me? Sorry, can I check? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, Chidera, unmute and continue. Like we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
You're not very audible. Do you have a headphone on or something?
No, I don't have any headphone here. Maybe I should go down and come up again.
Clear. We can now hear you clearly now.
Okay. Let me also continue with my submission here. All the demands we presented is something very important, and let's bear this in mind. If we don't achieve any of it, especially the aspect of electoral reform, if nothing is done about it, even judicial reform, bear it in mind that Tinubu will still be there as the president and will still win the next election. Nothing like election if any of this thing is not being amended. Some person might actually want him, but anything that has to do with free and fair is not going to be possible once any of these things are not being amended. And if you ask me, these things are not something too difficult for them to do. But the reason being that if they should do any of these things, it means that we are stepping on the toes of those men that matters. Those men that have concluded that they will keep on looting Nigeria till they die. We have everything as a nation, but we are not progressing. Nigeria is so corrupt to the extent that a police officer will be standing in front of you and a thug will come there and slap you and the police will not do it. When you, as a peaceful protester,
you are going to be a peaceful protester. You're always demonstrating that you're peaceful. But when you try to retaliate or even react, the police officer will leave the thug who is there with knife, 2x2, iron, every weapon. The police officer will leave that person and arrest you. It's so embarrassing. Honestly, this protest really exposed me to some certain things. Our police officers, they are so
Chidera, we're really struggling here. You know what? I would advise you to drop and then come back again. Request the mic, drop and request the mic to come back again. All right, sorry about that, Chidera. So before we go over to Sean, so just a bit of breaking news coming out from Kaduna State. Just felt that I need to share this breaking news coming out from Kaduna State. So it has now been confirmed. 1 second, let me just pull this up. But I've put an extract on the Jumbotron. So a bit of breaking news coming from Kaduna State. So Kaduna government bans unverified protesters after deadly demonstration. So moving on, the Kaduna State government has warned that it will no longer tolerate any protest not cleared by security agencies. So what that means is for any protest moving on now in Kaduna State, you have to be cleared by the security agencies moving forward. So I'm just keeping a couple of paragraphs just to bring out key points from this article. This was contained in a statement issued on Saturday by the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arunwan. So I'm just going to skip other paragraphs and just go down. So Arunwan said that while the state government recognizes the fundamental rights of citizens to the freedom of expression, lawful assembly, and other constitutional rights enshrined in the 1999 Constitution as amended, that processions not verified, which are said from security forces, remain prohibited in the light of public security consideration. So that is news coming out from Kaduna State to say moving henceforward in Kaduna State, and I see other states governors going in light of what Kaduna have said. Now you have to be cleared by the various security agencies before peaceful protest can happen. So that is just the latest breaking news coming out from Kaduna State, and I won't be surprised. They didn't actually cite any laws, but they said in light of public safety, that measure has to be in place. So probably say back and forth between civil societies, going to courts to be able to say, look, this is not illegal, this is illegal. There's nowhere in the constitution for this to be done. But interesting times ahead. So the breaking news coming from Kaduna State that henceforward, any protest or peaceful gathering, whatever shenanigans you want to actually call it, you have to be cleared by the security agencies in order for you to peacefully assemble as enshrined in 1999 Constitution amended. So I just thought I need to put that out there. So before we get Chidera back to actually ramp up his submission, let's quickly go to the God of the Serengeti. So God of the Serengeti, the mic is yours.
Right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. A wise man once said, there is no progress without a struggle. And we all know how our president got into that position. He literally bought his way into that position here. And he had unlimited resources before he even got into that position. And now he sits at the helm of affairs, where he has like literally everything at his disposal. And of course, we are from a third world country where our leaders tend to cling on to power forever. So, but all I can say is Nigerians we are not angry enough. and we are not hungry enough. You know, there's a lot we can do. There's a lot we can do to achieve whatever we want to, but the youths are just all over social media, distracted with so many things going on, until we are angry enough and come out in mass to demonstrate and show our solidarity and change our country for good. Until then, nothing will change. We'll just be on social media talking and angry on social media. That's just all I have to say. We should be angry and hungry enough to achieve our aims, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Gods of the Serengeti. I agree with you. And just more updates coming from Lagos. The peaceful protesters, they have been able to go close to Alausa. So they've, against all odds, defied that order to constrain them towards protesting just in Ojota only. And I'm just looking at some of the live videos, some of the videos coming in. So it's right there on the Jumbotron. They've been able to make their way very close to Alausa. So I'll keep providing updates once in a while, and then hopefully bring one of those peaceful protesters that are actually on ground to share their experience at some point in time. So that's an update coming in from Lagos State. And also in Abuja, momentum is gathering in Abuja. And against all odds, people are out there. If you are in specifically those two states, Lagos and Abuja, and you're free and you're idle, please go out there and join in, especially in Lagos. They have made their way so far to Alausa. So, like I said, we've seen the latest updates from Kaduna. I believe these are my personal opinion again. I believe it will be very, very hard after today to actually gain this kind of momentum and then gain peaceful assembly or gathering. Because looking from what's going on in Kaduna, it will be very, very difficult to pull one off based on recent trend from Kaduna, and other state governors would follow in the same trend. So that's just my opinion. So let's quickly go on to Sean. So Sean, quickly, and we'll go to Omar's therapy as I would prioritize those that haven't spoken before. So over to you, Sean.
Good day, everybody. Personally, yeah, I feel we are not tired enough as Nigerians because you can't beat a child and tell the child how to cry. Greed is the order of the day for us Nigerians. Once you have power, once you have money, you want power. Once you have power, you want that respect. So these elites will do everything in their power, everything to sabotage anything bring at them. And they don't even rate us. They don't care about us in any slightest way. They don't. So no matter how we push, no matter how we try to do things the right and orderly way, they still don't care. They don't give a fuck. They do not care one bit. I personally feel that if we want Nigeria back, it has to go a little bit of violence. My personal opinion. Because you can't dialogue with these people. You can't. We've tried it over and over and over and over and over again. And still we are here. We haven't even moved one step. If we move one step forward, we move 3 steps backwards. These guys don't give a fuck about us. If we really want this country back, we need to do more than this. I even said something about revolution. I somewhat agree with that. At the other hand, revolution comes with a lot of death, a lot of bloodshed. And I really don't support bloodshed. But honestly speaking, I feel that's one of the ways to actually bring these guys down to their knees. Because they are not ready to back down. With everything we've been shouting about, the subsidies, the subsidy removal, the hunger in the land, nothing is still being done about it. All these cock and bull stories they are bringing out is just a way of distraction. And someone said, yes, the youth are not, we are not ready. Yes, we are not ready. We are so distracted with a whole lot of stuff. So personally, I feel if we really want Nigeria back, we need to halt everything in Nigeria. People going to work, people going to their, everything has to stop. When you put your hands in their pocket, then they would understand. When we start picking them out one by one and slapping people, slapping these elites, one after the other, then we can take Nigeria back. If only we can unite and remove greed. Because everybody is greedy, one way or the other. That's the only way, for me personally, that's the only way I feel we can actually take Nigeria back and have progress in that country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. And just to say, looking at live videos from Abuja, crowds are out there. Port Harcourt, another massive crowd as well. Lagos, they've now defied all odds to actually move beyond Ojota, and they are making their way to Alausa. So some of the videos, evidence I'm seeing from Lagos is now, I think the security forces are now moving in. So when I say the security force, I mean the police are now trying to intimidate them because they've defied all odds for the past 9 days to make that march to Alausa. So I'll keep everybody updated. And these are just live videos coming in from Port Harcourt. So you can hear the noise. And then I can tell in Port Harcourt, people are out there and there's heavy security as well to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order in Port Harcourt. Now, this is how you, as a government, conduct yourself during protests. The picture and the video evidence I'm seeing from Port Harcourt, there is heavily armed security, like literally, I mean heavily armed on ground, making sure that there is no room for a breakdown of law and order. I have to state it now as well. In Port Harcourt, I don't believe there will be breakdown of law and order. But in Lagos, on the other hand, we're seeing that show of force and intimidation. Whereas in Port Harcourt, I'm seeing security forces coming out there, not stopping people, but just to make sure that there's no breakdown of law and order. So, okay, let's leave that there for now. As soon as I get more information, I'll put it out there and hopefully get people on the ground to come give their experience of what is going on based on their location right now protesting. So, before I go on to the next speaker, let me just quickly introduce Omas Therapy, my lovely co-host. So Omas Therapy, the mic is yours before we then quickly move on to other speakers.
Thank you so much. What's the time in Nigeria? Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're spacing from. Thank you for the opportunity to be co-hosting with you. I took the mic when I heard some things. The thing that it's not fair, it's for people come up here and ask us, what have you achieved with this protest? It did not meet any of our demands. People wasted their lives. Nigerians, come on, you cannot do this. People were on the streets, risked their lives. They were beaten, they were shot at, they were gassed, their stuff was taken from them. A lot of mayhem was unleashed on them. And this is what we come here to say, to ask us, what did you achieve? Well, let me tell you what we have achieved for the fact that Nigerians can stand up to demand for their rights It's enough victory, guys. Do you know how much guts it takes to look up a dictator in the eye and say, no, you're not going to treat me this way. I demand that I'll be treated better. And that is our responsibility as citizens. That is my responsibility. That is what I should do, to stand up and fight for my rights and demand for my rights. You cannot hold me accountable for the failures of the government and say, okay, because the government have not addressed any of our demands, it's my failure. No, it's not. I did not fail in my duty. It is the government failing in their duty to address those demands. Don't come here and, gaslight people. It's the responsibility of the government to do that. And if they're not doing that, oh well, I'm happy about it. They are helping me to make my job easier. The world is watching. Everybody's seeing. People are talking. People are saying they can't meet your demands because they cannot. They are incompetent. And you guys don't see all of this? It's so unfair. This is unbelievable. Let's not do this, guys. We had a lot of people come after NSAS protest to say, what did you achieve? What was the use? During the presidential election, you saw what NSAS did. You saw how youths came out and they were so involved. And some of you might also say, oh yeah, well, after the presidential election, what did you achieve? Because, well, he exposed the rot in the judiciary. He exposed it because for some people, they don't believe that the judiciary is that corrupt. You saw the way they turned the constitution of the nation, so he exposed it. For me, that's victory. And we don't know how to, celebrate our little victories. We just feel, we look at the bigger, they've not done this, so we have failed. This is not failure, guys. People are still on the street, even today. Such bravery. They've killed people. A lot of stuff has gone wrong. People are still on the streets. Nigerians are still, people defiled curfew. People, they were shot at and they're like, no, this is our right. You will not take it away from us. That's enough victory. Please. That is so much for me. That's enough victory, And then if people come and say, this protest, I have friends that are in the military, right? That they didn't believe that protesters were shot at during NSAS. Now a lot of them are coming to me to say, Oma, it's true. This guy is really shot at protesters. Why? Because NSAS were not prepared, but now we're prepared. We're releasing a lot of videos and so all those military, my friends in the military are coming to tell me, oh no, this is true. This guy is actually shot at protesters. That's victory for me. Look at the North. They see Tinubu for who he is now. They see him differently. They don't see him the way they see him before. A lot of his cronies, they don't see him the way they see him before. A lot of people who supported him are turning against him now. Isn't that victory? I don't understand what we define as victory. Come on, guys, please. Kudos to everyone who is out there on the streets today. You are the real MVPs. Much respect to all of you. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Omar Sarapi, for that brilliant submission there. I agree with you 100%. So more updates coming. So I'll give you updates as things are unfolding. So if you're in Lagos, the guys they've made their way to Alausa, and there's currently a standoff and show of intimidation in Ikeja, Alausa. They've been able to defy all odds and then make it that far. They're in Alausa at the moment as we speak. So I'm still getting more feeds coming in from Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt seems to be very well organized. I believe there's going to be a press conference in Port Harcourt. Maybe the governor might come, or maybe a commissioner or somebody will come, or maybe the police commissioner would address them in Port Harcourt. But the pictures I'm seeing right now in Port Harcourt is that it is well organized. The crowds are out there in their hundreds in Port Harcourt, so not a small crowd by any chance. They're switching Lagos, Port Harcourt, Warrior as well, Jos. So different locations are being interchanged. So I'm just trying to keep up. But don't even like look what I'm seeing. If Nigerians can actually support and then push these current efforts being on ground, I see no reason why the barest minimum, why this protest should not spill over into Sunday. but it would need some kind of push. At least the bare minimum the government can do is acknowledge that there's hardship and there's some demands out there, and they're gonna start looking into those demands, those 7 days demands. They are very easily some very easy demands out there based on what I've seen. I've seen a 15.1, I've seen a 10-point demand. So are the two main one, and I think I've seen another 10 or 11-point demand. So probably about 2 or 3 that are out there, and there's some demands there that the government can really, sort of like implement in less than 7 days. The government could just flick their finger, like just by a flick of their hand, they could literally just solve some of this. At least say, oh, we've taken 1 or 2 off the list. We can easily achieve that. But they've not even acknowledged that there's even anything out there in front of them to start off with. So it's like the voices and the cries of Nigerians do not even matter. You being in the diaspora or being back home, you do not matter. The president will come there and then sing his own praise. And then Bayo Onanuga will then talk down on the presidency official X handle, now trying to give the president a human face by doctoring another video to say, look, I've listened to your complaints. We are trying our very best to then double down and then rubbish that video to say it was an old doctored video. The president is unshaken. He doesn't give a damn. He said what he said on Sunday, and that is it. You don't like it, you come out, you be tear gassed. And if you defile tear gas, you are going to eat solid lead from bullets coming out from security forces. And in my fair opinion, that's what they've done. But people are out there despite the odds to peacefully protest. The least we can do is support these guys on ground by amplifying their voices and then encouraging them to keep the fights ongoing. For those that can donate to support what they are doing through one channel or the other, donate and then support them. If you can give them water on ground, maybe snacks on ground, by all means, if you have friends and families, relatives in Port Harcourt, send them and say, look, go to the protest ground. If you can give them bottled water, gala, 1 or 2 stuff, by all means, do it. Like, a good and functional Nigeria will benefit about 90% of the population. It will only be a disadvantage to the very minority, probably 10%. That's even me overstretching. I don't even think these guys are up to 5% of the population. But if there's to be good governance, it will benefit about 95%. So I plead with all Nigerians, please, we are all leaders in this. For this to succeed and for good governance to be ushered in, is going to need 1 or 2 inputs from well-meaning Nigerians. If you're in Lagos, you have the capacity, by all means, reach out to people on ground in Lagos, see how you can support them. If you're in Port Harcourt, reach out, see how you can support them. If you're in Abuja, reach out, see how you can support them. If you have friends and family and relatives there, try and see how they can go down there on the protest ground and then give 1 or 2 supports to the guys, on ground. And they are listening. Encourage them to keep doing what they're doing. Just keep encouraging them. Don't talk down on their efforts. Don't talk down to say they haven't achieved anything. Just keep encouraging them. I'll just leave it here. Just keep encouraging them. It's not easy. They are out there, fighting for all of us. A good Nigeria with good governance will benefit 95% of the population. And I repeat this again. Please, please, please keep encouraging them. So let's quickly now go to, I know the Wayne you've spoken before. The Wayne. So the Wayne, I'll let you speak. Then I'll go to Udiale Kingsley. So after you go to Kingsley, and then we the people, and then circle back to Famzi. So Dwayne, the mic is yours before we go to Kingsley.
Okay. I'm just taking the mic to say, how can you get on here and mock these people that are fighting for your rights? People are dying. They're dying. And you can just sit from your home, just as hungry as they are, and talk about, oh, they're stupid or they haven't achieved anything. What is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, if if you're scared to go out, okay, that's one thing. But to actually come on here and start mocking people that are being killed because they want a better country for all Nigerians, how can you do that? That to me is just evil. I yield the mic.
Sorry, my attention. I'm just watching live feeds coming from Aba Road in Port Harcourt. You know, massive crowds out there on both sides of the lane. So I'm just watching some live feeds. So people are out there. In fact, they're even controlling traffic and then walking on one side of the road, just making sure that there's free flow of traffic. But yeah, stuff are ongoing on ground in Port Harcourt, and the protests, I'm looking at the numbers. Yeah, the numbers coming out from Port Harcourt are looking very promising. These are live footage coming out from Port Harcourt. So people are still out there trying against all odds to protest in Port Harcourt, and then yeah, God bless them. We can all, you know, if you're in the diaspora, encourage them. If you're in Nigeria, support them, and I'll just leave it there. So yeah, let's go over to Kingsley, and after Kingsley, we circle to end bad governance. That's we the people, and then families. So yeah, over to Kingsley.
Good day, everyone. I hope we are safe anywhere we are. I just want to chip in some little submission, like what's today. I'm not feeling well at all. I lost my voice. I'm sick, sick. I'm very down, but I'm not happy I could not go out in as much I'm sick. But it's quite unfortunate. We are just in our comfort zone. Many people don't see the damage this APC regime and Tinubu's administration is causing to our dear nation. I don't really know. You can't be on ground. You can't mobilize. They are just coming online to say all sort of bullshit, discourage the people who are either on ground or either contributing financially. Come on, Nigeria. We should wake up. This is the only country we have. The so-called leaders, their children have dual citizenship. If you don't stand up and fight for your rights, we will wake up one day and a liter of fuel.
Sorry, can anyone hear Kingsley, or it's just me?
No, can't hear him anymore. No.
Kingsley,
No, can't hear him anymore.
yeah, Kingsley, please
Hello?
unmute and yeah, continue.
So in Lagos, the reason why Lagos people, I don't know why they don't come out. I really don't know. There is actually a strong show of force trying to intimidate us. But we that are resilient, we overpower them, we take the ground. But they are not actually outside to shoot you. They are just carrying you with guns and whatsoever ammunition they are holding. Lagos shall come out. We know this is strong Tinubu hold. He cannot kill everybody and have it. Come out, Lagosian. If you feel we are going to get it right online without coming on ground, we will never get it. Please, we need you all on the street to get the number and face the place we want to face so that the government will hear us. We are not out for violence. We are peaceful demonstrating and demanding for our right as human beings. They are restricting us of our right to even live now, to survive. Is that not the end of it? Please, Lagosians, come out. Let's get it working. Let's take it right. Let's get it working at this point in time. Please, Lagos, I'm begging. We don't have any means to force you, but this is the only country we have. Please come out. Like yesterday, we were just few on the street. It is when we are few on the street, it is easy to apprehend. But when we are out in number, trust me, they can't do anything. And in as much they want to do anything, we always call the media, and the medias are always there, putting their camera to make sure everybody is safe. And they are scared of this camera. Please, we are safe. Come outside. They are not outside to shoot you. They are all into this together. They are suffering too. They want to join, but they cannot join because of what they have signed. Please, you people should come out. Please, this is the country. If we don't get it now, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be worse. Just like the way we are using two currency, two national items. Everything is just crazy. Imagine they are on, is it for 6 years? Is that not crazy? Tinubu want to recycle this power for his friends, for his family. We should not allow this, brothers and sisters. Please, let's come out. Let's come out. Let's face our fear for good. Please. We can't get it here on social media. Please. Thank you for now, I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Kingsley. Brilliant submission there. So just to confirm that Lagos has 3 different locations. So my bad, I was the one that got it wrong in Lagos State. So Lagos State, there's 3 different locations. So these are the guys in Ojota. They are protesting right now in Ojota. There's another set under bridge, and there's another set in Alausa. So I don't know how they've done it in Lagos, but it's coordinated all different locations. So the ones in Alausa, they're asking for more support. Anyone who is around the area to join them. The Ojota ones are still there in Ojota and their numbers. And the ones under bridge in Ikeja is a standoff. The policemen are not allowing them to move on that bridge in Ikeja, and Alausa, they've been able to push forward as far as they can, and they want numbers, especially those ones in Alausa. But Ojota is a no-show. There's loads of numbers in Ojota, but I think they've been able to box them in, and from what I'm seeing from the live footage, they are saying they are going to come back tomorrow. So this is Ojota, loads of crowds, couple of hundreds, definitely in Ojota. The lowest crowd so far I've seen is the one in Alausa that have been able to get as far as possible. And I've seen Rotimi's tweet saying, look, he's asking for people around to join them in the protest in Alausa, and under Bridge Ikeja is a show-off between the protesters, no movement between the protesters and the police. So yeah, let me hand back to Omar's Therapy. So Omar's Therapy, do you want to take a quick cue or roll call from here on? So I believe who was just meant to speak before establishing a new roll call is Famzis. After Famzis has spoken, then you can establish a fresh roll call, Omar's Therapy.
Okay, that's fine. Famzis can go.
So Famzis, are you there? Famzis, please unmute and speak.
Hear me? Can
Yeah,
you
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Most of the times when I say some certain things, it does not mean that I don't support protests. I'm only just identifying some little flaws that I saw and all that. Now, look, I need to correct some impressions so that you want to understand. There's nowhere in the world where people don't die in protest. So there's nowhere in the world. The Black Lives Matters that people are talking about, 11 people died in the protest. So police shot at them. The LA riots that where Rodney King was beaten up in 1992 that caused a civil unrest in almost Los Angeles. 63 people died in the protest. So whether I would like it or not, protest, they're saying in the UK, they don't kill people in protest. In the UK, the police, they don't carry weapon. They only carry club. So what would they use to shoot? Nothing. It's only their clubs they can use to beat you up and cuff you. And that is why most of the times the protesters are very, very glaring and coming out in DC. So look, the truth of the matter is I still keep saying it. If we want to get this protest right, the numbers needs to be right. Because if the numbers are right, those talks in Lagos will not have a say. I can insist, if the numbers are right, those talks in Lagos will not have a say. There are even times when the numbers will become right, even those thugs that are carrying weapons and beating up protesters will be scared of saying we are thugs. They will even identify with the protesters because they will be scared of being lynched. Because if you don't have the numbers, there's no way you can make a protest successful. I don't want to go back to the north. I don't want to still insist, but most of the times when people come on stage, they should talk about the protest. If anybody comes around and says, one guy said this is that, I will still come online and rebuff the person. Because the person does not know me and I don't know the person. So the person has a right to his opinion and I have my own right to my opinion. And that is the way I see it. So the truth about it is that Nigerians, I see, insist that you need to come out and protest and all that, and protest and say your this thing. So the basic truth is that while you are protesting, know that the protest, any eventualities can happen, and that is why you have to make up your mind and know that the reasons why I'm coming to protest is because where I am not better off. So why would I, according to Dino Melai, if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. It's better for me to come out and talk and die, so at least everybody knows that I've spoken. I think this is all I have to say. So mind you, according to his Tinubu speech, to me, I look at it as one useless speech that is coming, because one, you talked about bigotry, but you have some group of bigots that are in your government, like the likes of Bayo Nanuga, Dele Alake. They are bigots that are promoting Igbo hate. So if you have not really spoken to them, you don't have every right to put bigotry in your speech, because to me, you are the king of bigotry. Thank you.
Thank you, Famsi, for your submission. Dreams, your hand's up. Dreams, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you very much for my therapy.
Yeah, sorry, Dreams, before you go, just to announce as well that I believe Fubara is addressing the protesters in Port Harcourt, but the audio is terrible. I don't think there's a speaker that can amplify his message well, but he's addressing the protesters as we speak currently in Port Harcourt.
All right, thank you very much. You know, I don't know. It's been 3 days now. I've been crying out, complaining how DSS is hunting people in Lagos. They blocked my UBA account 3 days ago. Reaching this morning, they called. I don't know how they got my number actually. They called me, no amount of threat, and where these people no give me. Like, they are telling me no lawyer can bail me out when they catch me. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. These people are bamboozling people, trying to make people fear. but someone is sharing our information to this DSS. And that's what I'm figuring out, because these people told me everything that we've been discussing in our group. Now them, they use their hand, they tell me. I don't know who is snitching this struggle. I don't understand. But one thing I know is that it's just a matter of time. But more than I say, DSS are hunting people now, like aggressively. They are hunting people, and I don't just want this one to break me down. But let me tell you guys, these people, nobody should be afraid. Though. Me, I'm not going to talk, so I know they're afraid. Though. It enter me small, but I pray we'll come out of this, because these guys are out. No amount of thing where they not tell me today. No.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Dreams. And just to say, this is not new. This is something we've been seeing even before the protests, actually kicked off. From intimidation of peaceful protesters, yeah, some are arrested and then some, have been released. It's just a general show of intimidation. And yeah, if somebody, puts out information being discussed on your private platforms, I don't see anything wrong with that. You should expect that, anyway. Provided you're going out there to peacefully protest, then you have nothing to worry about. Like, we're having a platform now discussing about the peaceful protest, giving people, Nigerians, updates as to what is going on. And I'll try and give you that update as soon as it lands on my feed. So once again, for those joining, so it's still going on in Port Harcourt. People are still out there. It's now raining in Port Harcourt, but people are defying the odds to go out there and peacefully protest. The governor is addressing them. I don't know if that's still ongoing because they are switching from feed to feed. There's 3 locations going on currently, concurrently in Lagos. So you have Ojota, you have Underbridge in Ikeja, and then Alausa. The guys in Alausa are not that much, and then saying they'll need some kind of reinforcement, but they've gone as far as they can in Alausa, and they've come to a total halt in Alausa. So anyone who's around that location, please by all means join them, in what is going on in Alausa, and to just say we are on the right side of the law with what you're doing. Coming out to peacefully protest, it is not a crime. Rather, it is your constitutional right. Embrace it, provided what you're doing is in line with the law. You have nothing to fear. All right, that's your mass therapy.
Thank you, God. Kingsley. Kingsley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please go on.
Yeah, I spoke before about it's fine. Yeah, Dream, I think you guys need to be careful because I see you and Savior having some challenges in the group. I think that is not what we need. Who is on ground, who is not on ground. We should all come together and work as one because among all of us in the group, there is always a snitch. There are always an insider who are giving information. So we should all learn to work together because even me, anywhere there is no crowd, I don't even want to go because my face is everywhere. They are sharing my pictures in some of the group. They even share on the one I am. So it's a big threat to me, but I'm not relenting. But I have to be in a crowd and be on the front line of a crowd, not a few people. Because some people are hiding number to threaten me. They are not sending message because they know I will bring the message online and tell the world. They are hiding number to threaten me. I don't care, but I'm not giving up on the struggle. So they are telling me, oh, you are the one that want to pass the message to the police, how the police are doing or how the government is going. Like, because of that video that went viral, I talked to the police and said they are the one guiding the people who are looting. Why will I use that word? Who are the people looting? Where is my evidence? Like, looting is obvious in our country. They are looting our future. We know it is happening every day in all corners, from higher to lower. It is obvious. So even a police officer tell a group of us yesterday after our symposium, tell us he is going to die if this protest proceeds. And he was putting on a mask. We could not identify his face to capture him. Then another one came and said, we give you people 10 minutes in our allowed to leave here. If you people don't leave here, we are going to do what we have to do. And I hold him responsible by saying, you are threatening us instead of you to guide us. So many things are happening on the ground. You people over there need to watch out for us, because most of us, you might not hear from us. You will not know what have happened to us. To be honest, they are threatening my life on a daily basis. But we remain strong and will continue being on this struggle to make sure we are in solidarity together to get our country working. Nigeria cannot be working for few. We are all Nigeria. Thank you.
Goat, you wanted to say something?
No, I thought maybe you are not close to your phone. That's why. But yeah, by all means.
Hey, okay, good. And Omar Therapy, can I please come in here real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, of course, sure, do.
All right, okay. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're speaking from. In the words of Real Ever Best. Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate you guys coming out to protest. For those that are protesting and that are still out there, keeping this protest alive. The truth of the matter is, for those that are not in Nigeria, we can only support. We can only show our appreciation and support you guys. Dreams, please don't get frightened by what the DSS say. You did not kill anybody. You did not violate the rule of the land, and you did not commit any atrocities that they would say they want to jail you and you would never come out. One thing you have to understand is you're exercising your fundamental right as a citizen of that country, of your country, of anywhere you reside. So if something is not going right, you have the voice to speak up. You have every reason to confront the government. As long as you are contributing to the development of that country, I don't see why you cannot voice how you feel. So please don't get intimidated by nobody. They don't know how far you can go. If not for the situation of things in Nigeria, DSS telling you that alone is a threat. You have every right to sue them because they do not have the right to call you and threaten you that if they lock you up or if they get a hold of you. It is not done. But that is to tell you how rotten the country is, how they don't obey the rule of law. So don't worry yourself. Be ready for whatever they throw at you. Believe one thing, that you would not die. As long as you believe that you will give it your all and you would not die, I know for a fact that you would withstand whatever threat they throw at you. So please, my brother, don't be scared. Do not feel intimidated. Once you start feeling that way, you've accepted defeat. And at this point, you can't afford to You understand? Because there are people looking up to you. You have your own battalion that you don't even know. You have people that when you say go, they are ready to go. Be it 20, be it 30, be it one person. But the truth of the fact is, we all have our own battalions that we lead, directly or indirectly. So when you start feeling this way, what do you want the people that are looking up to you to do? My brother, please be strong. The battle has not even started. It's not going to be easy. Anybody that tells you it's going to be easy, then that person is lying to you. All right? No struggle ever comes easy. Nobody gives you and say, take, especially when you're dealing with people that don't have regard for human life. It is never going to be possible that you just walk over them and collect, you know, your so-called necessary livelihood. Because now it's a survivor. Everybody in Nigeria, it's a survivor. So guys, I would just plead. I would plead. The other guy said they need to come out. Yes, people need to come out. That is the truth. But a government that has weaponized poverty, that has impoverished its people, that is for so long oppressing the people, not to speak up, not to get up, because they thrive in it. What do you expect? The people become docile, and then they don't know what to do. They can't even get themselves together. So, guys, please be sensitive to certain things you say. You need people out there, yes, but think before you say what you intend to say. Understand how to put this out there so people will get your message, so they don't misinterpret what you're saying. You might be saying the right thing, but it's coming out the wrong way. So please, guys, let's work together. Let's save our country. Look, I want to say this to especially those in diaspora. Since you can't be in Nigeria, help these people. Help these people. I just tweeted the one MMC account up there, whatever you can donate. Trust me, if you know one MMC, you know your money will be used for whatever you want it to be used for. We don't spend anybody's funds. We channel all funds to where it should go, and we give account. All funds or all donations are always tweeted on our timeline. So if you chose to help Pure Water, Snack, for those out there that just want to come lend their voices, that want to come express how they feel to the government, and for those that were injured. This protest has been going on for how many days now? 10 days. It's not going to stop anytime soon. That is the honest truth. So please donate whatever you can, and let's reach out to these people. Let's show some love. Let's make them understand. In as much as we can be there by ourselves, we will support them financially to help them speak louder, to help them amplify their voices. We need to sustain this protest. That is the honest truth. We just need to do something. We can't pay the flight ticket to go to Nigeria to protest. Let's help these people out there. The truth of the matter is, I was never in support of saying we should help, but as it is right now, it is obvious that they need all the help they can get. So, guys, I would beg of you all, those of us in diaspora, £1, $2, €3, whatever you can. Please, if you feel the need and you don't understand the account that has been posted up there on the Jumbotron, please reach out to myself, reach out to Good, reach out to Omar's Therapy. We will get you the account. No donation is in Naira. Even if you want a crypto wallet, we will provide. Let's get this done for our people. Let's show our support. It is very necessary, please. Thank you, guys. I'll yield for now and I'll speak later. Thank you, Good. Thank you, Omar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Big Mac, 1MMC. I really, really appreciate. Honestly, I'm encouraged. Thanks, honestly.
Thank you, Mark. Please, people in diaspora, we really need to put our money where our mouth is. Please, please, please. Tina, Champions of Europe, are you there?
Omar, 1 second. Sorry, please.
Okay.
If you send any donation or you choose to donate whatever, please get a screenshot of it, send it to Omar, send it to God, and also send 1MMC a copy of what you did for record purposes, please. Do not forget, please, we beg you. Thank you. Go ahead, Omar.
Thank you, Mark. Tina, are you there? TIN.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I really want to thank everyone for coming out here. The fact that the spirit is still on, we are not backing down. I will never back down until we get something very tangible and something very positive from this protest and everything going on. Honestly, I also want to point out the fact that because we are here to share knowledge and also know how we can talk better and move this protest forward and we can get something out of it. Getting our teaming youth, a whole lot of them that are now actually on Twitter, where we have some of them on Instagram. We even have quite a good number of them on TikTok and other platforms. Because in my home best way, I've tried to make sure I talk to the youth around my vicinity where I'm staying. I make them see the reason why this protest is going on. I make them even know what the meaning of inflation is, what we are facing, why they must join this band as we are trying to hold the governors accountable in our country. So because a whole lot of them are well swayed away by this Afrobeat music or going to timeline of all these artists or people that are into entertainment that they don't even people that don't even care about us. They talk about trivial things online. Because I even see Twitter as where a more space where you see more educated and more sound mind are talking. But all these other platforms, I do my best to also go there and also engage people in conversation. Whenever I see them talking on posts of things that are irrelevant, is this what you are supposed to be doing? Do you think these people really care about you? Some of them are busy with BB Niger, talking about the incident going on BB Niger, something that doesn't really add value to their life in any way. So whatever we can do, because we are saying in this protest, we've not seen enough students coming out to really speak against this government or what has been happening. So there's this disconnect and how we can get a good number of our youth involved, heavily invested and interested in what is going on. So that we can point more ways in order to get our number to get this voice out and voice our anger. So I'm doing the best in my way, engaging them. So if they are one of ideas people can bring out how we can engage these youth in other platforms and get them to push the hashtag on their own platform so that it can go more viral and we can continue to engage the consciousness of people around the environment. It will really go a long way. So this is one submission I actually want to point out. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
your conclusion. And yeah, a very valid point. I think our youths, our Gen Z, needs to be carried along. And yeah, we should just devise means of how we can reach out to them and bring them on board.
Yes.
I know
Yes.
some of them are doing something like I know like 3 of them or so who's actively involved, but we need to get more people. Very valid suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Okoro Basil, are you there? Okoro Basil, are you there?
Excuse me. I've been here for a while, though.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Sorry, who
Hello?
just spoke? Who just spoke?
Is
I
Okoro
just end bad job.
Can you hear me clearly?
Okay. No, somebody said I've been here for a while. I'm trying to figure out the person.
I was the one end bad governance. But
Okay,
don't
no
worry.
problem.
Let
Because I'm
Okoro
sorry,
go
I'm
ahead.
not even seeing
Okoro,
you
you
on the
can go
speaker
ahead.
section, honestly. I'm not
No, it's
sorry,
okay.
Okoro
It's
Basil,
okay.
can he
Let
go? Can
Okoro
he
go ahead.
go?
I'll speak
No, don't
after him.
worry. Let's just can he go before you?
No. Yes, he should go
Okay,
on. He should
okay,
go on.
please go on. And bad governance, please go on.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to appreciate everybody who has been coming out since day one. And to my brother Dreams, I reached out to you in the back channel, and hopefully we can speak after this. I was touched by what you said, and I want to say that this is the price we pay to have our country back. It's never going to be easy. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not a walk in the park. These people, we are fighting against a system that has been entrenched for the past 63 years and going on 64. So let's not expect that we just come out and then we hand over the keys to the kingdom to us. It's never going to happen that way. Lives have been lost, and I condole with every family who has lost a member, and for every Nigerian who also has lost a brother or sister in this protest since day one. And on the 10th day of this protest, I can say for a fact that we have achieved a lot. It might not be to the extent that we would have loved to see, but I can tell you that we have made a statement. We have brought attention of the establishment to the fact that the Nigerian people are the true owners of the land and that the power rests with us. And they are very aware of that, and that is why we can see the reactions from the security forces and the politicians, and everybody trying to intimidate us and trying to get us back into the house and effectively bring an end to the protest. So for everyone on this space, if you have supported, if you have gone out, if you're in the diaspora, I can tell you that we have achieved a lot. And as someone who has been opportuned to work with some of these people in government, I can tell you for a fact that these guys are scared shitless. Look, like there's this saying that always goes like, our fear is their power. Our fear is their power. That is the truth. These guys are so scared of their shadow because they know how deep they have eaten. They know how much they have stolen from us. They know how much they have plundered this.
Sorry, is any bad governance still speaking? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, Omas, we can hear you. I think he dropped off. He has a bad signal, so he's dropped off.
Okay. Okay, Ghost, I just wanted to say that Yobe State, they're out. Yobe, people of Yobe, massive crowd there. Okay, yeah, you're back. We lost you for
Okay.
a bit.
Oh yeah.
Please go.
Sorry, just 1 second. End bad governance. If you just let Omar speak, please, and then you have a go. Yeah. Sorry. Continue, Omar.
Okay, yeah, I said for people in Yobe, they are out and there's a massive crowd and it seems very peaceful right now. No police interference and all of that. People are just marching and going. And yeah, please, if you're in Yobe State, the people are out, you can join. That's all I wanted to say. And governors, please continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that being said, I'm working with a small team, and one of our major focus is on mobilizing to Abuja. And I think this idea has been thrown about on Twitter space for, I think, for the past 1 week, since last week Sunday. And we've not been able to fully coordinate on that, but we have thought about it, and we've said, okay, you know what, most of the bad, in fact, all of the bad policies that has brought us to where we are today as a nation, as a people, emanate from Abuja, right? So it only makes sense that we begin to coordinate towards mobilizing people to occupy Abuja. And it's not going to be a day's job. It's not going to be a week's job. It's going to take considerable coordination and planning. And that much of that planning is already in the works by way of we're printing flyers, and we've already paid for a couple of 15-second videos to be made. That's the way the build up to this End Bad Governance protest started in early July. So we are also adopting that same mechanism to push that message. As these protests are going on, we're working on the back channel. And that being said, this is an open invitation. One thing that I've noticed and I've followed from the Kenyan spaces and their organization so far since they started in June is that there is massive coordination. There's massive planning going on in the back channel. I've been privileged to be in on most of their spaces and to also interact with most of the people who are kind of protest leaders in quote. And I see what they do. There's a lot of coordination that we don't see, to bring out those crowds that we see on the streets every day, every time that they gather to protest. So this is an open call. Please, 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 and please. This is not a one-man show. This is for the liberation of our country. If you're in the diaspora, if you're in Nigeria, if you're in Lagos, in Abuja, wherever you are, and you want to get people to Abuja, but you don't know how, maybe you have the idea, but you don't know how to do it, please let us network. Let us liaise together. Let us shut down Abuja. This is where everything gets done. This is where they take the decisions that affect the lives of over 200 million people. It only makes sense that we bring this fight to their doorstep. It only makes sense that we occupy the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria and make these people understand and make them understand again that the power of Nigeria belongs to Nigerians. So please, this is an open call. I'm begging. Somebody was on the space and was literally begging. I am begging. I am begging. I am begging. I am begging. Please, let us work together. Let us coordinate. Let us plan.
We are on the street of Abuja now. If you will wish, I can come in to give you updates. This is Godfrey. We are currently at Utako Ultramodern Market.
Okay, Godfrey. We'll take. In fact, I just got another live feed coming from the guys that have been able to. I don't even know how they did it. So able to get to Alausa. And I'll just play that quickly before we go over to Godfrey. So these are the guys that have been, I don't know how they did it, but they were able to make their way to Alausa and not confine themselves to Keja on that bridge.
Nigeria. It is more treasonous than holding a Russian flag. Russian flag has nothing to do with Nigeria. But you see, IMF, they have destroyed this country for us. They have made us extremely poor all the way from the 1970s, coming to this very day. IMF remains our biggest problem. And Tinubu is a slave to IMF. And we are saying now that we reject all IMF policy. The removal of subsidy, the removal of electric fuel subsidy, the removal of electric subsidy, the removal of the implementation of student loans in Nigeria. We reject it, and we are calling for student grants. We reject all IMF policies in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's another interesting one. But yeah, they've been able to make their way slowly. What I'm getting on ground, to Alausa, but the police has there's barricade. They didn't expect them coming, but there's barricade, and now that they brought an armored tank close to where they are, so they can't progress beyond a certain point in Alausa. And there's another set of protesters, protesting at Ojota. There's another group under bridge. So there's just three different locations going on concurrently, all at the same time. And yeah, it would be good at some point to hear from Godfrey, so we can get some kind of feedback as to what the protest looks like in Abuja. So I don't know, Godfrey, if you are available to speak right now or not, you can move the mic to end bad governance. So Godfrey, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah,
Am I coming?
Godfrey.
Am I coming up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Loud and clear, Godfrey.
Yeah. Currently, we are in Utako, in front of Utako Ultramodern Market, telling the federal government of Nigeria to come and meet our demands. There is no retreat, no surrender. We will continue until the day the government of Nigeria will answer and address us in a proper way. As we continue to say, this protest has no leader. The leader of this protest is bad governance and hunger in the country. So, and the federal government has not deemed fit to address the protesters in any way. Rather, the president on Sunday came out to read a press statement draft out for the nation, which did not in any way address the challenges we are facing in the country. That's why we have made it mandatory and our obligation that we are not going to surrender and we are not going to quit until they meet to our demand. We are on the streets once again today, the 10th day of the End Bad Governance protest. And we will continue to go peacefully. So far, there is no any havoc. We are going peacefully. We are marching peacefully, demonstrating, telling the federal government of Nigeria that there is hunger in the land, and we need them. We need them to address us and tell us what we need to hear. Thank you. I will be on the space as we are moving gradually. The police people that saw us, they cooperated very well. They did not do anything. Rather, they say we should maintain peace while we are protesting. So I will continue to update as we are going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Seems like a very noisy background. So thank you very much, Godfrey. So that's Godfrey from Abuja, to precise, Utako. So now I'm just getting live coverage from under bridge in Ikeja, in which there's a standoff currently. Nobody is moving. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much movements. They've been just boxed into a corner, but yeah. So there's another set at Ojota, and then there's another set at Alausa. Just that's the latest updates we're receiving, and then Abuja is going on. I'm hearing Yola is conducting themselves well. I've also received some video evidence from what is going on in Abuja, so that's progressing on very well. So kudos to all Nigerians, and if you have the time and you are in that state, by all means, join them in this peaceful protest to say hashtag end bad governance, and in any way that you can support, material wise, money wise, even anyway, not even donating money. If you have families and friends on ground that can go to the protest ground to join the people protesting, all well and fine. If you can lend your voice to what they're doing, all well and fine. if you can get somebody to give them water, maybe light snacks or anything of such, all well and fine. Or if you want to make a monetary donation, then just reach out to one MMC, and one MMC will just provide you with an account so you can make that donation, and they'll try their very best to make sure that gets to our people on ground. So yeah, let's continue the conversation. So Omar's therapy, I'm not sure if you've been able to establish a roll call. Omar, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I think Ed Band Governance needs to wrap up with his submission. And please, if you're on the speaker session, can you put up your hand so that I take the cue from there? Ed Bad Governance, are you there?
I think he's dropped off. But you have Omo Akin.
Okay, yeah. Omo Akin, are you there? Omo Akin. Okay, he's not here. The Waiting Witch, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, please go on.
Oh, do I need to speak?
Oh yeah, sure. I said you could go on. Because I think everyone here on the speaker session that I see has spoken.
Oh, I've already spoken.
Oh, sure, you have. Okay. So, Omo Akin, I don't know, you're the only person who's not spoken, and I don't think you can hear me or your network, or you're not close to your device. I don't know. But if it's your network, you can go down and request the mic again so that I'll bring you up. Omo Akin, are you there? Okay.
I can say one short thing, though. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. Please go on.
Okay. In the coming protests, I would also recommend looking up police tactics, because I'm seeing that they often try to. Is someone talking?
Sorry, I've muted his mic. Please go on.
Okay, yeah. I recommend looking up tactics such as kettling, because I'm seeing that a lot during the protests. So that should be a priority to look into. So don't let the police just corner you off in some small area, and when they have no reason to do that. Yeah, it's also look for ways to avoid being surveilled by the police or the government as well. So that's just a short comment, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you for that. God, I don't know. Are you saying the people in Ikeja are not allowed to move? They just want them to be under the bridge? God,
So the ones in Ikeja, yeah, they can't move. I think I've just received live. It's not live. I've seen a video. I'm just even seeing it now. So I posted one on the Jumbotron. So the ones in Alausa, I don't think Alausa one they can move beyond. There's barricades, there's policemen, and I'm just sharing now that they brought in an armored personnel carrier APC. So this video was taken at 11:47. So about an hour and something ago, almost 2 hours ago was when this video was taken. So from what I can see, there are barricades. They can't move beyond this point because the policemen have guns. So and they won't be able, based on the crowd I'm seeing, I don't think they can push beyond these barricaded points. On the under bridge, it's a standoff. And Ojota, they've just been boxed in Ojota. So what they're saying, the ones that are Lausa are saying, look, Nigerians who are around should join them in their Lausa protest. But as soon as I get more information, I'll put that out. But they've come to the very end of the road, which is a barricade. unless they have the numbers. But looking at the numbers, I've just put up a video at 11:47, so you have a few of what their numbers look like in Alausa. So that's just latest updates coming from Lagos State. So 3 locations running at the same time, and that's the update from the 3 various locations.
Okay, I hope I hope they are safe. You know how these guys box us in a corner and then unleash. And then our thugs will come attack them there. Sorry, who just spoke?
I think it was Godfrey.
I'm back again. There is a patrolling team of the police who just so people scattered, but they are forcing back. We will continue.
Did they do anything, tear gassing people or something, or they just showed up and people fled? Godfrey, are you there? Okay, I'm not sure he can hear me. Please, you guys, be safe out there, please. Okay, Mr. Val Info, are you there? Mr. Val Info. Okay. Mr. Val Info, can you hear me? Are you there? I don't think you can. Omar Akin, you still came up again. Are you here, Omar Akin? Okay, so if you want to speak, please request the mic. I think we don't have people on this section that haven't spoken or want to speak. Okay, Mr. Val, I see your request. Let me try and bring you back up again. Mr. Val, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can
Mr.
hear
Val,
you.
unmute
Am I
and
audible?
speak. Yeah,
yes,
we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm spacing from Niger State. Actually, I couldn't go out today in Abuja for protest because I'm not that strong. But I just want to make a submission because people have been asking me if today will be the end of the protest, and my own, I don't know the plans on ground. But my response to everyone that asked me if the protest is ending today is no. It's not going to end as long as we have not achieved the aim of the protest. So the protest will continue to mobilize people. So I want to just like encourage everybody, thank Goat and the co-host, everybody on the space, everybody that is putting effort to make sure that yes, Nigeria is speaking on one voice. We have come out and we are not going back. Things are really hard as I'm talking to you. Even if you want to stop the protest, when you go to market to buy something, you will remember that you have to go back to the protest ground. So I want everybody to let us keep the spirit alive and remember, it's an injury for one and it's an injury for all. Until we get to the government, our bidding, doing our demands, granting everything that is logical that we are seeking for. So we are not going to quit. And I'm seeing a news that is trending. I don't know how true that is. When a man is calling to tell us that Tinubu, the president, have almost 17 oil wells in Niger Delta, a lot of things. His son's controlling the mortar, and the subsidy remover is going straight to his post. I don't just know. If this is crazy, this news. I just read about it. I was like, I hope this is not true. If this is true, we don't need to pamper this protest anymore. If it's gonna enter into revolution, I don't just know, but we have taken enough. We are patient enough, and we have taken it to the neck. We cannot continue like this. There is nothing is going down. Other countries that are protesting, you see their president doing something, but our senators, everybody is quiet. They just kept quiet and things get Worst every day. I don't know. And you just need to sit up, please. If you're comfortable where you are, please don't be comfortable. It's worse than we are seeing. Next year will be worse than this. Remember, once we enter 2025 and nothing is done, this man will just be blatantly thinking about his re-election. He's not going to talk to us or listen to us. So let us put all the push now. Let us not go back. Thank you very much, and I'll continue to be on the space to listen to others. Are you?
Thank you. Thank you, Nigerians. We're not going back. No retreat, no surrender. We are live on the streets and we're not going back till our demands are met. Please, let's keep up with this spirit. Please, let's keep up with this spirit. Nations Network, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, please go on.
Nice. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to mention a few things, really. I've heard everyone speak and everyone seems passionate, and I just want to encourage everyone. I know it's hard, and I know that what we're doing is something that is going to take a lot of time. I mean, this is a government, this is a system that has been in play in power for the longest time. Since the 1960s, this is something that has been happening, and it's not going to be easy to change what's going on or what has been happening, really. But I want everyone to understand that this is not going to be a walk in the park, and this is going to be a very long journey. And I heard someone say that many Gen Zs are aloof and have adopted a carefree attitude towards what's going on. And I just want to say, really, that's true. Many people don't even know what's going on. They don't know the effect of what's happening in our country. They don't know that even though they are comfortable now, in the next 5 years, it may not be so. And I just want to say that really, truly, networking is very important. I'm seeing so many different people, so many different creators. Everyone's work seems to be working on their own individually, but this isn't something that one man can solve. This is not something that 10 men can solve. This is not something that 100 men can solve. It's something that people need to come together and pull their powers to achieve in different ways, in different capacities. We all have to come together. And that's why I said networking is important. Now, apart from that, I want to also touch on the fact that the people that we need, the numbers that we're looking for, we're not going to get it only by speaking on social media. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell everyone that so many Nigerians, believe it or not, do not have access to the internet. Believe it or not, are not hearing most of the things that we're speaking about on these Twitter spaces, are not seeing the things on Instagram. They're in the places that, and people have to take it upon themselves, groups, people have to mobilize themselves and mobilize people that will go into these little places, these places that are seemingly covered, right? And go tell these people, go educate them, go sensitize them. And that's something that I'm passionate about. I'm Gen Z myself. And so many people are saying, Gen Zs are aloof. I'm going to tell you, I have a few friends just like myself that are very passionate about Nigeria, that have been speaking up. I mean, I started speaking up about what's going on in Nigeria as early as when I was in JS3. So I'm not new to this thing. I know what's going on. I am not aloof. But there are people like me that don't know what to do, don't know how they can contribute, and it is our sort of prerogative, right, to make sure that we're carrying everyone along. We have to make sure everyone is on board and that we sort of take everyone alongside us. And these things are going on. There is a gap in knowledge. There really is a gap in knowledge. Many people do not understand that, and that is why these are the strings that the government pulls. Strings such as poverty, making education hard, tribalism. They pull these strings when it's necessary, and we have to make sure that these things don't continue. See, this is 2024. If you were born in Nigeria, the people, your counterparts abroad, the people that are your age really abroad are already 10 steps ahead of you. And it's not like Nigeria doesn't have the resources. It's not like Nigeria doesn't have what it takes. We are not called the giant of Africa for nothing. It's not just because of population. We are called the giant of Africa because we have the resources, we have the raw materials, we have everything that it takes to one of the biggest countries in the world, really. Almost every country needs Nigeria. I'm telling you that the wealth in this country is not just for one man, and we're allowing a few people to sit down and swallow it all, and no one is speaking. Everyone has to realize that it is time for us to stand up. This thing might not work in 1 year, it might not work in 2 years, but it is the small, gradual, conscious efforts of the citizens coming together. We have to drop everything that is tying us back and make sure that we make conscious effort to move forward. And this protest is just one of many. From what we've seen, we can see that the government really does not care about its people. I mean, look at the speech on Sunday, right? Did not really even address the cries of the people. That's just to show you that this government, if you allow them to stifle our voices right now, next time it will be even harder to rise up. This one is a test. If everyone allows them to stifle our voices and we go back inside of the house and say, oh, it's okay, next time it's going to be even worse. Next time you come back, we're heading towards a dictatorship, and we cannot even see it. It's a facade of a democracy that we have currently, and we cannot allow the government to take power from the people, because what is a democracy? A democracy is that the people are the ones with the power. That is why it's called a democracy. The people are the core. They are the power. They are the power source of the country. They're the ones with the real power. And these government officials need to realize that they are here to serve. They're not here to impose. They're here to serve. They have to listen to the people. And we must make sure that our voices are heard one way or the other. And the final thing that I want to say is that we have to... I'm sorry, I lost my line of thought. But probably maybe if I remember it after, then I might request to speak again, but I really have lost my line of thought. But thank you, and I'm gonna yield the mic now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nexus. I think commerce therapy is not very close to our phone, and I do agree with you. There's just I won't really say there's just a gap in knowledge. I believe a lot of Nigeria, there has to be a lot of sensitization so Nigerians like really understand the impacts of what is going on, like bit by bit, like very sizable chunks, so they can be able to digest what is actually going on. Because you rightfully say we're slowly and surely sliding. I don't know if we are fully in a dictatorship mode. I don't really know, but the evidence are there that we're very slowly getting there, where people can now no longer peacefully protest. The security forces who are meant to protect lives and properties would rather spend 70 or 80 or 90% of their resources and time fanning the embers of fear and then engaging in propaganda. You have a system in which, based on what has happened now, Kaduna State has come out to say, moving on now, anybody that wants to have a peaceful protest in Kaduna State would now have to gain approval from the security forces to be able to go ahead with peaceful protests. We've also seen instances in which the CP in Lagos is coming out to tell peaceful protesters that the protest is over, 11 p.m., go home. And then right before their very eyes, they could see thugs, brutalizing peaceful protesters. And it's a shame. It's just a shame. And then let's even talk about 2027. If you think you're actually going to pull these guys off, pull them out of power, like based on exercising your rights by the ballots, it's not going to happen. So which way, like I said, we're in an arranged forced marriage in which is for better, for worse. We just have to enjoy it. And I hope that a lot of Nigerians, based on the current hardship, would come out and then peacefully protest and say enough to bad governance, usher in good governance. We are not asking for too much. So based on the update from Ojota, people in Ojota are saying that the protest is not over. I saw a World Press Conference yesterday saying that the protest is not going to be over until the government, yields to the demands of the Nigerian people. So I think it's a matter of time. Let's see what's going to go on. I've put on the Jumbotron as well. There's massive turnouts in Kano. So big up to those in Kano State. They're coming out, despite, them being knocked down, they dust themselves up, pick themselves up back, and then come out in the streets. They are promising footages coming out from Port Harcourt. I've seen from Plateau State. I've seen from Warri in Delta State. I've also seen footages from Abuja, 3 different locations in Lagos, under bridge in Ikeja, Lausa, and also Jota as well. So very, very promising. So we're saying once again, for those Nigerians that can support, please do support. Reach out to one MMC. For those that can actually give support via materials, resources to encourage the guys on ground, please do so. Those in the diaspora, if you can support, lend your voice, and just encourage them. We stand under the banner of peaceful protests and has never said, look, go all out there in violence. It's all about peaceful protests to say end bad governance, and this is what this platform is all about. So no need to worry. We don't condone or say violence in any form, but say peaceful protesters and bad governance. That's our mantra. So let's quickly go to Hani. After Hani, we can then go to Dilich. So Hani, please unmute and speak.
Yes, good afternoon, brothers, and glad to be on the space, though I've been having some network issues on and off and like that. And the issue of the day 10 for Osun State, there's this socio-cultural program that they have been doing for like 2 days now or so. So protest is kind of a bit cooling down within the state. However, the conversation has still been ongoing regarding how to apply more pressure in speaking up with other means. In other means, we have ourselves engaged in different platforms that the debate is ongoing. And there was this platform some days back that suggestions were made about alternative means of keeping the conversation going in terms of other method of bringing up the main issues of the government and what they've been doing wrong as regards citizens, economic policies that affect the citizens and welfare of citizens. But I saw that in a countermeasure, the government has started their own. So a handle this morning, hashtag or since yesterday, where I'm waiting Tinubu they do or something like that. And I felt that we have some of their agents that are also on this platform trying to scrape ideas of what the protesters or the planners, what they have in mind regarding engaging this government even beyond the protest of what we plan to do. And that may be what brought up their own means of trying to be ahead in trying to speak up on what the government is doing. And there's this other BBC interview that the vice president also granted in a way to dissipate from the attempt by the pro-protesters or people that are trying to ask government to do the right thing, what they've been trying to do locally, such as what Dambelo is doing. I believe that the attempt by the government to also speak up in a local language, the Hausa language, to try to x-ray some of the things the government is doing is still a countermeasure in my assessment. But then the conversation must be kept ongoing. Like I saw Nigeria as a patient that needed a medical intervention. And perhaps 3 years ago, and just last year in 2023, we have 3 medical doctors that wanted to come and say, Nigeria is anemic, we want to fix it. But the medical doctor that eventually got the opportunity to do that surgery on patient Nigeria decided to bring in 3 doses of intervention and front load them on the patient. One, he decided to feel that fuel subsidy removal is an outright thing that he needed to inject on the patient. And secondly, he decided to say, let's devalue the naira. And then the third, he decided to say, okay, let's remove some form of subsidy in terms of electricity. Now, all of this intervention made the patient to go into coma or slip into coma and eventually begin to exhibit the symptoms of cardiac arrest and all that. And then when it is now being x-rayed professionally, what this doctor has done, the issue of negligence came in, that he's liable to tort and he's liable for prosecution. But then this same medical doctor comes up and say that no, the other doctors, if they had done the same thing, this is the same intervention they wanted to do, this will have been the same outcome. And for me, I argue differently that you met Nigeria at a precarious state. You met the patient at a precarious state, and then you felt or you obliged that you are going to be able to intervene and make the patient better, or you leave the patient as it were. But your intervention has shown that you were not professionally qualified for that job because you front-loaded interventions that made the patient to go into coma or descend into something worse. And your defense cannot be that the other two doctors will have done the same thing. That's not a defense in my view. And you cannot go back and start complaining that that is the way the country is and all that. You said you can do this. So you either leave the patient as it were or you make the patient better. It is also like a driver running down a victim with his vehicle, and when he's being prosecuted or when he's being taken up for that, he begins to say that this particular patient, oh, he has a weak heart or he has a thin skull, and that is why he could not come out of the accident. No, you actually run down that patient. If the patients were left as they were, they could have still fared better. So that is the general view of what Mr. President is doing at the moment. He unprofessionally have run Nigeria into a state of comatose. And then the Nigerians are asking, are protesting. People are hungry, people are dying, medical interventions are out of reach. And then you say, your defense is that every other contestant actually said they are going to remove fuel subsidy. They are going to do this, they are going to do that. So, in keeping the conversation going, I want us to fixate on the fact that pre-May 2023, we have precarious situation, but Nigeria is not like this. So let's continue to put this on the front burner. And the fact that someone who is always canvassing for democracy is now trying to stifle it by trying to bring in a technical, pattern to trying to break up the protest. This is what Obasanjo spoke against in his speech or interview yesterday. I think I read it somewhere, that protests are legitimate rights that cannot be taken away from the citizens. Now, that is the conversation. That is what we are always talking about, and we should keep talking about, in addition to the fact that our economic prosperity have nosedived since his emergence and since his policies. And now we are beginning to also have new revelations concerning the attempt to whittle down the effort of a private refinery, the Dangote refinery. In as much as I am even not, I used to say it that Dangote himself is part of the elite people in this country. He has benefited factors of production from the government up till now. That every successive government he has always been benefiting, and now it became the battle of the giants, and that is why he's caught up in it, because they are always self-preserving, self-interest. Nigeria is never at the heart of people that are always seeking to be in the front page of magazines saying this is the richest person in the world and this is and all of that. So for me, I have little pity for him, but for the sake of Nigeria, I also think as part of the conversation, we should begin to ask that NNPC be opened up completely. We need to see the books. We need to see people who are behind the screen marshalling and venerating Nigeria's oil wealth to the Western world. David Hundeyin just made a release that I saw about how he received a kind of offer to write about the Dangote refinery as against the policies of climate change, so that in the end game will have been that a policy will still come that will stifle the prospect of that Dangote refinery. Dangote refinery, if it's eventually going to work for Nigerians, I believe that this issue of fuel, this price of fuel, the astronomical price it is going, is something cooked up, is something that has been created imaginarily to make Nigerians suffer. I feel that by the time we are locally producing petrol for our consumption, I believe that even the price will probably halve by 50% of what we are actually paying at the moment, even though the subsidy will have still been gone. But it is just the greed of certain few people that is making our life difficult at the present, and we need to open up NPCL to actually see how many people are benefiting or what is actually being done. And that is what is expected from Mr. President from the beginning of his administration, where we felt that upon his assumption of office, he could have done a very detailed audit of the NNPC, trying to know our daily consumption rate, trying to know who are those that are actually receiving this subsidy and whether they are actually providing fuel or providing empty vessel at sea. These are things that we thought he could have done in the attempt to remove subsidy, not coming on board and just say subsidy is gone, and then we begin to see subsidy being gradually even reintroduced at even a higher rate than it was before, and we are still suffering. So these are economic issues that we, as part of the protest, as part of what we are asking for, we should begin to draw out these people in the way that it becomes embarrassing to them. Bangladesh hung some people the other day. We saw the video of people hung army generals above a bridge, and then people are making mockery of them. It is like one of the ugliest way to exit this world. Other countries are beginning to exercise their democratic right to ask questions of their citizens, of their governments. Nigeria doing same will only show that we have reached the age of maturity, the age of intellect, and the age of where the youth and law-abiding patriotic citizens are asking questions of their government. So while we are not presently protesting in Osun State, I believe that part of what we are going to be doing as part of our contribution to making Nigeria a better place is still to drive this conversation, x-ray, and bring out some of these dark dealings that is happening by actually speaking up and wanting to know what is happening. That is going to scare them. The truth scares the dubious, but those who are always patriotic about their country has nothing to fear about the truth. So I yield the mic, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hani. Great submission there. And yeah, I agree with you. Until you said, I think it was the last part of your submission in which you said that unveiling things was actually going to make these people scared. From my examining and then analyzing what is going on right now in Nigeria, look, this current crop of politicians, when people keep saying we're gradually sliding into dictatorship, they are no longer scared. See, if you there's no expose right now you can do on Akpabio or Tinubu or Bayonanuga, Festus Keyamo, or any minister that will make them shake and then be scared. Like, will make them shake and they will be scared. You can only try. And if care is not taken, what's that lady's name? Betta Edu. Last up, Betta Edu, she's now using, I believe, the official handle of our ministry, and she's making tweets once in a while. I won't be surprised if she gets, gradually reinstated. And if she does, nothing will happen. Everyone will not fall down. We'll just probably come on spaces and just, talk about it. And after a while, we forget. So these guys, they're now attaining a level, even with this protest now going on, in which nothing shakes them anymore. Unless the people come out en masse in unity. And when I mean en masse, not sparsely in the north, and then densely in the north, and then densely in some parts in the south. I mean, all 36 states coming out en masse to say enough is enough. That's the only thing that will shake them. So this is just my opinion, my own personal view. Not saying I'm right, but from what I've observed, this is the only thing that will actually move these guys at this point in time. Expose, in my personal opinion, will not do it. We've seen is it NNPDP or whatever it's called coming up, say Dangote has one of the worst quality of diesel, and you've seen that whole government magic happening. So we've seen a lot of that. Nothing will scare these guys, in my opinion, unless Nigerians come out en masse. But yeah, thank you for that brilliant submission there. So yeah, over to you, Omar's Therapy.
Yeah, thanks, God. Dilich, are you there? Dilich. Yeah, please go on.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Please, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. So, good day to everyone here. Good day to many Nigerians. Good day to the Nigerians wishing Nigeria evil. Good day to everybody who turned up to say enough is enough to the madness going on in this country. Good day to those that relaxed in their houses, kept on complaining and complaining. Good day to all of you that turned up in your various states, locations, despite the craziness going on, the threats, the killings, the tear gas, the everything. So I did not start this space. I don't know how long it has been running. I joined not long ago, and I just felt like I should come here, rant a bit, and go mind my business. I will pick my topic. I will pick 10 days protest review. I would like to give my own review. Okay, so I will go like this, which is why I've been greeting everybody, those that deserve greeting and those that do not deserve greeting. So from the beginning of time, from post 2023 election, there have been so much undercovers, so much exposes, so much things, right? And we've always been like, okay, let us just vote, let's vote. We voted the best candidate that shared with Nigerians his ideas and everything that he had to do to make this country work. So many people, so many Nigerians turned up, killed into his idea, voted him, and he won. Right? What did Nigeria do? Nigeria as a country, with the criminal people occupying different positions in this country, decided to give that mandate to someone that did not even come the stand third. It is not bad. We kept on going. We've been complaining of how things have been going sour in this country. We've been complaining how insecurity has been ravaging the nation. We've been complaining how prices of things have been skyrocketing. We have been complaining how you can't even go to your houses and sleep with peace of mind that you're going to wake up the next day. We've been complaining of so many things. No good road networks, nothing. Churches are doing their madness. Mosques are doing their madness. Everything going upside down. We've been complaining. Then we had just one opportunity. Because we have tried the election process, and it
Can anyone hear Delish, or it's just me?
did not save us from this madness. We had
We've lost him again. Dilich, are you there? Okay.
hear me. I had a call.
Dilich, we lost you for a bit though. I don't know. Can you hear us? Oh, sorry, Dilich. If you just go down and come back up, we'll bring you back up. I think your network. is interfering with your submission. Okay, I just wanted to say there is another group of protesters in Abuja. The women are out. They are at National Stadium in Abuja. So I want to commend women. I think last week we kept asking questions about all these women group in Nigeria. Where are they? All the organizations, where are they? Why they're not doing anything? Why they're not saying anything? And I think after a couple of days, they started to show up. And thank you, our women, for being on the streets today at National Stadium in Abuja. Thank you so much. Delish, we're not hearing you. I don't know. Maybe you can go down and come back up. Mr. Facts and Data, are you there? Mr. Facts, yeah, please go on.
Yeah, good morning from my end to everybody. And I just today I want to really go into other people's spaces and see what they're talking about. It's been a while. Been co-hosting space with my friend. And yeah, the protests basically. Tinubu's speech and all that. I want to ask a question to everybody. And I know people whoever could answer. And what's the name Nigeria? What was this country created for? You know, in my opinion, based on my observation, ever since I disenfranchised myself from voting since Obasanjo's regime, after knowing the direction at which the country is going. And this has nothing to do with what tribe or what not. I decided to identify with a particular people who want to emancipate themselves from this um, like this zoo. I don't think people could fix this country. And I really love our belief that I'm seeing right now in most of our youths believe to think there's hope for a country that don't even believe on itself, a leader that don't even believe the country will work. And I'll tell you a couple of things to make me say they don't even believe in a country, because you have to, before you believe on someone, right, and trust someone to do something right, that person must believe that they have the ability to do it. Now, if the person is not self-motivated and believe in themselves, how do we hope that this person leads us to the right direction? And when I say this person, I'm talking about the Nigerian system, I'm talking about the Nigerian government, I'm talking about why this country was formed in the first place. Nigeria wasn't built to help Omas therapy, wasn't built to help GOAT, wasn't built to help the leech, it wasn't built to help everybody who identify with this country, because the country wasn't built to help any of you. The country was only built to help those Uncle Toms and relations and people who are connected to those Uncle
I'm
Toms
sorry,
directly or
Mr. Fox.
indirectly.
This is not to cut you short, but we have what we're talking about there, Tinubu's speech and day 10 of the protest review. So if you
Yeah,
can
I will
just
connect them together.
no
I
no
will
no
connect
no
them
no. I
together.
don't what I would no. What you will not do is to come here and break the spirit of Nigerians. I will not allow you to do that. To come and tell us that there is
Okay.
no hope, to come and tell us that whatever we're doing is fruitless. No.
Okay.
You're not going to come here and do that to Nigerians.
Okay.
Please
Can I ask
don't
you a
do that.
question?
Please.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I
Almost
do
done.
not. If you want us to talk on the back channel, you and I can actually engage and you ask me whatever it is. We can have that discussion off this space, but we're not going to have it here. We're going to stick to the topic of discussion, and that's what we're going to do. Yes, please.
All right. Just to land my submission on why I don't believe the president's speech is because the president is not working for your best interest or anybody's best interest. And that's why when I say I'm going to connect it together, this is basically, if I don't know where the problem is coming from and how it affects the current president, why they could make the speech they're making, why it feels like they have no heart to listen to you all. It's not me trying to break your spirit, but me pointing in the right direction to see where your problem is coming from. and no one is talking about it. And if we talk about it, I think we'll get a solution. We'll find it. Instead of end bad governance, I feel we should end the
Thank
country.
you, Mr. Fax. I don't agree with you.
I don't think
Tinubu is just
balkanizing Nigeria will help
Tinubu
anyone.
is just one person, right? So I am a Nigerian, and I think that I want the good of Nigeria, right? So if I become the president of Nigeria tomorrow, I'm gonna go for the good of Nigeria. So whatever you think, whoever formed Nigeria and whatever they did, it wasn't for the good of Nigeria. Who is Nigeria? Nigeria is you and I. It takes one good
Tinubu
Nigerian
was
to
an
come up
activist like you, Omas
to
Therapy. He was
excuse
an
me, I'm
activist
not
like
an
you.
No, he
activist.
was
I'm
not.
an active citizen. And Tinubu was not an activist, really. He was
He
just
was
doing
during
all that
Abacha's regime.
to
All
get
this thing we're
no,
doing, Tinubu
he
did
was
all
just
that.
doing all that to get into where he is today. All right. We didn't see that deception, but we see it
I saw
now.
it already myself. I know
We have a lot of Nigerians
So did
unlike
other
you.
people.
We have a lot of Nigerians, unlike you, have contrary opinions, right? You feel Tinubu doesn't want the good. We have a lot of Nigerians who want the good of this nation, and we
Tinubu
can
was a
get
good
them.
man. He
We
was a
can
good man
get
when
them
No,
he
he
was
was
a
into
not.
your opinion
Tinubu,
again.
sorry, Master, let me
Your
just
opinion
jump.
again. Please, let's not go there. Let's not go there,
Tinubu
He
was
was a
please.
good
a
man,
good
trust
man.
me. He
When,
was. When he was the governor of Lagos
You're
State,
contradicting
he was a
yourself.
good
You
man.
come here and you tell
He
us
had
Tinubu
not
does
done
not want
anything
the
good
good
for
of
Lagos State.
Nigeria.
What did he
Then
do?
the other
When you
side,
get into
okay,
on one
presidency,
let's know.
when
I
you get
think
into
we're
on one
presidency,
just
the
side he
system will
tells
make
us
you bend to
Tinubu
their
does not
laws.
want the good of
Lagos
Nigeria.
State
And
doesn't even
another
support
side he
him.
tells us Tinubu is a good man. You're contradicting
He
yourself,
was a
my
good
guy.
man as an
No,
activist.
please.
No, he
Thank
was
you
not.
for your submission. I will move the mic. Thank you.
all
You.
right.
This is
Thank
how
you
All
you
right,
very
no
much.
problem.
All
No
right,
problem.
Omas, everybody has their own, different, views. Mr. Fax, I've been listening. I didn't even want to interject. I think it was Omar that just came in and they just interjected because I still feel that's actually breaking the spirits of people. Tinubu, in my opinion, and I agree with Omar's therapy, and I get where you're coming from, Mr. Fax. Tinubu is just one man. Yeah, there's a lot of power in the center, but Tinubu is just one man. The problem we have in Nigeria cuts across every region, every zone. Be it the southeast, be it the south, be it the southwest, be it the northeast, north central. We all have the same problem. The same sets of people that do not want the country to succeed
And can I ask you a question
progress.
on that? Can I ask you a question? Do you know why they don't want the country to succeed? That's why I was saying the country wasn't built for all of us to be good. That's why.
See, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we literally have
But
the
get
entire
your
a
section
point.
few
talking
people
about
cannot
how they
speak
are
for
IMF
200
puppets.
million
Like,
Yeah,
Nigerians.
we acknowledge that.
one second, Norma Therapy. I get your point. And the same set of people that have been there since 1960 are the same crop of people there till today. They saw what happened during the colonial era and they love that system and they've maintained that system since ever then. But what we're saying, Nigerians going out there to say end bad governance, we're saying we are tired of being governed
And they are
this
putting
same way.
guns, killing us,
They can
denying in front of the whole world.
they can do as much as they can. But I think the final say lies with well-meaning Nigerians. And just the same way Kenyans have actually gone out there. Be resilient, still keep going out there, and then go out there en masse.
This is a
And I'm
protest I
saying
feel
it.
we could do. Kick the white man off this country. Let Nigeria be sovereign as a country. Then we can take care of Tinubu and the rest. Until we do that, we're not heading anywhere. That's just
How the hell?
that's what I
How
see.
care
can we?
about the white
How
man.
can we kick the white man but leave
I care
Tinubu?
about my
How?
I care about my local government chairman. He's the one that looks like me, speaks like me, and fucking loots the treasury. That's who I want. I'm looking at the FAC allocation and I'm seeing my state, Delta State. I'm looking at their locations and I'm looking at what is being paid to a grade level 8 teacher, which is a graduate, 53,000 naira. That is the man I actually want to point the finger to and say, give me some accountability. I'm looking at the ZIP project. Have you seen the figures in the ZIP project? So for those that don't know what Z projects is, those are constitutional projects. Go and look at the money that these guys are embezzling. Those are the ones I want to be holding accountable. Not some. This is the man that speaks my language. This is the person I want to hold accountable. And this is the more reason why Nigerians should be coming out there and say, look, enough is enough. And I think Kenyans have actually given us some kind of blueprints. Even when Ruto said, oh, IMF, because she has to do some austerity measure, and that, she has to bring the finance bill. But once the people rose up and then spoke out, truth to power, look at Ruto is coming from, Ruto is bringing out savings
Can I
from
just
nowhere.
can I ask you this question real quick? I don't want to lose a train
Yeah,
of thought.
sure.
Now
Go
that your
on.
local government that looks like you, speaks like you, and does everything like you, will use the same template given to him by his masters to put guns with military in front of you.
Not all
Yeah.
of us
So how you gonna
will.
check that?
Some of us said, no, Mr. Fox, you can't say that in totality, generalizing it. Not all of us will do that. Some of us won't. That's what you should know. Some of us will not do that.
I would love to see it. I'd love to
And
see it.
you see
It
what
will
I'm
happen in our
saying.
time.
You see what I
I'm
was
sorry about
saying,
it though.
and even
I don't want to derail the space.
yeah.
You've
I respect
continuously been
that.
trying to do that.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that there's still some good ones out there, like in the position of leadership. There's still some very tiny, very still good ones. I saw the example with the president's speech. Somebody with a human heart felt like it was cold, and I don't know who that was. Then felt the need to then pull a cut and join video, and then release it through the presidential, the president office, the X page. So I think that was, since this whole process, I've never even tweeted. That was the only time I made it sweet. I was like, oh, baby step in the right direction, because I sincerely believe somebody knew that video was cold and just felt, let me do something and just give back to Nigerians to say, look, the president does have, a human face. Some of us do have human feelings. We understand what is going on. And in that video, Tinubu was even pleading to Nigerians like, look, endure. It's going to be very difficult. There was more of a human feeling. And it wasn't less than a couple of hours later, Bayo Nanuga jumped in and was like, oh, disregard that video. It was a cut and join video. The president is a macho man. He's strong, cold-hearted. If he said this, he doesn't care about your demand. That's it. Now you're starting to get a sense and a feeling of what is going on. But irrespective with whatever politics is going on in Aso Rock, Nigerians are coming out there to legitimately say enough is enough of this current system and bad governance. And I understand where Nigerians are coming from. I don't wear the shoe because I'm in the diaspora, but I feel the pain of the ordinary Nigerian. And I think by all means, by saying balkanize or break the country, that's not the solution. The cancer is in every single zone, every single region. It's not going to give you an outright solution. So what I'm saying, I support Nigerians and I try my very best to encourage them, create a platform where Nigerians can come and speak, where other Nigerians can encourage them. And I'll just give you a very quick fact before I move on the mic, because I don't want to, hog the mic for too long. Do you know, as a Nigerian, what the life expectancy of Nigerians are? Is in the 50s. So in Nigeria, in their 40s or early 50s, based on the stats, don't have really pretty much not long time left on planet Earth. There are some ailments in Nigeria right now. If you were to fall ill and you don't have the means to actually take yourself abroad to be treated, that's a death sentence. Should we look at youth unemployment? That's one issue as well. Should we look at inflation, minimum wage? It's a death sentence naturally. Should we then look at insecurity? It's a death sentence anyway. And these people are saying, look, we can't live like this. The bare minimum we can do is to say end bad governance. And if you look at the demands, those that have been out there, I believe referendum is one of the demands that are actually out there. Constitutional reform, judicial reform, a referendum is one of those inputs. So now you coming out right to say balkanize, how do you understand the process? You have to have a referendum first. Two-thirds has to vote, but unfortunately in the constitution, there is no provision for a referendum. So we need to really
okay,
understand the
I
processes that,
understand
that
the
that goes
process.
into
I want to
this.
ask this final question, sir. Our country has been here for 110 years. If we look at the independence which they claim they gave us, which we know is not, it's over 60 something years, right? If my math is correct, right? Now, if you look at that and close, if after 50 years of your existence and the right step, which I feel nothing good comes easy. Even the America that I don't know if you're in the US like I am, that we into the people put their blood on the line, tears and sweat for us to at least even work freely, even if we know the racism is still there. But it's like night and day compared to the system we have in Nigeria. So if we want to fold our hands and think all the system that was built not to help you and me will get in place for us, I would love to see that miracle. I'm not saying please don't do this, and please, I'm not here to demoralize anybody, but I've come long enough because one thing I do, I look at the STAR format, which is situation, star, action, and results to solve any problem. And if we don't want to tackle it head on from the root cause of our problem, I just feel we're just out there doing the surface level. I'm not trying to demoralize anybody. I don't know how to fake the truth. And
Can
I
I
know you
just
guys, hold on, I'll land here. I know nobody's faking anything. I know you guys have this belief for it. But if I see it, I want to be proved wrong so bad. But it will be a shame if we don't do anything, we don't go out there and put our bodies on the line. And in fact, these people will not give us what we are asking for. These people are devilish, they are tyrants. These people have no human mind. And that's not Nigeria, that's the whole Africa. We need to act. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, they're heading in the right direction today. And that is what Africa needs. Nigeria, our leaders, they love being slaves. And I can't kiss a white man balls. I'm sorry. Are you?
All right, thank you very much. I believe that's just even debating, but anyway, I think the space was I was even gonna close it, but if that's a new line of conversation, but we can all tie that in. But like what you're saying, I agree to you to a very certain extent. And I can say other countries who had colonial masters have actually turned out, to actually do well for themselves when they had that ideology of building their own country. It is very, very possible and it has been achieved. So not only just Europeans doing it, African countries have been able to achieve it. Even the US, in which you live in the US at some point in time, were under the colonial powers of Great Britain. I think US got their independence about, correct me if I'm wrong, about 1776. Australia was one under the influence of Great Britain, and Australia, I believe, became a federation. Federation about 1901. Singapore is one of the very shining, example from Great Britain in 1965. Canada was one. Canada was first under France, and then later Great Britain. Canada is doing well. Should we go on to South Korea under the stewardship of Japan? Or is it India? India is doing so well under Great Britain and got independence in 1979. Should we speak about Botswana? Botswana is doing very well in their own rights.
China as well?
That's under Malaysia, New Zealand, Mauritius. There's so many examples, so I don't
China
even see.
especially.
Yeah, once under
They
Japan
were
at
one of
some
the
point in time. And
chaotic place, and they completely turned it around.
they turned it around. So that's the point, I'm trying to make. So we can also turn our story around. So I'll just shoot back to your master.
I thank you, God. I agree with you. We can turn it around, and I never saw one tyrant that was never defeated at some point. Name all of them. Adolf Hitler, Idi Amin of Uganda. Name all of them. At some point, the system will change. That's what I think. Well, thank you, Fox, for your submission, and thank you, God, for that brilliant submission. Ogidiolu. I hope I got it correctly. Ogidiolu, are you there? Ogidiolu. Oh, Ogidiolu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, am I clear enough?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone on the space and all the speakers that have been on the space so far. This topic is so vast and so big, and I think it's time we all think in a single direction if we want to make something happen. I share in Mr. Fox's sentiment because in a way, some of us thinking of this from both outside and inside, while majority are thinking from within. Whosoever is looking at the whole thing from both sides will actually have a different thought of the whole scenario. I spoke with some few persons last week, and I realized that even Nigerians don't believe in themselves. This topic today is just for us being factual and to put our energy in the right direction. The protest is awesome, but what are our demands right now? For me, I would say the demand should be Tinubu should get out of there. He should get out of there. But the question is, if he should get out of there, who should take it over? All the tribes and regions in Nigeria they all have their goals and their aims. Like someone said on this space or one of the space some few days ago, he said he has never seen the Northerners protest or come out in this way before. They have their agenda. They do. They have the Arewa. And the fact that a Yoruba person is there right now is another thing. When Buhari was there, well, we never knew it would come this was actually, but during Buhari's time, it appeared as this was as well. What did they do? What did they do? So, and you see the Igbos as well, they have their agenda.
Oh, are you trying to argue this is some sort of ethnic plot or something?
No. The division is too massive, such that if at all we want to get something out of this protest, then we really need to look at our demand. We really need to evaluate those demands and channel the energy in the right way. This is just my own opinion, because when we look at all those things, too many interests, too many powers we are fighting against. So we shouldn't scratch the surface. And I also want to mention that if we want to achieve or go far, set of persons I know any government hardly could attack or come against so hard are the women and children. If there's a way we can get this set of persons or people involved other than just the youth, our mothers, the women, just like what we are having right now, no government would want to face them in the presence of the whole world, watching and following. That's number one. Number two, what are we doing with our tech knowledge, with our IT knowledge? What are we doing with it? I'm not an IT person, but I know what the IT is capable of doing to help us achieve what we want to achieve in this protest. The IT can help a lot. The IT can easily reach who you and I cannot reach within an hour or a day? How are we trying to bring this up? We have all these resources, but we are not using them. So the thing is, whosoever, like majority that have spoken on this space, when I listen to those that are winning, and I thank God for set of Doki and some other guys too, when you step out of that nation or country called Nigeria, the first time I was opportune, I cried. And I was like, who did we offend? I cried. And these people are coming to these sites and everywhere like that. They are coming there. So the forces we are up against is too much right now for us to just think in a single direction and expect that single direction will solve all the problem on ground. We need to think so deep. We need to tap into all the resources that country has, and that's the only way we can achieve the human resources that we want at the front line of this protest. And also look at that demand clearly. I mean, that's where I am having a concern, because when I look at each region, the Southeast are not joining this or not part of it because they have their agenda. It's clear. So when Mr. Fast came and said what he said, is not to demoralize anybody. It's not to discourage anybody. It's for us to look truly, what do we want to achieve? Tinubu will not listen to anybody. You can forcefully take a horse to the sea, but you can't forcefully make that horse to drink the water from the sea. He won't. Like what the last speaker mentioned, this same set of persons have been in control. That's why the whole thing has eaten so deep that this time many evidences, many stories, many stuff are coming out. It's so deep. For us to think just the protest and these demands will fix it, we are still not taking it the way we should, for me. Why? Is because other countries that have been mentioned, we are citing instance of Kenya, Bangladesh, and all. These people speak a single language. How many languages are there in this Nigeria? Despite the fact that we are all hungry, or let me say, of course, yes, we are all hungry, because in a way, all my family that are there in Nigeria are not making the money I'm making here to be enough for me to eat. So it's coming back to me. I'm also hungry, because all my resources have to go back for them to be okay. So we can all be hungry, but we are not being motivated by that hunger for a single purpose. Those that you see that are carrying this up, running upside down, doing whatever they are running with in the name of hunger, are doing it for their own agenda.
I'm sorry
This
to comment.
agenda
We
does
have,
not synchronize. It's difficult to achieve the same aim as we want to. That's why I said
sorry,
I shared.
Mr.
I
Ogidolu,
share part of the
please.
same thing,
Mr. Ogidolu, please.
because we really
I
need
don't.
to ask,
Can you
why
hear
are
me?
we doing this?
I'm sorry, I had to mute you because I don't think it's fair for you to say people who came out to protest carrying placards are there for their own. I don't understand that. Please, let's not do that. Not on this space. People who were out there, some of them lost their lives. And you're here saying they are there because of their selfish interest, they're hungry. Please don't say that. Please, let's be humans first. People were out there, they died. They died, for Christ's sakes. Some people were beaten, molested. Some people were arrested. Some people we're still looking for some people as we speak. That is very unfair to say that. Please don't. Please. Please, if you could just wrap up in a second, and let's move the mic, please. Okay, Delete, your hand is up. Delete, your back. Are you here? Deji, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, please go on.
Okay, thank you. I think it took us long enough to spot these guys because he's shouting agenda, agenda. I think he is the one with the agenda. He is the one that has come here to try to demoralize us, you know. But he was doing it subtly so that it won't be cut out. And it's the reason I actually asked for the mic. That guy has an agenda. Please, if we are speaking, let's stick to the topic. Let's talk about the sacrifices that has been made, our way forward, what we need to plan going forward, how the protest can actually get the desired results. Yes, like Goat was saying earlier, so far we can record some successes, but the singular fact that not one of these demands have actually been spoken about, it's not even whether they are even contemplative, like they've actually not even acknowledged it, is enough reason to do this thing full year round. But then again, understand that strategy is important. These people, as we are doing, they are also planning their own. So please, guys, let's be encouraged. Let's not lose hope. We can achieve this. We can get what we want. We just need to remain united and make sure that these voices that have tried to sow seeds of confusion or despair, because they try to say it in a way that you start thinking that is this really working? Trust me, it is. You might not be seeing it, but it is in its own way. So we just need to continue at it and be, persevere, and we'll definitely get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deji. I the minute he started speaking, I picked that up, but I didn't want to stop him so they don't say, okay, we're gagging people, we're having an echo chamber, we're trying to stop people, you understand? And he just went on and went to the unspeakable. No, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. Laz, are you there?
Sorry, Omar, I missed most of it. What happened?
So
Okay.
was someone who came up to speak. I think the speaker before Deji, and he just came up very subtly, gaslighting people, and did when he got to the point where he said everybody is fighting for their own interests. The people who are on the streets with placards are there because they are hungry and they are fighting for their own interests too. I'm like,
It's strange.
it's so strange.
I just wanted to comment that he said we had no demands. We've been given our demands since the beginning of the protests. Like we have entire lists of 15 demands so far, like non-negotiable demands. We have placards for it. We even have posters. I don't know where this idea that we don't have demands is coming from.
He knew exactly what he was doing, and I knew where he was coming from. So
Conversation. I'll just leave you in charge, Omar Therapy, so I can do a few other stuff. But I'll just leave that question out there. People should start thinking to say, if it was President Goodluck Jonathan under PDP, took away fuel subsidy, took away most subsidy, electricity tariffs, fuel subsidy, increase the price of